Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story volume 5 part 1 chapter 401. Help me a little if you aren't in a rush. Fight you. Bailey Luo Yun smiled bitterly. The usually calm and attractive Bailey Luo Yun showed signs of turning blue. Bailey Luo Yun's guts had left him. This young Master Jun's fighting prowess is unbelievable. You killed 2 out of our 5 people a moment ago, and one of those 2 was a spirit Kshuan expert. Moreover, you did it while being a Sky Kshuan expert. Why the fuck would I fight with you? I think very highly of myself, but my brain isn't filled with water, nor have I been kicked by some animal that I wouldn't know the difference between heaven and earth. I would never fight you. I'm fully aware that I'm no match for you. So, wouldn't any attempts to fight you indicate that I have a defect in my brain or something? The Bailey family would've perhaps been destroyed countless times if Bailey Luo Yun could challenge and prevail against someone as strong as a spirit Kshuan expert. And why would he have waited all these years and gone through such endless and terrible suffering if he could've done something like that? Bailey Luo Yun looked at the 2 corpses that lay on the ground. The 2 once-renowned elders of his family had complicated expressions in their lifeless eyes at this time. Those men had used their tyrannical strength to intimidate and bully him for the many years of his childhood. They had always looked at him with displeasure no matter how hard he had tried, and no matter how much devotion he had showed towards the Bailey family. In fact, they would often expend their energies in finding a reason to torment him. However, they were ice-cold as they lay on the ground at this time, and they had turned into lifeless lumps of flesh. The 2 of them were somewhat closely related to him in terms of bloodline, but Bailey Luo Yun still harbored a lifetime worth of hatred towards those 2 men. There's no need for us to compete. I will follow you my entire life in the light of what has just happened. My life is yours from now on. Bailey Luo Yun straightened his body and looked at Jun Mozai. His eyes were full of fire. Raging fire. Bailey Luo Yun looked at the 2 men who lay in front of him, and he felt that he had been freed from the shackles which he had always faced difficulty in breaking away from. He had always felt emptiness deep down in his heart, but it was quickly being replaced with an immense desire to fight. And it seemed that this desire to fight had been ignited from the very bottom of his heart. Ensure that my life will be very interesting as long as I follow this young man. What do you need me to do? Bailey Luo Yun asked. It's too early to ask these questions. Jun Mozai flashed a faint smile and turned away before he said, I told everyone to enjoy the scene as spectators. You have seen enough, right? The big play has ended. In case you feel that there's more coming. Har har har. There was a burst of laughter as 7 men appeared. Dongfeng Wendao stuck his thumb upwards. Mozai, you've become very ferocious. You've actually managed to get rid of a spirit Kshuan expert. How did you do it? Your uncle is very curious. And when did you enter the Sky Kshuan realm? You have genuinely amazed me. I would've been dead if you had used this method against me that day. A Sky Kshuan has defeated a spirit Kshuan. Today you have created a legend. Everyone looked at Jun Mozai as he said those words. Har har, it's not so magical. This mystery has a reason to it. Jun Mozai's eyes turned as he said, my master has a unique technique. It can even be called the most unique technique in the entire world. A person can overdraw his potential for an extremely short period of time with its help. Moreover, It has another advantage: its usage has no after effects. So, the user will be restored after he has rested for 3 to 5 days. It's not like those other secret techniques which drain one's strength quickly or cause injury or shorten one's life, and what not. Those techniques are trash. Moreover, I had heard that Bailey Chen Feng had a running stomach right now, and he didn't have any strength left as a result. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him despite my breakthrough. Everyone gnashed their teeth in annoyance. What bullshit explanation is this? Bailey Chen Feng had a running stomach. Who has ever seen a spirit Xuan having stomach problems? A spirit Xuan won't have stomach problems even if eats a belly full of highly toxic food. However, the explanation he had given before was very shocking. That secret method can help one overdraft their ability for a short period of time. This was astonishing in itself. However, the fact that was even more astonishing was that the price of using this ability was only a rest of 3 to 5 days. What kind of secret technique is this? It's not surprising that he has no regard for anyone in this world. This technique is too much. However, it's a secret technique. So, how can he reveal it to us? The 7 experts had their hands tied in this regard. After all, that secret technique involved someone else, and they couldn't dare to provoke such a powerful and mysterious person. There's another matter I wish to discuss. I have a small request for the 2 seniors. Jun Mo Zai smiled merrily, and turned towards Duanmu Ko Fan and Skiang and Yi as he cupped his hands. Then, he continued in a polite manner. It can be assumed that the 2 seniors are about to leave this place and return to their families. But, would they be willing to help me a little if they aren't in a rush? Moreover, the 2 seniors would have to expend very little effort to help me with this thing. What's the matter? Sikong and Yi will not decline as long as it's within my capabilities. Sikong and Yi seemed vigilant as he asked that question. He had only met that youngster a few times, but he knew that this youngster was a small fox. I will be caught in his momentum if I'm not careful. So, I have to be careful. I told him that I won't decline as long as it's within my capabilities. But, I'm very sorry if don't have any power over that matter. No need to ask. You don't have to hesitate to request. Duanmu Ko Fan was a very genuine person. So, he didn't think much into it. He stroked his beard, and took on the airs of a senior expert who'd take the charge. He had only said that he needed a little favor from them. But, how could they have guessed that he would ask them to commit murder and arson for him? However, they had made their promise. So, they would have to keep their word. Moreover, the situation surrounding the Jun family wasn't the same as before. Jun Mo Zai obviously smiled as he heard them. He then said, "It's nothing big. And I will send 50 guards with you when you leave. That will help avoid any unnecessary trouble and harassment that this young one's request may cause." "There's no need for that. We both aren't that great as experts, but we don't need any escorts. So, the 3rd young master needn't inconvenience himself. But, we appreciate your kindness." Sikong and Yi shook his head and declined. Everyone else also thought that this youngster's words had sounded somewhat unreasonable. What is he saying? 2 great experts of spirit Xuan realm would be traveling together. Why would they still need an escort who would try to rob them even if they were to be careless? Wouldn't that be a moronic situation? Everyone was thinking along these lines when they heard Jun Mo Zai speak up. "I request the 2 seniors to hear me in entirety. The guards I'm sending to escort you will return after you pass from the Bailey family. They will help you pass conveniently, and won't hamper your speed in any way." I hope that the two seniors won't take offense at this small matter and won't form a negative opinion of my request. Everyone became silent. Damn, this guy's shamelessness knows no bounds. The thickness of his skin has reached levels which are unheard of. 6 of the 7 men shifted their gazes and locked their eyes on Jun Wuyi. Their thoughts seemed rather evident. Is this brat genuinely of your blood and the only one of his generation at that? How can your upright, plain-spoken, and straightforward family not see this? And why would we need to charter a route through the Bailey family? Do you or do you not know that the two of us will have to travel thousands of kilometers extra over this matter? Moreover, he has tried to act like a beneficiary and has even tried to add emotions to this matter. However, the real purpose of these escorts will be this is extremely shameless. Sikong, Enyi and Duanmu Ko Fan cursed in the secrecy of their hearts, and this reflected in the bitterness of their expressions. The two of us personally witnessed you kill the 2 elders of the Bailey family with your hands, and we now have to go and meet the people of that family. The 2 of us have some status and influence in the society, but this matter isn't pleasant to hear. I can't do this. Duanmu Ko Fan resembled a rattledrum as he shook his head. This leader of the Duanmu family didn't stutter when faced with such a huge problem, and managed to decline very quickly. Moreover, his enunciation was perfect. In fact, it sounded like that of a teacher or a lawyer. The 2 seniors needn't be so polite. The 2 of you had stepped forward in Jun family's hour of need, and disregarded the dangers for our sake. I genuinely admire the divine nobility the 2 of you have embodied. This Mo Zai only wanted to show his respects, and I won't let this trivial matter delay the 2 of you in any way. It seemed as if Jun Mo Zai hadn't heard his refusal. He smiled as he continued, sure that the 2 seniors would never care about a little delay. We must note that the 2 seniors are unrivaled fighters. Moreover, they are also righteous. They are heroes, and real men. They would undoubtedly draw their weapons and run to the aid of anyone they see being bullied and humiliated. 3rd uncle, Senior Solitary Falcon, tell me, is this true? Jun Wuyi nodded seriously and replied, it's true. These 2 seniors treat your 3rd uncle with the utmost dignity. They are good men. I myself am a witness to it. The Solitary Falcon's expression was also solemn as he spoke up. Their reputations are genuine. We have gotten along well in these few days. They aren't immoral men. Sikong, Enyi and Duanmu Ko Fan were left open-eyed and open-mouthed. In fact, the 2 had become speechless. These men are unreasonable. That Unclinifu Duo and Solitary Falcon are singing the same tune. How can we be considered immoral men if we refuse to accept their task or not do our best to complete it? In fact, we won't even be considered men if we were to decline. This is too lowly. Jun Wuyi used to be straightforward and upright. His sense of justice had transcended the clouds, but even he has become crafty because of this cunning nephew of his. The 2 of them felt so gloomy that they wanted to hit a wall. How could they not agree after all this had been said? They simply couldn't say no in this situation. Damn it, you kill a man, you dig his grave in the corner, and then you want us to clean up after you, and you don't just wish for us to clean up, you want us to clean it spotless, and you don't just want us to clean your mess spotless, but you also want us to go the extra mile after it. What the fuck is this? They were being pushed, but they couldn't push back. Duanmu Ko Fan and Sikong Enyi stared blankly for a while before they suddenly jumped up and said, damn it, we should start on our journey and get to work. We have to take quick advantage of time. Otherwise, Who knows what will happen if they receive the news of these deaths from the rumors? We must quickly be on our way. We admit defeat after having faced you, uncle and nephew, haven't we? The two men quickly turned around and fled. In fact, they left in such a hurry that it seemed as if they were two fishes trying to escape from a net. We shouldn't stay in the company of this uncle-nephew duo any longer. God knows what they will ask us to do further. They might just sell us off for a good price. Chapter 402 Good and evil will eventually be distinguished. The heaven's justice can't be escaped. Chapter 402 Good and evil will eventually be distinguished. The heavens' justice can't be escaped. Jun Mozai laughed out loud. Then, there was a whistling sound. 50 members of the Heaven Destroyer team had already been ready to escort the two experts away from Southern Heaven City. It was when they had gone about 50 kilometers away that Sikong Yi and his companion became gloomy. And this had happened because they had realized something. They hadn't brought anything with them for this trip. They had forgotten their luggage bags. In fact, they had even forgotten the basic necessities. The money and everything else was inside those bags. Moreover, they couldn't function on an empty stomach. After all, even spirit Shuan experts needed to eat, and how could they eat good food without paying money for it? The two of them turned around as they realized this. However, they saw that the 50 men were silently following them in strict order, and each one of them was carrying things that seemed somewhat familiar. But we are seeing these men for the first time. So, why do the things they're carrying look familiar? That can't be right. Those are our things. Damn this brat! Jun Mozai managed to predict our reactions to accuracy. He had already asked these guys to pack stuff from our luggage so that they could carry it. Moreover, the way they're carrying our things is quite good. They looked at the 50 men carefully. The strongest of them was only at the Gold Shuan realm, but all of them were uniform in that regard. And this was because all of them were at the Gold Shuan realm. They only differed in terms of internal levels of the realm. Moreover, each one of these men looked grim and tough. They had a fierce look in their eyes. In fact, it seemed as if a cruel aura was spreading from their very souls. Are these a group of men? Are they merely Jun Mozai's bodyguard? Damn, these people are more like ferocious wolves on a cold winter night. They're covered in murderous or the spirit Shuan. Sikong Yi was both terrified and moved at that sight. It wouldn't have been surprising if only one or two of them were like this. Many powerful families train a few cold-blooded warriors of the highest quality like these men. But this Jun Mozai has managed to train 50 of such men. This is shocking. However, this wasn't that strange in reality. These originally hapless guards had been waiting for their deaths to come. However, the extremely powerful third young master Jun Mozai had made them go through a cold and cruel transformation. So, how could an ordinary guard compare to them? It wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say that those men were like killing machines at this moment. This team was headed by a man with cold and sharp facial features. He had a towering stature and a dark skin tone. He was the captain of this team, and he was named Lai Tai. His name meant Tower of Iron, and he did full justice to his name, particularly with that towering stature and dark skin tone. They looked at him as Lai Tai took a step forward. He then spoke up in a respectful manner. Our young master had told us to give you both a small thing before our departure. We sincerely thank the two seniors for coming to the aid of our Jun family when it was in dire need. So, we give you this little thing. He scrambled his hands over his body after he spoke this, and fished out 2 small jade bottles. He then handed them over to the two spirit Xuan experts. "What's this Duinmu Ko Fan and Sikong?" And Yi looked the bottles over in a curious manner. "These are our young master's secret 10 years pills. Each bottle has 3 pills. These pills can increase the Xuan cultivation of any Xuan expert by 10 years. Lai Tai's eyes had a fervent shine to them. And the only reason behind that was the faith his young master had placed in him. This is a unique thing. Who wouldn't consider it as an exceptionally valuable treasure? People would keep it close for the fear of losing it. But the young master had given it to me for passing it on to other people. Moreover, he didn't just give me 1 pill, he gave me 2 bottles which had a total of 6 pills in them. This was a matter of glory for Lai Tai. Moreover, it showed how much faith his master had placed in him. "Oh, is this true?" Duinmu Ko Fan and Sikog and Yi were startled by this. "Our cultivation will grow by 10 years after we've consumed 1 pill. Is this genuinely some kind of a legendary magical elixir? These aren't fake." I had heard the young master say that his master himself had refined these miraculous pills. I may even dare to say that these are most unique treasures in the entire world. The young master had also said that the 2 seniors are of the highest noble character, and had rushed to help our Jun family. "We will never be able to return the favor." So, he gave 3 pills each for both the seniors in the hope that they won't decline them. Lai Tai said solemnly. "Decline them? It's only that these gifts are too great. How can we decline them?" Duinmu Ko Fan and Sikong and Yi heard that Jun Mo Zai's master had personally refined these pills. And their eyes suddenly became so fervent that it seemed as if these jade bottles were the legs of their first love. "These are divine pills." The 2 men embraced the precious items tightly. They then patted the items, and looked around somewhat sneakily in case there was another person around who was at the spirit Xuan realm. They hadn't expected the wily and treacherous Jun Mo Zai to be so wonderful. The 2 men became extremely relaxed in a split second, and their previously gloomy appearance vanished into thin air. Sikong and Yi waved his huge hands as he brandished the treasure and said, "Let's go. You and I will go to the Bailey family and meet their people. Are come this way." These men had obviously been given their orders very clearly. However, their orders had nothing to do with. "This lowly man gives his many thanks on behalf of the young master." Lai Tai spoke up in a manner that was neither rude nor servile. Duinmu Ko Fan and Sikong and Yi had become quite affable as they continued in with their journey. The 2 men began afresh in excitement, but they again became depressed as the journey progressed. The reason was rather simple. The 50 men who were escorting them behaved in a way which made them seem like 50 pieces of wood if they went eating and sleeping. They made no sounds. They obviously didn't talk either. In fact, Sikong and Yi had to resort to talking with Duinmu Ko Fan to make himself feel better, since this was the only way he could hear another voice or any other form of sound. Communicating with Duinmu Ko Fan and his stutter was hard, but it was at least worth a fart. However, those 50 escorts were as good as 50 mute people. "You're Jun Mo Zai's personal guards?" Sikong and Yi had asked in a spirited manner. "Yes." Lai Tai seemed to cherish every word like gold. The others didn't even say yes. Their expressions were blank. In fact, it seemed as if they hadn't even heard what had been said. "It seems that the guards trained by the 3rd Master Jun are very skilled. How did he train you? How did you train to become so good? Tell me, and I will listen." "I genuinely wish to learn." Sikong and Yi was genuinely interested. He wanted to use those training methods so that the Sikong family would Lai Tai merely stared. What training do you do every morning? Only a stare in reply. Is the training very tough? Silence. Does Jun Mozai have more men like you under his command? Wooden silence. The third young master's master is very fierce. Lai Tai's eyes had started to seem impatient by now. This spirit Xuan expert is nagging like a woman. He still hasn't stopped. The Jun family. Sikong and he finally became silent. Who wants such men under their command? I will choke and die if I had such men. You won't speak a word. I'm not asking your secrets. I'm a Sirit Xuan expert who is showing you some respect. I'm showing respect by asking these questions to a lower-leveled Xuan expert, but you're being rude to your senior. You're genuinely annoying me. However, the people who genuinely felt annoyed were the ones following after him. They eventually met with a group of robbers some time later. Sikong and Yi had been feeling very gloomy, and these robbers were just in time for him to vent his anger. He revealed his imposing strength to some extent, but didn't make them kneel for forgiveness that instant. Let me show you gold Xuan brats what the tyrannical strength of a spirit Xuan looks like. Who would've thought that the guards would instantaneously raise their power with the intention to kill the 10 robbers were turned into ground meat in a split second. In fact, the entire fight was over in the blink of an eye. After that, the ground was cleaned and their bodies were buried. In fact, even half a lump of their bodies couldn't be seen by tea time. Sikong and Yi was left stupefied by this. However, he wasn't amazed at the fighting strength of those guards. After all, each of these guards was a gold Xuan expert. In fact, they could even create some trouble for a spirit Xuan expert like him. However, he was stunned because he had seen one of them face a bandit. That guard had walked to the side with a steamed dumpling stuffed in his mouth, and he had then started to fight. In fact, his mouth was still stuffed with that dumpling while he had fought his opponents. He had eventually hacked 3 of them to their deaths. The blood had splashed all over his body. Even the stuffed dumpling in his mouth had been dyed red with blood. In fact, some blood had even started to drip onto the ground from the dumpling. That guard had then walked back and shoved his sword into the scabbard at his waist. He had then opened his mouth, munch, 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 and had resumed eating that stuffed dumpling. He had swallowed his fill and given a cry of relish from the very bottom of his heart. Bloog. Sikong and Yi couldn't resist the urge to vomit even though he was at the spirit Xuan realm. These guys are too disgusting. I will never eat with them on the same table. Are you feeling reassured now? Jun Mozai asked Bailey Luo Yun after the 2 spirit Xuan experts had left. Many thanks, young master Jun. Bailey Luo Yun's eyes were full of gratitude. Those men had hailed from his father's family, and this fact had been giving him some trouble. However, Bailey Luo Yun didn't have any misgivings anymore. Would the Bailey family not show respect if the heads of the Duanmu and the Sikong families were to arrive there? After all, those 2 families were in no way weaker than the Bailey family. Thank you. Never speak these words to me again. You must understand that I wouldn't have expended so much energy if this matter were a waste. After all, they call me the young master, the Nugget young master of the Jun family, and what not. Jun Mozai smiled. He then took out a folded sheet of paper from the sleeve of his white robe and handed it over. This is what you need to accomplish over the next 2 months. And this must be done in 2 months only. You can come and find me in the Tanzang city afterwards. Jun Mozai smiled as he continued, we will look after your family even if you aren't able to finish this task in 2 months. However, there's no need for you to return if you're unable to complete the mission. Jun Mo-Zai's eyes shot a sharp and a pressing glint. Bailey Luo Yun's body shook as he took the white paper and unfolded it. Then, he looked up at Jun Mo-Zai in shock before he looked down again and read it carefully. The names given here are 50 in number. Officials, rich merchants, Xuan experts, etc. Each person has some reproachable crime to their name. I want you to kill these 50 people within 2 months and succeed in making your own name. Listen carefully, make your own name. Do you understand? Jun Mo-Zai continued slowly. Good and evil will eventually be distinguished. Heaven's justice can't be escaped. A hand from the heaven has descended to kill the vile. Bailey Luo Yun shuddered. Then, a thick murderous aura emerged from his eyes. He had finally understood what Jun Mo-Zai had wanted from him. You must remember another thing. You mustn't leave any evidence behind after you've killed them. No injuries, no nothing except for those words, and no man must know that it was you. But you have to create the greatest uproar. The young Master Jun continued slowly. You can come and look for me in Tianzing after your mission with these 50 people is done, and I will make you an indispensable part of my life when that time comes. Bailey Luo Yun nodded solemnly. He then folded that piece of paper very slowly. In fact, he did it carefully and delicately. The young man's face was still as calm as before, and he was still looking down, but a fire had already lit up in his eyes. Chapter 403 I will never shirk away. Chapter 403 I will never shirk away. Bailey Luo Yun's mind had formed a target in a flash. He even had a plan by now, but he didn't talk about it. He was simply going to execute it. The plan would seem incomplete if he were to talk about it. So, talking about it would be no better than empty words. So, there was nothing to talk about. In fact, it would be meaningless even if he did talk about it. He had to kill 50 people within 2 months. So, time was of the essence. Bailey Luo Yun carefully placed the white paper inside the chest pocket of his robe. He then looked up at Jun Mo-Zai. The young man seemed somewhat relaxed as he smiled and spoke up. You'll get to it then. The sooner the better. Jun Mo-Zai smiled as he patted the other's shoulder and said, You must go. Bailey Luo Yun nodded, turned around, and took a step. It was obvious that he didn't wish to waste any time. Wait. Take this. Jun Mo-Zai raised his hand and dropped a small jade bottle into Bailey Luo Yun's. There are 2 kinds of pills in this bottle. The yellow ones can dissolve 100 types of poisons, and the red ones can increase your cultivation by 10 years. Bailey Luo Yun clutched the jade bottle tightly. He didn't turn around as he pressed upon the hilt of the sword that hung at his waist. However, his body stopped and his face had started to belie the emotion and surprise of his heart. But he showed no signs of hesitation as he suddenly took large strides forward and disappeared from everyone's vision in a flash. Jun Wuyi, Solitary Falcon, and the 3 Dongfeng brothers hadn't said a word to interrupt while Jun Mo-Zai had been talking to Bailey Luo Yun. The 5 experts knew that today's conversation was Jun Mo-Zai's means to increase his personal influence, just his own personal influence. However, Jun Mo-Zai would never ignore them. In fact, even the very thought of ignoring them would never cross his mind. And the 5 hidden experts felt very satisfied in this knowledge. They knew that their interruption would have affected Jun Mo-Zai's authority. The 5 of them were cunning individuals in their own merit, so how wouldn't they have known this? They saw that Jun Mozai was finished with his matters. Jun Wuyi glanced at the 3 Dongfeng brothers and said, "Come here, Mozai. We have something to tell you." The solitary falcon smiled and spoke up. "You guys talk. This old man will take a stroll." He said this, spun around, and disappeared without a trace. He had more or less guessed what those people were going to talk about, but the solitary falcon had no interest in it. He only wanted to advance through his cultivation's barrier and forge ahead with his new moves. What do I care about relationships between men and women? What do I care about making love? That's their business. The great master solitary falcon was in no mood to participate, so he slipped away. In fact, he was so lithe that it seemed as if his soles had been oiled. Jun Wuyi and Dongfeng Wen King looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, they wanted to discuss a tabooed subject with someone from the younger generation. In fact, all 4 uncles seemed embarrassed. Dugu Zairoyi and Guarn King Han were standing at a distance. They looked at each other when they saw the 5 people move towards the big tent. Then, they also started to move towards it in silence. After all, they also wanted to know why there had been such a big transformation in Jun Mozai. The difference in this before and after image was too great. Moreover, it was too strange. Both of them had watched the recent battle from their position of hiding, and both of them had distinct thoughts at the sight. Dugu Zairoyi thought he's very fierce. He had endured so much for such a long time. But he has finally jumped out. I have the best eyesight. I had seen Brother Mozai first, but who won't wish to snatch him away? However, Guarn King Han's thoughts were far more complicated than those of Dugu Zairoyi's. In fact, she was in a daze as she looked at Jun Mozai's back. She thought he used to let me. The social position of a woman has always been lower than that of men. Which man would have wanted to be bullied by a woman? To think that I have troubled Jun Mozai for so many years. I've beaten and scolded him so very often. Moreover, I've never had a good impression of him. But this man of great skill has always been patient. He had behaved in a manner that was held contemptible by everyone else in his attempts to get close to me. She recalled that Jun Mozai had always trained seriously, but he had only laughed and behaved like a hoodlum whenever she'd bully him. Guarn King Han couldn't help as her heart was suddenly filled with a warm feeling. He's a proud man, but he was willing to suffer so much for the woman he loves. Aren't such men rare to come by? It's easy to discover a valuable treasure, but it's rare to find such a lover. However, this man has shown his true abilities at this time. Moreover, he's about to reveal his exceptional bearings to the world, and a coincidence I was helpless in made me become his woman. Moreover, he was the first one to acknowledge me as his woman. Could this be fate? But how could this be so simple? How will we face this later? Guarn King Han's mind was left perplexed as she began to ponder over her troubles. And this was when Dugu Zairoyi pulled her along, and they made their way to the entrance of the Supreme Commander's tent. Jun Wuyi and the others seemed very worried as they took their seats. The 4 adults looked at each other, but none could speak a word. They didn't know how they were supposed to say it or what they were supposed to say in the first place. Moreover, the individuals inside the tent were aware that the 2 girls were eavesdropping on them from the outside, but they didn't deem it necessary to hide this matter from them. After all, those 2 had also been involved in it all along. Jun Mozai was baffled as he looked at his 3rd uncle. What happened? Why is everyone looking like this? Did something bad happen at home? Whatever bad has happened at home is because of you, you brat, the four men shouted and cursed in unison. It could be assumed that their coordination wouldn't have been this great on an ordinary day. In fact, even they couldn't help but look at each other after they finished. Mosai, this is regarding you and King Han. Your three uncles and I were talking about it a moment ago. Jun Wuyi had a very complicated expression on his face as he helplessly continued, I have adopted King Han as my daughter. And I have annulled the old engagement of hers. But the world doesn't know about it yet. In fact, even your grandfather doesn't know about this matter. What is this? What do you wish to say? Third Uncle Jun Mosai wasn't stupid. But he hadn't thought about this. Warren King Han was his woman as far as he was concerned. He knew that there might be some slanderous gossip once the matter came out. But he hadn't expected it to be very serious. The woman's identity doesn't matter. Her husband, that is, my brother, is dead. You can't expect a beautiful woman to live as a widow for her entire life. It's not like we have to go through a public courtship. We don't even have to go through a ceremony if we don't want to. So, what kind of reasoning is this? Who wouldn't wish to pursue lifelong happiness? The Jun family intends to return Warren King Han her freedom. In fact, the Jun family has already done that. And Warren King Han would obviously wish to marry someone else after some time. It has to happen sooner or later. She will have to marry someone else, so why can't I marry her? This is how Jun Mosai had been thinking on that matter. And he had always thought that it wasn't a big deal. These thoughts had obviously birthed from the thought process of his previous world. However, he had unknowingly been ignoring the strict customs that regarded to the male-female relationships of the world he was currently a resident of. Moreover, the concepts of etiquette and morality were taken very seriously in this world, and they were entirely different from the world he had left behind. I don't know what you're thinking, brat, but even an idiot can predict what will happen once your grandfather comes to know of this. His anger will strike like a thunderstorm. Jun Wuyi looked at his nephew and continued, the Guarn family's lord will also be ashamed. Therefore, I have spoken to your three uncles, and we have decided that you will follow your uncles to the Dongfeng family once the army strikes camp. You will see your mother and meet your grandmother. After all, it's been 10 years since you've met them. You will continue to get love from your own blood over there. Meanwhile, I will try to resolve this matter as quickly as I can. You will return only once your grandfather's rage has been pacified. Otherwise, I don't know what your grandfather will do in anger. Jun Mosai frowned. He hadn't gotten the hang of what he had heard. Third uncle, what do you mean that I should go away till everything calms down? You aren't an idiot, you brat. You know well what I meant. Jun Wuyi sighed and replied, this matter will result in a lot of things. So, we will have to negate many negative effects from this matter. What negative effects? What will grandfather do in anger? Third uncle, what are you saying? Jun Mosai burst out. What effects will be there? Is this matter genuinely that big a disgrace to our family? Warren King Han was standing outside the tent. Her delicate hands covered her mouth as 2 tears fell from her eyes. The 3 Dongfeng brothers and Jun Wuyi believed that this brat was usually very quick on the uptake. So, they couldn't understand why he was acting so confused at this time. The 4 men knew that neither Jun Mosai nor Warren King Han could be blamed for what had happened. But the result was still the same. And it was a huge mistake. This was a complete mistake since the world at large hadn't recognized Warren King Han's new identity. Third uncle is doing this for your good. John Wuyi's eyebrows shot up. I don't want you to run and hide either, but you have to know that not everything in this world happens like you want it to. We have to work very hard for everything, and I'm sure that it won't be long before everything calms down. Moreover, don't you wish to meet your mother and grandmother? No, that's totally different. I want to visit mother and grandmother, but I can't do it right now. John Mozai firmly refused. I will never escape and hide behind the Dongfeng family and wait for things to run their course. John Mozai doesn't not do this. The four men hadn't expected such an impassioned reaction from him. In fact, they were stunned by it. This is obviously the best way to resolve this embarrassing matter. So, what's the issue with this brat? John Mozai suddenly stood up. I don't know a damned thing about this world's customs, and it doesn't matter how people will regard what happened. I won't discuss this any further. I won't yield or make any compromise. I will never shirk away. Don't tell me that this woman will abide by the customs and remain a widow her entire life. Don't forget that this woman didn't even see her husband much, nor did she have a marriage ceremony, let alone derive the pleasures that come from it. What is the meaning of such a marriage? Can't a woman even pursue happiness for herself? The John family has already decided to return her happiness to her. We've allowed her to marry again. So, why can't she marry me? Am I not her man? Can't I bring her happiness? Moreover, she is already my woman. Why should we care about other people's views or what they will think? What do they have to do with us? Those rotten nobles are no better than farts. I will conquer the land and burn each one of them. If they ever offend me, I will destroy their very roots. All of them will be finished. John Mozai was somewhat mad, and a crazy killing intention had risen from his eyes. Chapter 404 I will protect my woman myself. Chapter 404 I will protect my woman myself. Don't get so emotional, Mozai. I never said that I won't allow the two of you to be together. I'm only saying that we must postpone this matter for some time. Yes, your relationship with King Han is that of husband and wife now. This is a fact that doesn't need reminding. Each one of us wants to facilitate this, and none of us wishes to hinder it. And you have to understand that. John Wuyi pounded his hands on the desk. But this thing will take time. You need to give us some time for mediation. Wait till King Han's new identity is known to the world. After that, I will personally take charge of your wedding. Let her live with honor and dignity as your wife. Can't you even wait for such a short period of time? Do you want everyone to be reviled? Do you want that our family perishes and everyone sneers at us? Will you be pleased then? How would that happen? John Mozai didn't yield an inch. He looked up and replied, Third uncle, who will bear the pressure of these mistakes if I avoid these problems and hide like a turtle in its shell? Who will bear it? John Mozai had a quick idea. He turned around, and a streak of blue light emerged from his fingertips. It streaked across to the tent's entrance and cut its flap like a blade. The flap floated down and revealed Gwarn King Han's tear-stained face. Dugu Ziroi stood beside her with a panic-stricken and helpless expression. Silence reigned inside the tent. No one spoke up. Who will bear it? Is it even necessary to say it? I will leave, and I will relax. And I will escape all punishment. After all, the infamy will have nothing to do with me if I'm not around. But that doesn't mean that it won't find anyone's doorstep. Someone will still need to bear those onslaughts. And that someone will be her. Gwarn King Han. John Mozai strode over, grabbed Gwarn King Han's arm, and pulled her inside. This woman will have to bear the dishonor if I escape, this woman who has already suffered so much for the Jun family. Jun Mo Zai had turned somewhat red. He did his best to control his anger, but he was unable to stop it. Will my woman have to bear everything for me? Jun Mo Zai looked at his uncle in a serious manner. His eyes flashed with light. You're an experienced man, third uncle. How could you not know the power of slanderous gossip? There's no end to the envy of so many people. How could a delicate young woman bear those accusations? Wouldn't that pressure hound her to death? Warren King Han's delicate body seemed like a dead leaf that was floating about in the autumn wind. She was even shuddering in a light manner. Her otherwise cold face seemed helpless at this time. She was strong, and she could bear much more than an average woman could. But she still wouldn't be able to stand up to the entire world once they'd start deriding her virtue. She's my adopted daughter, and my nephew's wife. I will protect her. I will hide her inside our home, and I won't allow her to hear a single strand of those slanderous gossips. She can wait to show her face, and everything will have become calm by the time she does that. Jun Wuyi was moved somewhat. Do you think that I wouldn't even have known this much? Will this situation ever calm down? Jun Mo Zai snorted and said, how many of those people could you call resolute individuals? There are many who are bored out of their minds. There are many who can sleep with prostitutes. Yet they act high and noble on the outside when they criticize others. Am I seeing less here? This crisis will perhaps never be resolved unless I assert myself. They won't stop unless Warren King Han kills herself. They will only stop once her blood has wiped this matter clean. Therefore, I will protect my woman myself. Jun Mo Zai's voice was extremely sharp. He seemed to be brimming with a murderous aura as he straightened his back and gazed loftily at the four men. This is my responsibility. I won't avoid it. I'll never do that. I don't care about her previous identity. I only know that she is my woman now, and she became my woman to save me. Jun Mo Zai's shining eyes were full of killing intention, and they shone even brighter as he continued, I don't care what happened before, and neither do I care about what my feelings were at that time. I only know that Warren King Han is my woman. She is Jun Mo Zai's woman, and no one can ever even dream of harming her. Jun Mo Zai's voice was sonorous, and it resounded in a powerful manner. Would I be able to call myself a real man if I hide from the truth and make my woman deal with the mountain-like burden of an ocean of criticism in my stead? Jun Mo Zai sneered and continued, would I be regarded as a real man if I run and escape from my responsibility? Would I still be me? Don't forget the Jun family's teaching. Having BLLS doesn't make you a real man. It is the indomitable spirit that does. So what if everyone comes to curse and criticize us? Jun Mo Zai smirked with arrogance. I will support my woman in this world. I will continue on my path even if I have to kill everyone else in the world. I won't retreat even after 10,000 deaths have stained my path. Warren King Han suddenly and involuntarily broke down and started to cry bitter tears. And her weeping was loud. She had been worried about this matter since the previous evening. In fact, Warren King Han didn't know how she would face everything. If Jun Mo Zai were to go into hiding, she perhaps would have killed herself. However, each word of Jun Mo Zai's was strong and resolute. In fact, each of his words was a decisive blow which could kill any enemy. This man isn't speaking with honeyed words, and he isn't pledging his undying love either, but he's ready to set himself against the world for my sake. Moreover, he's even ready to fight against the morals and ideologies of the society at large. He will fight the entire world for my sake. Which man would ever have taken such a step for his woman? The misgivings of Gwarn King Han's heart had vanished in an instant. Dugu Zairoyi looked at Jun Mo Zai's upright body. His words seemed like a declaration of war. His eyes seemed to have been brimming with affection. And then she saw Gwarn King Han's expression. The little girl obviously couldn't help became envious. If only he does something like this for me one day. Har good Jun Wuyi's serious voice had suddenly changed. His face had started to brim with admiration. He clapped and said, "Good, you are worthy of being called Jun Wuyi's nephew. This is the indomitable spirit of a man who deserves praise. This is a real man." The three Dongfeng brothers also looked at Jun Mo Zai with a sense immeasurable satisfaction in their eyes. Dongfeng Wendao laughed and spoke up. "Good spirit, you're truly worthy of being called the son of the White Commander Jun Wu Hui. Very rarely can we find a man with such determination. You're worthy of being my nephew. Your heroism overshadows the heavens. Your uncle will always take your side in this matter, even if the whole world stands against you." Jun Mo Zai was stumped. He stammered as he asked, "Were you guys testing me from the start?" "It wasn't a test." Jun Wuyi was very pleased as he looked at his nephew. "We are very helpless in this matter. And it would've ended at that if you had agreed to hide. After all, the customs and values of this world are very strict. No one would dare to take them lightly, so hiding from this matter is also understandable. However, it has always been a young master's job to take such responsibility on his shoulders. And, especially if that young master is a real man from the Jun family, not many people in this world would've taken this responsibility. But, you've made your uncle proud, Mo Zai. My nephew didn't disappoint me. You are a real man with indomitable spirit. And, don't worry, your uncle will do his best to help you. And we will get the desired results, but your grandfather is also there, so you will have to suffer some pain from that side. I can't help you with that." Jun Wuyi smiled. Jun Mo Zai nodded and gnashed his teeth as he said, "Don't worry, third uncle, your nephew will remain steady. I have taken this path. So, I will have no regrets even if I have to kneel. I'm willing to go to any extremes." Good spirit. Jun Wuyi and the three Dongfeng brothers cheered loudly. Gwarn King Han looked at Jun Mo Zai's determined expression, and she couldn't help but erupt with a feeling of tenderness. An indescribable sense of security had bubbled up in her heart. She couldn't help as she silently lowered her head and blushed. Dugu Zairoyi was pouting at her side. Her cheeks were very bloated, and her eyes showed that she hadn't resigned to what was happening. Jun Wuyi seemed in high spirits. He bent on his desk and scribbled something on a paper for a while. He then threw his quill away and shouted, "Someone, come in." A personal guard hurried inside. "Quickly send this letter by an eagle to my father in the capital. This is top secret and very urgent," Jun Wuyi ordered coldly. "Yes, sir. I, the Supreme Commander, give a first-class order to the officers and men of the army. Keep your lips sealed. I will act in accordance with the military law, and I will execute the entire family of the man who dares to divulge this secret. In fact, I will extinguish them to the 9th generation." Jun Wuyi's voice was full of killing intention. That blood general had exceeded his authority for the first time, and he had issued a non-combat order for the happiness of his nephew and the future of the Jun family. But the killing intention in his voice was so strong that anyone who heard it would realize that Jun Wuyi wouldn't care about the amount of blood on his hands if they disobeyed that order. He would easily make a mountain of corpses and run rivers red with blood if he had to. "Yes, sir." The order passed quickly to the 20,000 officers and men, and left each one of them to shiver. The two squads who had been besides Jun Mozai's tent trembled even more than the others. They had been acting recklessly and had been discussing this matter since that day. It hadn't gone out yet, but they had still been talking about this matter in some detail. However, the members of those two squads had fully understood the meaning of this order the moment it was relayed. In fact, each one of them felt as if they had started to hover close to the very gates of hell. Those two squads suddenly became extremely orderly and disciplined. In fact, they could even be considered a model squad now. It seemed that two lowered voices had been discussing something on a distant tree while Jun Mozai had spoken those words. It was also evident that the two voices were in disagreement. "This is very unexpected, elder sister." That Jun Mozai was very serious and honorable. He also took the responsibility. "How's he the despicable and shameless person that elder sister said he was? Did elder sister misunderstand him?" "How can I misunderstand? This brat is very despicable and shameless. He must be acting." "Really, are you sure?" The reply sounded very skeptical. "He has obviously discovered us outside. So, he's putting on an act for us to see. How can this happen? Anyway, he's not our good man." "He's not our good man, but I'm not sure he seems like a good man. How can this be?" "Humph." The army struck camp once Jun Wui gave the order. Their banners fluttered as they began their triumphant march back to Tanzang City. Chapter 405 Everyone has their own issues. Chapter 405 Everyone has their own issues. Jun Wuyi and the commander of the Southern Heaven City's defenses, Wan Wuyan, earnestly bid farewell to each other. In fact, it seemed as if they were reluctant to part since these two had hit it off like they were old friends. "Third General Jun, this Wan Wuyan appreciates your kindness. However, the people of this Southern Heaven City have suffered the same fate as my Wan family for many years. So, my family would be loath to leave. Besides, it is possible that the taxes might increase if I leave. So, would it be tough for the Southern Heavenly City's elderly if I leave? I'm content to guard this city till I die." Jun Wuyi had proposed he would petition for Wan Wuyan to be transferred to him at a later date. However, Wan Wuyan had flatly refused without any hesitation. "I won't put this proposal forward if that's the case. Moreover, this Wuyi will try his hardest to ensure that General Wan Wuyan retains his position as the commander of this city's defenses if the Ministry of War ever decides to transfer you." Jun Wuyi cupped his hands and spoke up in a profound manner. "Many thanks, Third General." Jun Wan Wuyan was overjoyed. He cupped his fists as he stood up and said in a solemn manner, "This Wu Yan can't accompany the Supreme Commander unhindered throughout the world. It's a matter of real pity. But I have no regrets. I only hope that the Supreme Commander's heroics spread far and wide like the wind. And may he accomplish great fame and glory. May my Tanzang conquer all. Take care, Supreme Commander. We shall meet again." The two men made their salutations in a heavy manner since they were reluctant to part. The sound of the hoofbeats rose like a whirlwind. They started slowly, but they quickly sped up and formed a powerful torrent of steel. The army's fluttering banners made whistling sounds against the autumn wind as they moved. This mighty army had set on its course northwards. Tang Zhang's army moved in a long and snaking formation. It surprisingly maintained good order as it flew northwards to mark its triumphant return. Not a single regular soldier had been lost in that battle at Southern Heaven City. Everyone had come prepared for bloodshed. And, All of them had readied themselves to sacrifice their lives. Therefore, everyone was overjoyed at this time. Everyone had thought that going to this battle had meant a certain death. A soldier's career is one of blood and steel. Orders are like mountains and death isn't to be feared. However, all men have a fear of death. Even the most ferocious of soldiers aren't an exception to this. Any man would feel sorrow when the thought of his death would cross his mind. Moreover, this army had been sent to face a force that could wipe out an army 10 times stronger. However, no one had thought that the infamous, powerful, and lethal Xuan beast uprising would cause no great casualties to their numbers. Even the opportunity to send troops from reserve force hadn't arisen. In fact, many hadn't even suffered scratches. It could be regarded as a strong start but weak finish. And the troops were now making their return to the capital. However, no one celebrated as they marched back. In fact, it was like everyone had woken up from a nightmare. However, everyone was happy since they were returning home. So, their strides were long and brisk. And the young masters from the powerful houses who had been named by the emperor to participate in this war were also feeling like they had escaped death. Moreover, their party had also lost only a few guards. They had journeyed out for the first time, yet it seemed that they had made a huge contribution. The 300 soldiers who had gone to battle also contained guards from many powerful families, and the surviving members from other families were very dissatisfied with their young masters. But they couldn't express it. Young Master John will give 200 taels in silver to each survivor from his guard. Moreover, he will look after the families of those who had died in battle. You must know that we've also come here for your sake, otherwise who'd come to this area to throw away their life who wouldn't wish to stay home and hold his wife as he slept? Our devotion for our young master would have been better rewarded by others, perhaps even strangers. There is a genuine disparity between these men. However, these negative emotions were completely lost on the various young masters since they were in an excited state of mind. Anyway, they wouldn't have bothered even if they had noted those feelings. After all, these young masters had grown up in extreme luxury and an environment of constant self-importance. Moreover, they had known that their chances of survival in this battle had been 9 in the beginning, and this had left them to feel wronged and gloomy. Why are some brothers enjoying a comfortable life at home while we were sent here to risk our lives? Which one of us doesn't have an influential father? Which one of us wasn't raised by a caring mother? So, why are we worthless dirt while those other young masters were treated as precious gold? Moreover, some news had come through from the capital, and it had said that each powerful family was facing turbulence due to the internal contest for seeking the next heirs to the position of the family's lord. Furthermore, the rumor had said that the young masters who had been sent to battle had already been renounced. In fact, they hadn't even been nominated. 1 or 2 people had guessed that this news was perhaps false. But what would happen when 100 people said that it wasn't? Therefore, everyone had started to believe it soon enough. And this had left the many young masters who had gone to war extremely angry. Why, you piles of trash can stay at home comfortably. Yet, you still receive the nomination for the seat of the family's lord. We go to wars and face grave dangers on the other hand. However, even our very nominations are cancelled despite everything. Your trash were heroes. This glory has come in exchange of following orders we didn't take to the battlefield. But that was because we had no opportunity. But this doesn't mean that we didn't try hard enough. In any case, we were at the battle, and that too at the cost of our life. We are coming back, and with an outstanding military service to back our merit. Therefore, the young masters of the various families had turned into fighting cocks. Moreover, their fighting spirits seemed very high. In fact, the eyes of each one of them shone and produced a cold, killing intention which couldn't be subdued. And this killing intention was obviously directed towards their families, particularly towards their brothers who had reaped without sowing. So they gnashed their teeth and prepared themselves for the fight. One could imagine that these young men would be like a pack of crazed red-eyed wolves when they'd return to the Tianzing city. They would show no quarter to those in their families who had schemed to covet the family's top seat. They would launch an unending and ceaseless struggle for power. However, they were completely unaware that their brothers in the capital had been in a state of panic ever since the news of the army's Safin triumphant return had reached the city. This news hadn't even subsided when everyone had started to heap glory on the young masters who had gone to war. People had obviously started to say that those young masters would be the ideal heirs to the family's top position once they'd returned. In fact, it didn't even matter if they had genuinely taken to the field or not. They had done an outstanding military service since they had put their life at risk by participating. And this illustrated the problem rather clearly. Therefore, the young masters who were left behind were also prepared and waiting for the battle. Those damn brothers of ours didn't die. And they are now returning. There would inevitably be a conflict between opposing factions. And this would give rise to a civil war within the families. Both sides were already ready and waiting for war. They were separated by thousands of kilometers, yet they were already battle-ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. Who is scared of you? Obviously, there were some exceptions to such matters. Not every family's young masters were like this. The Dugu family and the Lai family were two such examples, apart from the family which had profited the most from this war, and that family was obviously the Jun family. However, the third master Zhang Wuyi and his family members were still in the most serious frame of mind. In fact, they were even more serious than the young masters who were chasing after the power of their family's top seats. The thing that had happened between Zhang Mozai and Warren King Han had been too unfortunate. Zhang Mozai would have to face an offensive torrent of slanderous rumors. In fact, Zhang Wuyi reckoned that the first wave would surge so powerfully that it couldn't be controlled. Zhang Mozai was a crowned debauchee of the Tianzing city, and no one could stand him. Moreover, he had offended the great scholars during the scholarly feast, and it was important to know that those scholars had huge influence inside the city. In fact, many in the imperial censor board had come from their ranks. The young Master Jun was in an official military position, and any promiscuous behavior within that capacity was strictly prohibited, and ignoring this rule was extremely dangerous. So, it would be hard to offer an excuse even though the war had ended at the time of the incident. Moreover, Warren King Han and Dugu Zairoyi went a part of the army. In fact, it could be said that even the Supreme Commander Jun couldn't escape censure in light of the strict military provisions. So, what chances did Zhang Mozai hold? Moreover, the rules regarding male-female relationship were very strict, and Zhang Mozai had violated his elder brother's wife. So, the justice for that crime would obviously be very harsh. How could they allow Zhang Mozai to be at ease with so many grounds on their hands? Moreover, the Zhang family had delivered many outstanding military leaders. However, it was important to note that the civil and military leadership had always stood against each other. In fact, they had never been to each other's liking. And this was a rare and huge opportunity to attack. So, no one knew how this matter would turn out. However, things didn't seem very optimistic from the outset. Moreover, Jun Wuyi had determined that the news of the scandal had already been passed in to the capital. He had given a close-lips order, but there were many spies and informers in the army, and these people belonged to other families as well as the imperial court. So, why would they privately follow his orders? Therefore, it could be presumed that many people in the capital were already preparing to make attacks of denunciation. Therefore, the victorious and glorious Supreme Commander Jun Wuyi was quite concerned at this time. In fact, he had been frowning the entire journey. His nephew was a brilliant and divine talent. But how would he remain unruffled in the face of the tongues of men throughout the world? Moreover, how could the delicate Warren King Han survive these stormy seas? The accumulated hatred could rise as high as a mountain if all the enemies of the Jun family team up and launch attacks on us. In fact, I'm certain that they won't miss such a good opportunity. The more Jun Wuyi thought about it, the sadder he became. However, Jun Mozai had managed to remain calm throughout. It didn't even seem like he wasn't on the eve of facing an earth-shattering offensive of public opinion. In fact, there wasn't a strand of botheration in his eyes. He was very relaxed. In fact, he had even used the remaining of his personal guards to act as vanguard once again. Jun Mozai's objective was simple. My teams won't walk on the main road on this return journey from the Southern Heaven City. Moreover, we won't leave a single bandit on this road. All of them should be eliminated. Kill as many as you can find. The more the better, but don't touch the innocent. We will sweep-clean the entire route on our way to Tanzang as we return. The young Master Jun would often separate from his guards. He would even follow after Warren King Han in a mischievous manner during the daytime, and sometimes he would listen to Dugu Zairoyi as shed brag. However, no one would be able to spot his shadow after nightfall. So, no one knew what this brat was up to after nightfall. No major incident had happened throughout the journey. However, there had been some strange occurrences. The weapons of every young master's soldiers were being stolen every night, and it was extremely strange that those weapons were being stolen without a trace. In fact, it seemed that they had vanished into thin air, but these weapons weren't a part of the military's stock. So, the military didn't care about these incidents even if they were being stolen. And they merely recorded each and every theft, nothing more. However, it would have been a major event if the army's weapons had been stolen. They would put these incidents on record every day, and they would even assign a team of men to guard these weapons every night. However, the thefts continued to happen every night, and any efforts made in defense would go in vain. In fact, they never even found a shadow out of place. In fact, the guards had begun to lose their mind over this matter as time passed. Damn it, this guy loves to steal stuff. And it doesn't seem like we'll be able to catch him. I don't care what he loves to do as long as he doesn't steal away my skull. It's not like they were some divine weapons anyway, so forget about them now that they are gone. Chapter 406 The Truly Divine Weapon. Chapter 406 The Truly Divine Weapon. One genuinely couldn't blame the guards for not being mentally and physically alert. In fact, you could even say that one sword was being guarded by 50 men. So, the security was airtight. However, faced sword had still disappeared in front of thousands of watchful eyes. How could they guard against the disappearances that were so strange and mysterious in nature? Moreover, this hadn't just been the case with one or two weapons that had gone missing. Many others had been stolen in this fashion. In fact, this event was so inexplicable that everyone was at a loss. It's impossible to guard against this. Forget it, it's just a single blade, right? The men who would lose their weapons could only comforted themselves by cursing out loudly. You want to steal weapons, steal them from the Emperor's arsenal, there's plenty there. Are you genuinely so jobless that you wish to steal a few damaged swords? This is hard to understand, this is bullshit. Dugu Zairoe had been expending the entirety of her efforts to initiate an early offensive on Junmo Zai over these past days. That bold little girl's eyes had been reeking of urgency ever since she had seen Gwarn King Han achieve her goal. The little girl cared for her future and lifelong happiness. Moreover, she didn't care about what the others thought. Why would she care about their thoughts? In fact, the battle-returned Dugu brothers had foamed from their mouth in anxiousness when they learned of this. However, it had no effect on her. On the contrary, Gwarn King Han had returned to her normal ice-cold state after the discussions on that huge incident. Junmo Zai hadn't dismissed that matter in any way. She was consistently avoiding him. But that didn't seem to have deterred Junmo Zai in any manner. In fact, it seemed as if he was enjoying his defeat instead of getting tired. The young Master Jun's skin was very thick. In fact, it was as thick as a city's walls. And many people had come to learn of this fact over these past few days. Junmo Zai didn't annoy Gwarn King Han. He would go for a stroll in the morning, and he would greet any officer or soldier who was present in the vicinity. Then, he would eventually knock on the door to her tent. However, he would be refused entry without exception. After that, he would to return to chat with the men. Then, he'd go smiling to the two women, and say a few words to them once they had come out after having freshened up. He would return happy if they'd pay some attention to him. However, he wouldn't seem bothered if he were ignored. And this process would consume most of the early morning time. However, Dugu Zairoe would come over to see him once he was done with his side of the play. In fact, she'd sometimes come to bother him even before she had gotten ready properly. The little girl would use the exact same method which Junmo Zai would use on Gwarn King Han, and Junmo Zai would react exactly the way Gwarn King Han had. He wasn't neither too distant nor too intimate. He only kept a reasonable distance. However, Dugu Zairoe became extremely bold as time passed, and she continued to fight back despite the setbacks. And this entire process would continue to play in a loop. In fact, their attempts had become increasingly potent as the frustration had increased. However, the three individuals continued to circle around each other in this fashion. This cycle would continue throughout noon, and it would start in the evening all over again. However, the soldiers eventually lost interest in watching this drama as time passed. You three can't make any substantial headway, you're always wrangling like this, don't you feel vexed? Damn, we feel vexed when we look at you even if you don't. However, there was another very strange thing that had been happening of late. Most people would be lively early in the morning, they wouldn't seem dispirited to say the least. However, the young Master Jun had been looking tired after he'd wake up over the past few days. In fact, it seemed as if a good night's rest hadn't done any good to him. Moreover, this had been happening every day for a few days. In fact, it seemed as if he had started to lose weight. However, He would gradually regain his spirits after he'd eat a meal and take some rest. Everyone was obviously baffled by this. The third young master appears less tired at night. But he's alone at night. So, why is he so tired in the morning? Moreover, we don't see him doing any work during the daytime. So, what's going on? Young ladies Warren and Dugu also go to sleep early. So, it can't be because of them either. Then, who is it? His uncle Dongfeng Wen King endured these anomalies for a while at first. However, he eventually called Jun Mozai to the side and cautioned him in secrecy. Mozai, young people must learn to retrain themselves. Your uncle knows that this is the first time you're experiencing such a wonderful feeling. And I'm not interrupting to give vent to my discomfort. Your uncle was also young once upon a time. So I understand that this is very natural. But you're comforting yourself like that every night. Moreover, it's also very important to keep a check on how many times you're doing it. You won't die if you hold back for one evening. I understand that doing it several times in one night is a lot of fun. But it's also very injurious to the body, especially for those of us who practice martial arts. Moreover, it isn't good for the progeny either. So, you must learn to control yourself. Jun Mozai's eyes went wide as he heard this. He was stupefied at the heartfelt advice, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle, you're thinking too much. I'm not. The young Master Jun quickly tried to resolve matters. Good heavens, what's going on? What in not Dongfeng Wen King glared at first. However, he then sighed and decided to serve him with an example. Everyone here is a man, and I'm your uncle. You think you can't speak up because your narrow-minded uncle won't understand. Are you embarrassed? It's normal for grown youngsters to have such needs. Your uncle is also an experienced person. I was also young in those days. And I didn't have much control either. Alas, in other words, what I know about things related to this. Your uncle is telling you these things for your benefit. Don't say it's nothing, just listen to me and comply. Jun Mozai's face had been riddled with dark lines. He had been rendered speechless and couldn't help but feel very gloomy. Uncle is telling me to learn from his mistakes, so how can I talk back? How can I dare to talk back? Har, everyone understands. Young people have a massive fire within them, so control it as much as you can. And don't make it public. Dongfeng Wen King amiably patted his nephew's shoulder. Then he returned to assuming the very solemn bearing of a spirit Kshuan expert. After that, he walked out in a very arrogant manner. In fact, the expert felt very satisfied after having educated a young individual. It's fortunate that I've discovered this early. My nephew hasn't become addicted to it yet. So, I have managed to instruct him quickly. It would've been too bad if it had become an addiction. In fact, it could have become similar to what had happened to me back then. And one can't change what has already happened. Dongfeng Wen King's face had pride on it. However, some traces of sadness were also visible on his face as walked in a leisurely manner. Jun Mozai later inquired from his other two uncles, and found out that his eldest uncle had many wives and concubines. However, he also learned that the man didn't have any children. There was no one to call him father. So, he continued to tack in more concubines since he couldn't achieve the desired results. However, the negative results also continued to pile up along with the increasing number of concubines he took in. And this had eventually turned into a vicious cycle. It was said that the number of wives and concubines Dongfeng Wen King had already reached between 40 to 50. This was a terrifying number. In fact, He could change the duty roster every night, however, it would still take him 2 months to. So that's how it is. Jun Mo Zai laughed in the secrecy of his thoughts at first. However, a thought occurred to him later. I can use my medical expertise to help restore Uncle's ability to reproduce. It is possible, but how will I explain it? The old man had gone out of his way to help the young master, and he had consequently attached a bad name to himself. Thus, assisting him at this point wouldn't be proper. In fact, this wasn't even something which should be mentioned at this time. Moreover, he was the young master's maternal uncle. Therefore, his position in society was much higher than the young master's. Then, there was the prospect of what the others might say. Well, that matter could be handled until they got to the Dongfeng family. After all, this matter wasn't extremely urgent in its nature. Jun Mo Zai quickly returned to his tent after he watched his uncle walk into the distance. He turned his wrist, and a bright and shiny sword appeared in his hand. The length of that sword was marginally under 2.5 feet. It was 6 inches shorter than the traditional 3 feet sword. Its thickness was also somewhat lesser, while its breadth was moderate. Its hilt was unadorned, and its overall shape was oddly average and very ordinary. However, its tip and edges radiated light in all directions. The act of merely brandishing that sword had made the tent's temperature to suddenly drop to a chilling degree. In fact, the tent's temperature had started to resemble what one would experience during the twilight hours of evening, even though it was a sunny noontime outside. It seemed like the tip and the edges of the sword were sending out cold flames. In fact, it didn't seem to be radiating rays of light from it. This sword could act as a divine deterrent amongst the soldiers, even if it would stay stationary in the young master's hands. In fact, this sword would make them feel that it had been casting many profound rays of light for a long time. Jun Mo Zai moved his finger along the blade, and a clear and impassioned roar was emitted as a result. It seemed as if a cruel and bloodthirsty dragon that had been asleep for thousands of years had woken up from its dreams and had roared out thereafter. The sword's roar suddenly filled the air. People in a radius of over 30 meters heard it, and they could help their hearts throb heavily as a result. The countless horses which were stationed nearby went mad with fear and neighed loudly. They felt as if an ancient demon had descended amongst them. The terror they felt was indescribable. Jun Mo Zai picked up the sword that had been hanging on the tent's wall. It was of average length. He raised it with its tip pointed upwards. Then he brought it down in a nearly free-fall manner. Screech, snap. There was a soft noise as the blade shook and a cold light flashed through it to its tip. Then, it broke into 2 pieces almost like it was made out of tofu. After that, it fell to the ground. It had been ruined. It sounded as if a sharp sword had swiftly embedded itself into wood. In fact, it was almost inaudible. However, a sword that had been into many battles had been snapped into 2 by now. Jun Mo Zai lightly extended his sword, and leisurely caressed its spine as he muttered, "What are those glorious, sharp weapons in front of you? You're like a king of weapons, a monarch of swords." The sword remained silent. 333 blades, 333 sharp swords, and 333 halberds, those 999 weapons have combined to create you. How much blood would be needed to feed your appetite? It seemed as if Jun Mo Zai was talking to a real person in a slow and gentle tone. However, he knew that the sword understood it genuinely did, and that was because this treasured weapon had a soul. After all, real divine weapons possessed a soul. The sword trembled a little. It didn't move, but a strand of strange light moved from the hilt to the tip. It then returned and came to a stop at its spine. It seemed like the soul of a bloodthirsty serpent was moving back and forth. Jun Mozai carefully kept the sword in his arms and stroked it in a gentle manner. A strand of blood flowed out and ran through the sword. It spread throughout the blade both back and forth. However, the sword seemed as clear as a lake in autumn. It was untainted, not even a speck of dust could be seen on it. It appeared smooth, bright, and clean. This action of Jun Mozai's was very slow, serious, and deliberate. It was like he had cherished this action. I nourish my sword with my blood, and venerate my divine weapon with my soul. This was an ancient traditional ceremony of Chinese swordsmen. This ceremony has existed for thousands of years, as long as swordsmen have existed. However, the warm weapons had risen and the cold weapons had waned, and this ceremony had edged towards extinction. However, Jun Mozai had shown his great devotion to his sword and had performed such an ancient rite on his own initiative. He had used that method to convey his love to his sword, and he had also reminded himself, in Chinese, no matter where I am the blood of China. Even if I'm the only one in this world. Chapter 407 The Blood of Yellow Flame. Chapter 407 The Blood of Yellow Flame. There was no doubt and no room to question the fact that Jun Mozai had been behind the entirety of those thefts over the past few days. It was a very obvious thing. He was the only one who had the skill to be that divine thief. However, this so-called obvious matter could only have been known to us. The other people didn't know anything about it. The thieving young Master Jun would go out and steal things whenever he'd have some free time. Who in the world could stop him when he'd use those methods? He could stretch his hand and grab whatever he wanted. His skills had been growing and developing this entire time as well. Moreover, his spiritual strength had reached a very profound level. He would only need to make one mental action, and he would go inside the Hongjun Pagoda in case he came across the owners of those weapons. This method had taken him into a different league, and he wouldn't leave any trace or evidence behind as a result. In fact, he was convinced that even the premier scientists from his previous life wouldn't be able to figure anything out if they were to research this case. He would then use the turning ordinary iron into wonderful gold method inside his tent later at night once he was finished acquiring whatever he wanted. This destroyed any evidence of the theft by making structural changes into the weapons. It would be hard to describe the amount of pains the young Master Jun had been taking while using the yin-yang methods to escape into the 5 elements in order to steal these weapons. Then one has to consider that these weapons were very ordinary in their make, and the material used in them wasn't of some exceptional quality either. It was merely ordinary steel that was used to make ordinary weaponry. One could even say that the Jun family's young Master Jun Mozai's prodigal ways had transcended all previous notions that could be used to scale that very word. In fact, he had nearly lost himself in his extravagant endeavor. Jun Mozai had used his skills for several nights whilst being lost in this extravagance. However, he hadn't spared any effort in doing so. Consequently, he had used his amazing skill set to collect 999 weapons, and had then used the turning ordinary iron into wonderful gold on each of them to forge only one sword in exchange. It could be said that this was the first sword which Jun Mozai had personally forged in this world. However, it could also be said that he had used such an extreme method to forge his ultimate sword. This was because he had used his energy 300 times over the past few days while making that sword. And, This was an exceptionally huge consumption by any notion. The young Master Jun would perhaps still use the turning ordinary iron into wonderful gold technique to forge a sword. But he would have to pay a huge cost in terms of the drainage of his spiritual energy whenever he'd forge a new sword. Even someone with Jun Mo Zai's perseverance would find enduring such energy consumption a difficult task. Besides, he also felt that he may not have the courage and time to do something like this at a later stage in his life. The enemies he'd face in the future would continue to become more formidable as his strength would rise. They wouldn't be weaklings anymore, and they wouldn't allow him the time it takes to consume such energy. Jun Mo Zai could perhaps hide the fact that his energy had been consumed, but his relatives and underlings probably wouldn't be able to. So, even the slightest of carelessness could bring about irreparable tragedy and death. He had extracted the quintessence of each weapon. Jun Mo Zai had stubbornly worked towards perfection, and this is how this new sword had come into existence. The young Master Jun would steal those weapons, and then proceed onwards to forge his weapon. Then he would repeat that cycle again and endlessly at that. In fact, he had worked day and night without a proper break. And he had done all of that in order to forge that sword. The cycle had continued in this manner, and he had continually used his amazing power. He would overdraft his energy first. Then he would restore it. The vessels within his dantian and meridians resembled a hilltop reservoir. Both ends would be blocked at first. Then, the lower end would suddenly be opened and the water would rush out. This would leave the reservoir empty momentarily. Subsequently, the top end would be opened once the reservoir had been empty for a while. Thus, the reservoir would quickly fill with water. And this cycle would continue in this fashion. This cycle had become increasingly fast after the first use, and it had also become increasingly efficient. Moreover, the capacity of the reservoir also increased very marginally with every cycle of assault from the water. The capacity of the reservoir continued to increase as the frequency of these cycles increased. However, the reservoir would still be able to replenish its supplies in a very short period of time regardless of the scale of its expansion. Therefore, Jun Mo Zai's strength had increased very significantly because he had successfully refined that sword. In fact, his Chuan skills and cultivation had also surged up. He had already reached close to the middle level of Sky Xuan realm in accordance with the Xuan continent's standards. It was only a rise from the starting level to the middle level from one perspective. However, this was a huge progress if it was taken into consideration from the standard Xuan cultivation norms. The young master had entered the basic level of the Sky Xuan realm a few days back. But the circumstances over the past few days had allowed him to fly up and reach the verge of breaking through to the middle level. This matter was so alarming that it would make a man lose his teeth in shock. This was a never-seen-before speed of Xuan progression. In fact, even the legendary figures in the legends hadn't been this legendary. In addition, the young Master Jun had also become more proficient at using his amazing new powers. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had become very familiar with them. The young Master Jun's skill set was no longer limited to merely the extraction of the material. He could even try to manipulate this technique into reducing the length of a sword to half or perhaps make tiny sword in order to make it sharper and stronger. He could even melt 3 or 4 swords to make one sword or a knife. It was important to know that it was comparatively easier to release remarkable power in a fit of rage. But To exercise pinpoint precision was a feat that required absolute workmanship. Perhaps the young Master Jun couldn't control his power in its entirety. However, he had been ceaselessly studying the power, and had been working to develop his workmanship. However, this consumption of energy for an extended period of time would still leave Jun Mozai somewhat tired. The Hong Jun Pagoda would continuously replenish his physical energy. But this workmanship also required a huge amount of spiritual and mental energy. And the best means to replenish spiritual and mental energy was a sound sleep at the end of the day. The young Master Jun's achievements were great, but they still couldn't replace the benefits of sleep. And the lack of sleep would inevitably result in a worn-out expression on his face. And it was because of this particular reason that Jun Mozai was forced to endure his dear uncle's lectures, since the said man wanted to lead by example. Jun Mozai felt both good and ridiculous at the same time. But the entireties of his negative feelings were alleviated the moment he saw his sword. The young Master Jun only had eyes for this sword at this moment. Jun Mozai had used the yellow flame ceremony for the first time, and this was also the first time that he had used the blood sacrifice method to forge such a powerful sword. Moreover, he had forged that sword himself, and without the use of any tools at that. In other words, he had created this sword out of thin air. In fact, it was like he had suddenly begotten a child. Perhaps one could say that it was like a good friend who he had reunited with after a long time. But the said friend would never leave his side again. "You have my blood in you. I am a descendant of the Flame and Yellow Emperors. In the blood of China. I will keep it in my mind forever, in this life, and forever after." Jun Mozai gave his sword an exceptionally gentle look. This gaze had a hint of longing and melancholy in it. There was also a bit of nostalgia in that gaze. It was like he had passed through endless space and time to return to a place he loved. But his gaze was as resolute as before. "You shall be called the blood of Yellow Flame from now on." Jun Mozai's manner of speech was very heavy, and his eyes were fervent with passion. It seemed as if his blood had started to burn. "I have come to this other world, and you shall be my companion. You shall be my partner. I shall praise the name of Yellow Flame for my achievements as the evil monarch. We shall behead everyone we don't like. Only one sword and one man shall stand unhindered on this land. I will nourish you with the blood of my enemies in this world. You and the blood of Yellow Flame shall become an eternal legend." Jun Mozai's voice was low and serious. It was very serious. In fact, it didn't sound like a whisper at all. It sounded like pledge. It was an earth-shaking pledge, an oath which would survive till the end of time. The sword cried out loudly as it heard this. And this sound was like the cry of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. In the capital, the Jun family was bustling with activity these days. Princess Ling Ming had been visiting the Jun family's residence every day ever since the army had marched, and she would stay there the entire day. Even Her Majesty, the Empress, started to tag along with her from time to time as time passed. The old man, Jun, knew everything about the matter, but he didn't bother much. He merely waved his hand at it. In any case, Warren King Han wasn't residing in her accommodation for the time being. So, her quarters had been made ready to host the Empress and Princess Ling Ming. The Empress always stayed at Warren King Han's accommodations whenever she visited. She would often take out her jade flute and play a gentle song. Then, the Empress would remain there quietly without moving even a bit. She would always play her flute whenever she wanted to leave. And she would leave once she had played her flute again. She would never stay over. The anxious notes from the flute seemed cold and resentful. In fact, it was so mournful that it would leave the listeners weeping and broken-hearted. The Empress' expression was very serene. It could even be said that her face had frozen up. She only appeared devoted to playing those few tones. Her face would always be heavy. It would seem as if she was using her entire spirit to play those tunes. No man could resist feeling gloomy after having witnessed that serene grief. In fact, the Empress' eyes would sometimes reflect a gentle despair or a helpless sorrow when she'd play her flute. Yigu Han would be lying in John Mozai's courtyard. However, he would become extremely peaceful whenever the sound of the flute's music would arise. He could get up and move about to some extent nowadays. He could even take a few steps, but his body had suffered serious injuries and his meridians were severely damaged. Moreover, his right arm had been chopped off from his shoulders. So, his superb swordplay had been put to rest forever. His dantian had also suffered severe injuries, and this had resulted in the obliteration of his Skyxuan cultivation. Yigu Han had already become thin and diseased by now. His Skyxuan strength had disintegrated and reduced to the Xuan Kai of a crippled person. In fact, he had become an out-and-out cripple. This massive change in situation had brought the once-proud Yigu Han to the brink of insanity. He didn't regret this loss. Nor did he regret becoming a cripple for Princess Ling Ming's sake. In fact, he had no regrets as far as these points were concerned. But he still blamed himself for not dying on the spot that day. And he blamed himself for having survived with that destroyed body he now possessed. His arrogance couldn't accept such a shameful fate. So he would do everything in his power to seek death. However, even the berserk Yigu Han would become like the most obedient child when the sound of the flute would reverberate. He would sit calmly like the people next door, and would pass his time in that manner. Chapter 408 Old Man John's Extreme Joy Turns to Sorrow. Chapter 408 Old Man John's Extreme Joy Turns to Sorrow. Yigu Han's expression would become complicated whenever this would happen, and he would consequently turn listless and melancholic. There was a sense of loss within him, but it was also accompanied with a sense of happiness. His eyes were full of emotion and attachment. They were full of pain and happiness. His lips would repeatedly chant a name in silence. He didn't utter the words, but those two words would still remain on his lips. Zhu Zhu. Yigu Han would frequently mutter a poem as well. It was the same one that he had recited when he was about to die that day. He would often speak that verse again. Don't regret such deep affection. I willingly fall and wither into loneliness. The regret of my beloved can haunt an eternity. I shall give up on the heavens, but not on my beloved. However, Yigu Han had changed the final few words. If the next life is not enough, I shall give up on the heavens, but on my beloved. Yigu Han had modified those words a little, and those words no longer spoke of hate, but of hope for the next life. The next life had become a beautiful and cherished dream. These two individuals were merely separated by a wall, but it seemed like a long and difficult road spread across the entire human world lay in between them. It seemed that this huge wall was a massive eternal chasm which couldn't be crossed. If the next life is not enough, I shall give up on the heavens, but on my beloved. My dear Zhu Zhu, you used to love this verse when we were together. And, finally getting to hear it now. Yi Guhan had become teary-eyed with sadness. Uncle Yi, I never knew that mother could play the flute. Moreover, she's so good at it. Princess Ling Ming propped her cheeks, and her eyes became misty. This is the first time I'm hearing mother play the flute. You said that this is the first time you're hearing your mother play that tune. The unintentional speaker from the audience was the trembling Yi Guhan. He raised his head, and his eyes suddenly shone with a brilliant splendor that reflected his unexpected contentment. Yes, I've never seen mother fiddle with any instrument. In fact, I've never even heard her sing a verse. I had always thought that she didn't like music. Today has been a surprise for me. Princess Ling Ming replied in an innocent manner. Yi Guhan smiled, and this smile had stemmed from the bottom of his heart. He was feeling very satisfied at this moment. He wouldn't have asked that question otherwise. One tune was Listening to the Wind with a King, and the other was A World Away from Tears. Thank you, Zhu Zhu. I possess something very beautiful in this world, your affection. Thank you. I already had the reward I had craved, and the price I've paid for that was worth it. I'm really content. Yi Guhan had been leaning against a tree at that time. Its dead leaves fell swirling around the heroic man. His appearance had changed into something different and calm, something different yet peaceful. Yi Guhan had been crippled due to the destruction of his cultivation. However, he didn't look lonely from then on. He didn't look exhausted either. The man didn't go berserk again. Yi Guhan didn't even mind the unbearable pain he was suffering. In fact, he didn't even grow, and that was because Yi Guhan had realized that the price he had paid had been worth it. I'm no longer in misery. I'm no longer alone. I don't feel lonely anymore. I have no regrets, because I have you. The news from Southern Heaven City also started to come in from that day. And it continued to come every day since. The emperor also started to visit the Jun family every day from that day onwards. He would come to share a warm and cordial chat with Jun Jan Tian, and this left the Jun family's household to bustle with even more activity. It was obviously put under heavier guard as well. The emperor would also get to hear that distinct sound of the flute's melody on occasions when he'd arrive. He would sigh whenever he'd hear that music. His vision would get a little blurry, but he would sit calmly whilst he would drink his tea. In fact, he would even feel a little guilty if the past would flash by his eyes whenever he'd hear it. We get tangled in grudges. The world of mortals is very fickle. However, most of the families had to deal with the internal strife at this time. But Old Man Jun would only stroke his beard and look calm. He would even smile as he'd watch the great drama unfold in the court. In fact, he could almost feel himself bursting with happiness. Jun Jan Tian would be exhilarated at the sight of it. In fact, it was like he was getting to watch his favorite drummer. His numerous contemporaries and rivals were full of anger, but they were also having cold feet. Old Man Jun's face was calm on the surface, but his heart was rejoicing in their troubles. Are you old-timers used to joke about my grandson now? All of you shall suffer. All these events had left the Old Man Jun to feel very happy. He didn't like going to Imperial Court in the past, but he had started to wander in there every day these days. Nearly everyone present inside the hall used to look anxious, but Jun Jantian's hearty laughter never seemed to cease. It was like the old man Jun Jantian was taking pleasure in someone else's sadness. In fact, it seemed as if he was finally getting to scratch that hate itch on his chest. But It genuinely wasn't easy for those other old men. Who would wish such a thing to happen to their posterity? In fact, Grandpa Jun saw Murong Fang Yun narrow his eyes and wrinkle his nose one day. So, he left a sarcastic remark for the old man of the Murong family. Why is the wily head of the Murong family so angry? What is there to get angry for? It's a good thing that the younger generation is striving for the position of the family's head. What's that called? That's right, it's called the virtuous cycle. That explains the Murong family's prosperity. This reflects their motivation. This shows that they have the spirit to struggle and forge ahead. You should be happy, you bastard. This old man genuinely envies you. Just look at me. I'm so old and yet I'm still struggling to support the Jun family. I'm genuinely worn out. I would raise my limbs and gladly welcome the situation if Wu Yi or Mo Zai were to come after my position. I've thought about it in my heart. Why haven't they tried to take my position? They should hurry up and do it. I will step down and retire if that were to happen. Look at you, what's it called? The man is in his coffin, and he's still reluctant to hand over the power to his family. You should give your young ones a chance. Don't be so stingy. These peculiar words had obviously left old man Murong to tremble with anger. His glare had affixed to its target, and his limbs had gone cold. Even the white hair on his head and in his beard had started to tremble. In fact, it was like they were dancing. You Philistine, John, you're just babbling on. Do you know anything except for taking joy in others' sorrow from the sidelines? Damn, your Jun family has nothing. There isn't a fart that can compete. I have 30 here. Take my place and see. You want to try that? Har, you Murong barbarian, you actually have 30. I genuinely admire you. Jun Jan Tan spat and continued, you old Murong bastard. Didn't you use to flaunt about your grandsons? What did you once say about 3 years ago? You had told me in front of all these old fools that my family is going to grow and prosper. I have 33 grandsons who can fire their weapons and grow the family. John Jan Tan continued to clatter loudly. You still have like 30 weapons in your arsenal, right? But they are filled with silver wax cartridges. They look impressive, but they're useless in reality. Old man John then looked disdainfully at the other old men, and pointed with his finger at them as he laughed heartily. You also, you humph, you people used to brag about how big your families can grow. You used to tell me that you would have someone to hold either of their hands, even if your sons only give birth to one son each. You used to give me such sermons whenever we'd meet for a merry gathering. How are things now? What happened to all that noise? Where are those words now? Have you guys withered? Aren't you going to show off now? Har, this old man is indeed very relaxed. My grandson is like an accurate firing weapon. He can bring me 10 victories, maybe even 100. Har. John Jan Tan felt extremely pleased with himself as he sang and created that drummer. And this obviously gave rise to a lot of anger from the other side. In fact, 7 or 8 old men literally charged at him to attack. But old man John just laughed and fled. He had been forced to evade and flee from the scene. But he had also been able to let out the anger that had been accumulating and choking him for decades. John Jan Tan was now at ease and extremely happy as a result. However, the old man John had started to rejoice too early. Extreme happiness is usually partnered with equal degrees of sadness. Heavy downpour would follow violent winds. He could never anticipated that the grandson he was immensely proud of and was talking big about had been firing around on his own. In fact, this grandson had even managed to create a huge hole. Old man John returned home while happily humming a tune, and he was welcomed by a compendium of documents. He opened it and his smile vanished. His face froze, and his mouth became open like that of a thirsty carp. "My mother, how could this happen?" Zhang Jian managed to utter those words after some time had passed. His eyes had opened wide like huge bells. His posterior then went downwards as he fell onto the sandalwood chair. However, the chair broke into pieces from the impact. However, his posterior continued to crouch until he was finally sitting on the ground. But it didn't seem like he was aware of it. "Are my grandson? I've been waiting for this for half a year. It would've been fine even if it had happened 2 or 3 months back, but why did such a thing happen at such a critical time? Your grandfather will die because of that joke. Where will I show my face now? The whole gang of them is offended. They are thoroughly offended." Old man John was shocked. In fact, the old man was so stunned that he had even used some foul words. However, the old man anxious about losing honor in front of his contemporaries. In reality, this is going to be a nerve-wracking problem. "My lord, what happened? Is it something to do with the Supreme Commander and the young master? Didn't we receive a message that they had gotten through safely? Weren't they about to return?" Old Pang jumped in a scare and rushed over to help him up. "What happened?" "Something big happened." Zhang Jian stood up trembling. He let out a long sigh before he raised his hand in an absurd manner. He then hit the table with his palm. The table was obviously smashed to pieces as a result. Old Pang's expression changed, and he started to emit a murderous aura. Could it be that the Supreme Commander and young master have had a mishap? Zhang Jian got up slowly. The old man had managed to recover his usual composure after the initial shock. His face had also become calm at first. However, he then started to pace back and forth with a frown on his face. He eventually sighed and said, "You'll understand when you look at this." Then, he pressed the letter towards Old Pang's hands. Old Pang gave a cry after he read it. His eyes became increasingly wider, and so did his mouth. He cried out in pain after a while passed. He did so because he had managed to dislocate his jaw. Such an outrageous thing hadn't been seen or heard of since ancient times. It was bold and imaginative. Old Pang groaned with pain as he quickly set his jaw back. He then burst into laughter. This situation was too funny for him to handle. In fact, the comical degree of this matter had left the old housekeeper to overlook the upcoming troubles. Chapter 409 You Are Kin. Chapter 409 You're Our Kin. General Zhang Wuyi had described everything in extreme detail in his report. Moreover, he had done so in a very straightforward and unobtrusive manner. The report read that Guan King Han's engagement-based relation to the Zhang family had been revoked. He then stated that she had also been adopted as his daughter. It further said that Dugu Zairoyi is now devoted to Zhang Mozai and feels threatened. Therefore, she had caused a lot of trouble owing to her jealousy. She had planned to commit the unmendable act of cooking rice using a very heavy drug. However, she was unable to keep up with Zhang Mozai's advances because she didn't have full knowledge of the matter. She had then escaped at the time of committing the act. However, Zhang Mozai had lost his mind with desire. But Guan King Han had arrived at the spot at that moment, and she didn't hesitate to sacrifice herself to save his life. And then, the act was committed. Later on, the report put emphasis on Zhang Mozai's behavior. The incident where he pointed out the Zhang family's ancestral teaching of a real man takes responsibility was also noted in particular. The report further said that he's coming to the Tianzang city to face the criticism from the world, and that he's prepared to deal with it head-on. There was a lot written there. You still feel like laughing? John Jan Tan looked at his old brother in arms in bafflement. Is it still funny? Do you know how big this problem is? Do you know that our Jun family will drown in disaster if we don't handle this matter properly? I'm laughing because this young lady of the Dugu family is just too much. Her old Pang paused for a bit before he continued. She wanted to cook rice and even administered the drug. But she backed away at the last moment. This is just too much. It must be very difficult for Dugu Zongheng to have such a granddaughter. The Dugu family. John Yan Tan's eyes lit up. He then clapped his hands and puffed his beard. Isn't it damn? How can that old fool Dugu Zongheng not be involved into this when such a huge thing has happened? After all, this happened because of his granddaughter's meddling. I won't be able to rest in peace if I don't drag him down with me on this one. However, that little scoundrel Mosai can't be let off cheaply now. I won't see him when he returns. John Jan Tan's mood had brightened up. He moved in circles and snorted for a while. However, he didn't speak a single word. My lord, this matter isn't the young master's mistake or that young lady Gwarn's, but it's still not a trivial matter. Those imperial senses won't let this off easily. They may use this as a pretext to rise against us. In fact, even those gifted scholars may rise against us in this. Those scholars don't care about the long run. They only care about the immediate results. Old Pang said cautiously. After all, young Lady Gwarn is still the young master's elder sister-in-law in their eyes, so those rotten scholars know nothing. My grandson is much more powerful than them. He's worthy of being my grandson. He's worthy of being a man of the Jun family. He's a real man. The old man Jun waved his big hand like he was swatting a housefly. Those shitchullers only have the capability to make shit outside of writing screwy poems and romances. They're only worth a fart. I will ride my horse against the world with nothing but a sword. I will climb mountains and wade into a forest of blades and return alive, and I will make a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood. While doing that deed, there's no need to pay heed to the chatter of those defenseless officials. I will purge them if they dare to provoke me. And it will be an extraordinary clean-up. They will be removed from every part of the city. Old man John not only had a haughty and heroic aura to him when he was speaking, he also had a roguish charm. He had said that he didn't care about the matter at hand. But the fact was that he cared. In fact, this matter had unexpectedly brought back his brutish behavior from decades ago. He was very similar to his grandson. He wanted to conquer the world, and he wished to burn those scholars. He wanted to ride upon his horse and purge the imperial court. And he wanted to achieve all of this with a blatant, bloody, and powerfully ferocious method. The grandfather and grandson John were very ferocious men. I will go and find Dugu Zongheng. Old man John quickly walked out. That demon's granddaughter has caused me a lot of trouble. How can I forgive him so easily? He must be dreaming if he thinks that he can stay out of it. Good idea, my lord. Old Pang blindly followed suit and walked after him. He grabbed a cloak and quickly draped it over his master's shoulders. After all, it was already early winter, and the weather had become very cold. He then respectfully saw the master off. The majestic John Jan Tian was ready to move out, and his palanquin bearers came with a palanquin when they saw him. But the grandpa John waved his hand. This old man will ride his horse today. John Jan Tian turned and mounted his steed once it was brought over. He was about to shake his reins and leave. However, he then stopped and lowered his head to look at old Pang. After that, he asked in a somewhat exhilarated tone, "Old Pang, Do you think that the seed Mosai shot into the earth will bloom into a flower? Will it be possible for this old man to hold his great-grandson this year? Old Pang was at his master's side. However, he was frowning since he was deeply worried. This impending matter isn't trivial by any means. I hope it gets over in a smooth fashion. Otherwise, the tyrannical powers of the Jun and the Dugu families will end up clashing over this. He was praying to the gods when he heard the surprising words that were spoken by Jun Jan Tan. He couldn't help but lift his head. He had been left stupefied and speechless by them. Old Pang obviously hadn't expected these words at this moment. After all, Jun Jan Tan's thought process was too bold. What no, wouldn't that be too big a coincidence? Grandpa Jun had been looking forward to this for ages. And Old Pang had always been aware of this desire of his master's. Therefore, it was rather coincidental that his reply was very different from his master's desires. In fact, his answer was poles apart from what Jun Jan Tan had been expecting. You old fool, it feels like you've splashed cold water over me. My grandson has always been brilliant. Do you think he would miss the target? Old man Jun puffed his beard and gave a hateful glance downwards. It seemed like Old Pang's words were akin to declaring Jun Jan Tian's great-grandson dead. Old man Jun kicked his horse. Consequently, the horse neighed and darted forward. The Dugu family's guards saw Old Man Jun Jan Tan arrive astride his horse in an aggressive manner. In fact, it appeared as if he would tear down the Dugu household. Therefore, one guard ran inside to inform his superiors, while the remaining 7 braced themselves for the new arrival. Old Man Jun Jan Tan pointed with his horsewhip and cried out in a loud voice as he stood atop his horse, "Where is that old bastard Dugu Zonghang?" The guards replied respectfully, "His lordship has returned to his residence." Who would lie when facing Jun Jan Tan? However, the guard hadn't even finished speaking when Old Man Jun tightened his reins and burst through the Dugu household's entrance. He then swung his whip as he roared, "Dugu Zonghang, I have come for you. Come out, hurry up, and come before me." The obviously horse shot in brutishly in the face of that whipping. The Jun family's guards dismounted and followed after him. However, they advanced slower in comparison since they had jogged in. Jun Jan Tan could obviously charge in on a horse. However, they couldn't dare to burst in that manner. In fact, they were well aware that even the lady of the Dugu family would step out of her palanquin when she'd arrive, and would only proceed inside on foot. Who would dare to provoke the infamous family, which was a gathering place for hoodlums and a den of troublemakers? Only Grandpa Jun Jan Tan had the courage to do that in the entire empire. Excluding this old man, even the head of the first family of the empire, Murong Feng Yun, would arrive here in a polite manner. The Dugu family's household had turned into a chaotic mess for a moment. General Dugu Wudi hurried out in an anxious manner. He had returned only moments ago, and had then comfortably lain down at the thigh of a young concubine. However, it was then that he had heard that great roar, and he had obviously been frightened by it. General Dugu rushed down the stairs in 3 santuos when he saw the great General Jun Jan Tan burst into the Dugu family's large courtyard alone and astride his horse. It seemed as if the old man had boldly charged through the enemy's door. A myriad of exotic plants had been planted in their courtyard. Moreover, these plants didn't even wither in the winter. The Dugu family had obviously spent a lot of effort and money to grow those evergreen plants. However, they had been reduced to a mess at this time. Everything had collapsed and muddled. General Douglas' mouth was left to twitch at its corners when he saw that scene. Uncle, you must calm down, you must really calm down. What's the matter? Dugu Woody ran to the front of Jun Jan Tan's horse. His rough face appeared nervous as he spread his hands and stepped back since the horse continued to advance. Move away from me, boy, Jun Jan Tan shouted loudly. His voice resounded like a thunderclap. See that I don't remove you from duty. It will affect your military career. How remove me? My career would be affected. What relation does this have with my military career being affected? You're so mighty and awe-inspiring. You're amazing, you bastard. Jun, you're becoming increasingly excessive today. You've actually come to my house and trampled it. And you're still strutting around, and then you threatened to remove my son from his position. I never knew that you had that much official authority. Don't I owe you some money? Your excessively tyrannical affect his military career. Explain to me, how will you affect his military career? And you can consider that money I owe flushed down the toilet if you don't have a good enough explanation for this debacle. A voice filled with rage echoed as the old man Dugu Zongheng slowly arrived. His roar was equal to that of Jun Yan Tian's. His head was covered in a square hat, and his beard resembled the whiskers of a lion. His hands were folded across his chest. He sneered back at Jun Jan Tian when he saw his contemporary sneering at him. There was a time when old man Jun would come and take a stroll at the Dugu family's courtyard. This was because Dugu Woody owed the Jun family a large sum of money due to the wine incident. That old man Dugu obviously didn't wish to see the old man Jun during that time. However, Jun Jan Tan had arrived one particular day and had started to ramble about random stuff. However, the old man Dugu had later managed to obtain some information which could be used to wipe out his entire debt. My kin has arrived. What difference does a little money make? All of us are on the same side. What's a little money when it comes to family? Your family is my family, and my family is your family. Jun Jan Tin laughed and jumped off his horse rather uncharacteristically. He then proceeded to greet Dugu Zongheng in a very affectionate manner. What family? Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Woody's eyes opened wide in a blank stare. Wait, Jun Jan Tian, you're our kin. Dugu Zongheng's brain couldn't comprehend these words. He immediately extended his hand and pushed backwards to avoid contact. In fact, he couldn't even help himself as his body stumbled one step backwards. This had happened because Grandpa Dugu had suddenly contemplated a very dreadful possibility. Chapter 410. The matter is something like this. Chapter 410. The matter is something like this. This old man is calling you his kin. So, he's obviously referring to you. Who else would it be in this case anyway? How many others in this Tanzang city do you think are capable of being my kin? Jun Jan Tan looked bewildered. In fact, it seemed as if his expressions were saying, "Are you an idiot? When have I made you my kin by marriage? Don't spit your bile and take a piss wherever you want. Your Jun family has only you, one son, and one grandson. Your son is a cripple, and your grandson is a debauchee. So, your family's seed has basically withered. Do you still think that I would look for a relation with your family?" Your delusional Dugu Zongheng's facial muscles twitched. Moreover, there was an ominous light in his eyes, and it seemed that he would flip out any moment. Old man Jun would become very angry if he had heard his counterpart say, "Your son is a cripple," on any other day. In fact, he may even have launched an attack on old man Dugu over such a remark. However, at that moment, Jun Jan Tian unexpectedly didn't get angry. He instead started to smile as he spoke up. "You are my relative, but it doesn't matter now. Even if you don't want to come listen to me carefully. The matter that I've brought up is quite simple in reality. In short, the unmendable act has been done, the rice has been cooked. Do you understand what I mean? I'll give you the details. Wu Dai, you also listen to this. After all, your offspring happens to be my most direct relative. Dugu Zongheng's face became green when he heard the term unmendable act. However, it then became purple when he heard his granddaughter's reference in this regard. I just remembered that the officers were looking for me over something important in the barracks. I need to go and deal with it. Otherwise, the military's plans will be severely affected. And that would be a felony by law. Human life is very important. I can't miss out on this, I just can't. Dugu Wu Dai realized that things weren't looking good. So, he figured that the best strategy would be to lay low. And he had given a good reason as well. After all, human life was invaluable. You will stay here with me, you brat. The already purple Dugu Zongheng stared wide and issued a sky-shaking roar. I will break your legs if you try to leave before the proper explanation of this entire matter is given out. In fact, I will break your legs if I hear another sound from your mouth. Dugu Wu Dai had turned around a moment ago, but he now stood still. He didn't even dare to utter a single word. In fact, he even maintained the posture he had while he was attempting to leave. So, one of his legs was in front of the other at this time. Moreover, the reddened man had started to drench in his sweat. In fact, he had begun to resemble someone who had stomach problems, but had no option other than waiting outside a toilet since he couldn't go in. Please, Junjan Tian. Dugu Zongheng's eyes were narrowed, while his head was tilted as he looked at Old Man Jun. His hands were raised in a gesture that indicated, let's not talk about this matter here. Let's do it inside behind closed doors. You brats wait here. Don't let anyone inside. Kill anyone who's rash enough to approach in an attempt to eavesdrop on these secret military talks. Junjan Tian turned and gave the order. Dugu Zongheng felt that the issue was something unusual when he heard Junjan Tian give such an order. So, he followed suit and ordered his own family's guard to join forces for standing guard. The two sets of guards replied their understanding in an orderly manner and quickly scattered to critical points. Then, Old Man Jun started to walk inside as Old Man Dugu took the lead. Once they had set everything in order, Dugu Wu Dai followed slowly at their heels. However, his thoughts had started to become increasingly clearer. The unmendable act, it can't be. Right, good gods, my daughter has been pushed over that fiery pit. You Jun bastard, speak whatever you wish to let that fart out, and don't speak in riddles. Dugu Zongheng's complexion had turned black. He seemed impatient, and was becoming increasingly ill-tempered after looking at his son's expression. Dugu Wu Dai usually had the aura of a general about him. However, he sat restrained in a corner at this juncture. It seemed like he was a bullied young mistress. His tall and sturdy body seemed to have caved in and gone underground thereafter. He kept wiping his sweat. It was early winter in Tianzang at this time. However, it seemed that General Dugu was living in a midsummer territory. Your daughter Xiaorui is a very good girl this time in the southern heaven city. Junjan Tian didn't mince any words as he started to speak. However, he was suddenly interrupted by Dugu Zongheng at the very beginning. Stop! Dugu Zongheng raised his hand and turned to look at Dugu Wu Dai. He then asked in a very fierce manner, didn't you say that Xiaorui is at the imperial palace with the princess? So, how is she in the southern heavenly city? Is this scoundrel lying to me? Dugu Zongheng was a man of many years of experience. So, he had understood Jun Jan Tan's words very clearly by now, but he still had some hope inside his heart. After all, old man Jun talking about the unmendable act was a bit too shocking. This that Dugu Wu dis forehead had become even sweatier. In fact, the sweat was ceaselessly flowing down at such a fast speed that it was almost obstructing his eyes. However, he continued to wipe it as his face turned black, red and then white. He appeared to be in a dilemma, and it didn't seem as if he could speak properly. In fact, the general had literally caught up with a famed Mr. Duan Mukeo fan. Dugu Zairoyi had followed Gwarn King Han to the southern heaven city in secrecy, and General Dugu hadn't come to know about this matter until several days after she had left. But his old man would have peeled his skin off if he had come to know of this matter. Therefore, Dugu Wu Dai had arranged 3 of his powerful nephews to go there in order to guard his daughter. He had prayed to the gods 1,000,000 times in the hope that no mishap would occur. After that, he had prayed 1,000,000 times that the women would return safely and without any incident. However, things were turning out contrary to what he had wished for, and it seemed that his treasured daughter had created a big mess over there. Well, it was rather evident from Jun Jan Tian's expression. Dugu Zongheng's hopes started to crumble as saw his son remain silent and wiping his sweat to no end. So, he said in anger, "I'm old. I'm very old. So, my family is treating me as a blind man now." Farther this that Dugu Wu Dai started to whimper and his mouth became like a teapot. He was finding it difficult to explain this matter. In fact, he couldn't even squeeze out half a sentence. "Shut up, you bastard, I will really break your legs," Dugu Zongheng shouted loudly. "You continue with your story, old man. There are some details that can't be leaked." You guys know the relationship that the maiden King Han has with our Jun family." At this time Zairoyi saw that King Han was no longer Mo Zai's sister-in-law, and she got anxious since she's very fond of Mo Zai. The little girl then devised a plan, and made the accompanying family guards to get her some aphrodisiac. The amount wasn't a lot, only a packet, that's all. But she made Mo Zai consume the entirety of it. So, Mo Zai can't be on guard against her under these circumstances, right? He drank every drop of it, but the little girl wasn't able to handle him on her own under such critical circumstances. The benevolent Gwarn King Han feared that Zairoyi may have a mishap. So, she was looking for her. The outcome serious mistake was made, and that's how it is. Old man Dugu, you said that we aren't kin by marriage, right? Well, it was your granddaughter who took the initiative. But it doesn't matter who took the initiative, that brat Mo Zai will take responsibility for this. Jun Jan Tin smoothed his beard. He deliberately hadn't clarified the important parts, and had intentionally spoken in a very vague manner. He then put stress on the young Master Jun's initiative to take responsibility. After that, he took on the appearance of a victim and sighed. In fact, the old man Jun had spoken only the truth. However, he had done so in a very misleading and suspicious manner. For example, the words, "She wasn't able to handle him on her own under such critical circumstances." It was true that Dugu Zairoyi hadn't been able to handle the young Master Jun at the time. However, this sentence didn't clarify the matter properly. But this sentence was still enough to get people wondering and talking in a particular direction. And the 2 Dugu men were no different. Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wu Dai obviously thought that Jun Mo Zai had consumed so much aphrodisiac because of Zairoyi, and that silly little girl has no experience in these matters. So, she wouldn't have been able to handle him on her own. And then they continued to think along these lines. And they eventually ended up forming a fixed notion about the incident. John Mozai would have begun an intimate relation with Dugu Zairoyi. However, she wasn't able to handle the matter on her own. It was then that Gwern King Han must have arrived to save Zairoyi. However, she too would have paid with her honor to save Dugu Zairoyi. This was the most normal deduction to make from those words. Dugu Zairoyi's means of escape had been cut off since she had used that medicine. So how could she have escaped? The eyes of the father-and-son duo became extremely enlarged as John Jan Tan continued to recount his story, and the sound of their echoes became louder and louder until their throats started to issue hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo sounds of heavy breathing. It was a long while before John Jan Tan finally finished speaking. However, the father-and-son duo was still staring wide-eyed and panting heavily. John Jan Tan was very happy to note that he had accomplished his task. So, he didn't ignore their plight any further, and poured them a cup of water in order to help them calm down. I'm very angry. Unexpectedly, the one who jumped up was the listless General Dugu Wu Dai. He literally danced out in rage. Even his face had distorted due to excessive anger. John Mozai, that little bastard, he did this. I will castrate him. I will cut him into many pieces. Damn it. He stammered for a long time without coming to stop. However, he then received a heavy slap on the face and went down like a gold pound. He then lay there with his limbs hung in midair. You bastard, what are you saying? Your mother didn't I say that I will break your legs if you uttered a single word? Are my words nothing but fart? It seemed like Dugu Zhonghang was about to burst open. His face had become very purple. He slapped his son repeatedly and continued to curse that entire time. You raised your precious daughter in that manner. You spoiled her. People are going to frame your daughter for this. And people will mock you to your face. Do you think that people will blame John Mozai for this? You're making me crazy. I will break your legs. Arg. Chapter 411 The Earthquake at the Dugu Family. Chapter 411 The Earthquake at the Dugu Family. You raised your daughter in that manner. I Dugu Zhonghang am this family's misfortune. I've raised a bunch of evil creatures. You cheated me, and now there's a disaster at our hands because of that. Are you happy? Are you delighted now? Dugu Zhonghang jumped up. He looked like a hungry wolf that was circling around in his currently enraged state. He took a round and found nothing to vent his anger on. He then suddenly shouted, "This old man is mad." He jumped and kicked Dugu Wu Dai ferociously. That kick was extremely powerful. Bang! General Dugu's majestic body broke through the opposite wall and flew into the distance as a result. And it eventually landed inside the great courtyard. In fact, he had fallen flat on the ground. The Dugu and Jun family guards were on standby. So they quickly turned around in their alertness. The two old men had given serious orders some moments ago: kill anyone who dares to come near in order to eavesdrop on the military secrets. This was no joke. So, they thought that someone had come to eavesdrop when they heard that whooshing sound. However, they then saw that an exceptionally sturdy body had crash-landed between their two groups. This unexpected event shocked everyone present and left their mouths wide open. No one knew what was happening. They suddenly heard another whooshing sound. Then, they saw Old Man Dugu dash forward and kick General Dugu violently with a twisted mouth and narrowed eyes. He didn't even pay any heed to their presence as he violently kicked and cursed. "Fuck you, I fuck your mother, fuck you." It seemed that Dugu Wu Dai had honed himself a long time ago when it came to facing these beatings. And he put his experience to good use at this time. He used his arms to protect his head, and he then curled into a ball-like shape in order to use his head to cover his crotch. However, he continued to shout loudly as he received this beating. Good, beat me, hit me properly, leave a million bruises, beat me up fiercely, but I'm also very furious, damn it. The two groups of guards stared blankly while remained stationed on either side. However, their eyebrows had shot up violently. They didn't know what was happening. What's happening? Why is the general being beaten up so badly? Forget about the Jun family's guards. Even the Dugu family's guards had never seen such a thing. So, this was big news to everyone, and all of them were thoroughly shocked. The guards started looking around at first. Then, they started to gossip. It was then that Jun Jan Tian came rushing. He then shouted loudly, "What are you people doing here? Get lost! Don't you know that this matter is a top secret? I will kill the family of anyone who peers around or divulges any information." What, even this is a military secret? What nonsense is this? Forget about it. This is a high-level secret between two houses. We small fries shouldn't get involved. Bang! The two sets of guards scattered in different directions. However, Dugu Zongheng still hadn't finished. His fist continued to hammer down like a meteor as he beat and cursed to his heart's content. The more he cursed, the more saliva he spit. But was this beating genuinely that fierce? Dugu Wu Dai wasn't also someone to be trifled with either. So, he was able to put up with a beating. Jun Jan Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Fatherson duo. They were both crying themselves hoarse. However, they still looked very energetic. That's enough. That's enough. Listen to me, old Dugu. That's enough. Beating him up isn't going to solve anything. Listen to me, it's okay to curse him, that's justified, but you're taking it too far. You've already beating him senseless. He's your son, damn it. Jun Jan Tian decided to mediate once he felt that they had vented their anger out to a considerable degree. It's not that he didn't wish to intervene earlier. However, he also knew that it was necessary for this father-and-son duo to give vent to their anger. Otherwise, it was very hard to say what a man of Dugu Zongheng's temper might end up doing. He was trying to mediate the situation, but it seemed like he was adding more fuel to the fire. What happened? Are you trying to break this house? Do you know what it is? A shrill, sharp, and dignified voice echoed in the surroundings. A group of magnificent women had arrived inside the large courtyard. They were led by their lady. Her face was stout, and her figure was graceful. She was Dugu Zongheng's wife. She was the lady of the house, old Lady Dugu. The wives and concubines of Dugu Wu Dai were at the rear of that group of women. The members of that elegant party were no less than 7 or 8 in number, and all of them seemed distressed at the sight of Dugu Zongheng beating his son into a pitiful state. But they didn't dare to face Old Man Duggar's wrath by attempting to mediate between the two. However, they couldn't help but cry in distress. So, they could only look towards Old Lady Dugu for help. What's going on? Old Lady Dugu struck the ground hard with her walking stick and shouted in anger. What's the matter here? What is this? Did you beat him into this condition? Don't you know how to control yourself? Then, she glanced sharply at Jun Jan Tian. Don't speak or mediate, you idiot. You're only making it worse, and your sarcastic tone is even more disgraceful. I will deal with you later. Old Lady Dugu was no less than men in any regard. You want to know what happened? Dugu Zongheng looked at his wife as he finally retracted his hand. but he still couldn't help as he gave another kick to his son's posterior. He then continued in anger, "This unfilial brat has made me very angry. Don't stop me today. I want to kill him. But it would be a good thing if I did. And I'll still be at peace even if I do kill him. However, I will break this brat's legs for cheating me even if I don't kill him." The many ladies saw that old man Dugu had finally given rein to his hands at old lady Dugus' interjection. So they rushed forward like a swarm of bees with tears in their eyes. Then the 7 or 8 of them helped General Dugu to his feet. Dugu Wu's nose was bloody, his clothes were in tatters, and his face was swollen. Suddenly, there was a loud cry. Then a beautiful and graceful lady rose into the sky and fell to the ground. She cried out in pain. She had been rendered breathless. She looked astonished, and tears had started to flow down her face. She was completely confused and felt very wronged. This was Dugu Wu's first wife, and Dugu Xiaoyi's mother. "That's so shameful. What's the matter with you? Have you lost your mind?" Old lady Dugu hit Dugu Wu's shoulder with her walking stick in anger. "You beat your own wife to vent your anger. Are you not a man?" Dugu Wu rose up and cried in anger. "You don't know about this matter, mother. This vile woman birthed and raised such a daughter, and that girl has created a big scandal. Now I will kill her, and that will still be an easy punishment. I won't regret it either." The beating General Dugu had received didn't seem to have inhibited his anger. In fact, it seemed that the father should've beaten his son a bit more. "Xiaoyi, what's the matter with Xiaoyi?" The women suddenly became nervous. The Dugu family only had one treasured daughter, so everyone cherished her like a gem, and any mention of a daughter obviously referred to Dugu Xiaoyi. General Dugu suddenly found himself surrounded by that group of women. "What's the matter, my husband? What happened to Xiaoyi? Hurry up and tell us." Lady Dugu was still in pain, and she was still feeling wronged at being thrown into the air. However, she eagerly crawled to her feet as she asked in a nervous manner, "What happened to Xiaoyi? What happened to my daughter?" Dugu Zhongheng looked up and sighed as General Dugu twisted his mouth and narrowed his eyes. Then the 2 men muttered with grief, Our family is ruined." Zhang Tian scratched his nose, gathered himself, and cupped his hands as he faced old lady Dugu. He then chuckled for a bit and said, My kin by marriage, please accept my greetings." Old lady Dugu hadn't looked at Zhang Tian directly before this. However, she then heard the term, kin by marriage, being spoken, and she nearly lost her breath at the sound of it. She coughed severely as a result. "Zhang Tian, you bastard, you're your scoundrel grandson. What did he do to my treasured granddaughter?" Old lady Dugu was a mature and sophisticated lady, so how could she speak like this? However, she couldn't help herself when she heard old man Zhang say, kin by marriage. Consequently, those words shot out of her mouth like an arrow from a bow. The power of the words, kin by marriage, was truly great. The eyes of the 7 or 8 women had suddenly turned into big searchlights as they started to stare at Zhang Tian in an imploring manner. Old man Zhang's facial expressions wouldn't change if he were to face an army on his own, and he had felt nothing when he had faced the Dugu Fartheranson. But his scalp had started to feel numb in the face of that group of women. In fact, he suddenly went dizzy with admiration for Dugu Wu Dai. This Dugu Wu Dai is amazing. He manages to deal with so many of such women every day. He's nearly as good as I used to be in those days. Zhang Tian coughed and spoke up. "Speak with caution, my kin. My grandson hasn't done something to your granddaughter. Instead, your granddaughter has done something to my grandson." Zyroi was the one who boiled the pan and cooked the rice. This is a serious matter. You must understand it properly before you talk about the house and ways of it. Old Lady Dugu started to sway because she had suddenly thought of many possibilities. However, she quickly regained her composure, and her face got enveloped in a frost-like cold mask. I have seen the information that has been coming from the southern heaven city. Lady Dugu cautiously looked at her mother-in-law as the old lady whispered, I've read every letter of the information which came from the southern heaven city. But I didn't read a word about Zyroi. This was also reasonable from one angle. The three Dugu youngsters knew of it, and they were very courageous. However, they couldn't dare to relay this information to their home either. Basically, they were all in on it, and no one wanted to poke the hornet's nest. It was what they called sweeping the bad news under the rug. In fact, the Dugu brothers had already made their contingency plans. We'll slip away the moment we return home. Perhaps we can hide out in the frontier posts. Then, it won't matter what cacophony this matter creates. After all, it isn't related to us directly. Old man Dugu burst out in anger. Great, so the whole family knew that the little girl had gone to the southern heaven city. And the entire family had concealed this from me. It seems that this old man is the outsider, and all of you are one family. Great. Bullshit, outsider, stop with your whining. Who would ever tell you about this matter with that beastly temper of yours? Wouldn't we obviously have to hide this from you? Old Lady Dugu spoke up in a harsh manner. Then she returned to the matter at hand. Hurry and tell me the entire story from the very beginning. I want to know how I'm akin by marriage with this old man Jun. Old man Dugu was shaking with anger, but he was still helpless against his wife. He had always been powerless to lash out even when he had wanted to, and that was because the enemy had always been too overbearing. Chapter 412 The two military families join hands. Chapter 412 The two military families join hands. The Father Anson duo stopped when they heard the old lady Dugu's question. However, they didn't reply. You tell me. Old Lady Dugu pointed her finger towards Dugu Wu Dai and asked. However, Dugu Wu Dai still didn't speak up. He merely trembled in anger as he thought about the matter. He was gasping with difficulty while attempting to suppress the rage in his heart. It could be said. The man told her that the little devil of a girl had lost her mind and had made her guards bring her 100 grams of aphrodisiac. She had then tricked Jun Mo Zai into consuming the whole packet. Wouldn't this have been enough for old Lady Dugu to guess what had happened afterwards? Dugu Wu Dai hadn't even finished speaking, but she had already started to sway. Then, her walking stick fell from her hand and fell on the ground with a bang, and the old lady was now on the verge of collapsing. Dugu Wu Dai and his wife rushed forward to catch her, and they called out to her repeatedly as they did so. It's a sin. Old Lady Dugu got a hold of herself before she opened her mouth and cried out. She didn't doubt this news one bit. She knew Dugu Zyroi's personality very well, and she also knew about her feelings for Jun Mo Zai. So, she knew that it was entirely possible. Moreover, would someone like Jun Jan Tam lie about such things, and particularly on the eve of the army's return at that? How long could the old man Jun maintain such an irrefutable lie? Even if he were to lose his self-respect and lie, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the world if he were to do something like that? Moreover, Dugu Zyroi had always had a favorable impression of the debauchy young master of the Jun family. And this matter was no secret for the Dugu family. However, the main problem still hadn't been dealt with. So, General Dugu braced himself and finished narrating the second part of the story. The details had been light until now, and the important stuff was still to come, and that part was regarding one King Han. The expressions of all the women present on the scene became heavy as they heard about it. "What are you planning to do?" Old Lady Dugu looked like she had drowned as she looked at Dugu Zonghang and Dugu Wu Dai. "What can we do? I don't agree with any of this. That Jun Mo Zai is a debauchee and spoilt child. In fact, he's someone who looks for prostitutes in broad daylight. He doesn't do honest work. The brat is a true wastrel. How can Zairoyi marry such a brat? 30 generations of our family will feel wronged if that happens." Dugu Wu Dai spoke up in anger. "I will castrate that boy the moment he gets back. I'll do it." "Your mother's fart. This thing has already happened. Can Zairoyi ever marry someone else?" Now Old Lady Dugu was mad and gloomy. "And you still want to castrate him, you idiot? Are you that stupid? How dare you even think of this? Humph, you want to castrate him? Hee, I will give General Dugu this authority." "But will he dare to do it?" John Jan Tan spoke up while tilting his head. The old man held out his hands and snorted. "This old man's grandson has always been courteous and considerate. He's refined and gentle. He's talented, and his genius touches the sky. How could you even say something like that about him? I don't know if it's you or that girl Zairoyi who is blind. You still have the nerve to speak those words." Jun Jan Tan. Old Lady Dugu gave a hateful look to Old Man Jun. "Do you not feel ashamed while speaking such words about your grandson? What would a little girl understand? A few sweet lines would've been enough to fool her." "Oh my dear kin, ask your conscience when you speak those words." That brat Mo Zai had never taken the initiative for Dugu Zairoyi. Zairoyi was the one who had taken the initiatives for Mo Zai, and everyone knows this. Am I right? Moreover, I had heard a certain Somyeon say something very particular at the beginning of the auction at the aristocratic hall. "I will repay with my daughter. If I don't have the money, I can always pay my debt by making her your wife." Old Man Jun leisurely spoke this as he brought up the old debts. Old Lady Dugu shifted her glare to Dugu Wu Dai and asked, "Did you say this, you beast?" General Dugu had been thoroughly stunned by this. However, he tried to deny in the face his mother's overbearing presence that brat had run amok. "I had spoken it without thinking. No one would've taken it seriously." "Bar who won't take it seriously? Didn't you feel any shame in speaking those words?" Old Lady Dugu was at a complete loss for words. However, Jun Jan Tan saw the chance and pressed for an advantage. "Oh my dear kin, a real man doesn't fight with a woman. I haven't come to you to fight. We need to act at this time. And the biggest problem we have at hand is a home that those two have lit the fire and committed the unmendable act. And I have come here to seek your opinion on that matter." Old Man Jun sneered, and quickly changed the subject. "It's unpleasant to hear it, but our Jun family isn't necessarily seeking your daughter if your Dugu family insists on not marrying her off to us. In clearer words, we're not dying to take her if you're not willing to marry her off to us." "Would Mo Zai still use the aphrodisiac on your daughter if he had commitments?" "Youngsters as talented as my grandson are rare. But there is no shortage of suitable women. The Imperial Princess Ling Meng visits our home every day these days. Your Dugu family isn't the only one which has a daughter in the capital. Wouldn't becoming the relatives of the imperial family be better than marrying my grandson to your Zairoyi? Plus, King Han is already perfect for the position of his wife. Moreover, she has also committed the same sin." Jun Jan Tian had spoken this in a very confident manner. Dugu Wu Dai had been very rude when he had talked about castration, And Junjan Tian's approach was different than cursing in a direct manner. But the effect was the same. I'm here to ask you about what you plan to do in this matter. And I have a second purpose as well. Your granddaughter's actions have also involved Mo Zai and King Han. Our family has revoked King Han's relations to us as a daughter-in-law, and she has been taken in as Wu Yi's adopted daughter instead. But only a few people know about this. So, she is still our eldest daughter-in-law in the eyes of most outsiders. We can't officially hide this matter. So, we must solve it. This matter involves an elder sister-in-law. So, it is a huge scandal. Therefore, your Dugu family must give me a statement over this incident, even if you want marry off Zairoyi to our family. And there's a third matter as well. We don't have a problem if your Dugu family doesn't wish to get involved with us. However, you can still help us out with some money. I don't mind if you use a little money to resolve this matter. So, quickly hand over the money you owe me. Don't delay it too much further. Junjan Tian had spoken those words anxiously, quickly, and clearly. And the men and women of the Dugu family were stunned by listening to them. Junjan Tian's words had seemed unpleasant, but it had some essence to it. They had only been concerned about Dugu Zairoyi till now. So, they had forgotten about Jun Mo Zai and Guan King Han's relationship. And this was a very important factor. After all, Dugu Zairoyi had committed the sin herself. But the young Master Jun and Guan King Han were the victims. The Dugu family wouldn't be able to stay away from this matter if it came to light. After all, this matter had been caused by Dugu Zairoyi. So, all levels of society would attack them. After all, it was a matter that involved one's sister-in-law. In fact, even the people who knew that this wasn't Dugu Zairoyi's fault in its entirety wouldn't mention this part in a decent light of affairs. Not many people had the guts to provoke two powerful military families if they stood together. However, the Jun family could tell everyone that Dugu Zairoyi had caused this matter if they were put under the scanner. Therefore, people would come to learn that a young lady had done the unmendable deed with a young master even though they weren't married. And this would become a huge joke and a huge scandal. Moreover, Dugu Zairoyi had mixed in the aphrodisiac, and that had given rise to this situation in the first place. Only extremely wily hoodlums or escorts adopted such methods. Old Lady Dugu called out in anger as she thought of this. Why did a bodyguard of our family have such an aphrodisiac with him? They are loyal men, and they were selected from the best before they were sent to the Southern Heaven City. Moreover, they were supposed to guard our family's women. So, why did they have the aphrodisiac? What were they thinking? Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wu Dai shuddered coldly as they listened to this. Their expressions became very solemn and unsightly. Dugu Wu's eagle-like vision went over the 7 concubines one at a time. His gaze was cold and dense like a knife. The aphrodisiac which that girl used was male-specific. She then emptied the whole packet. I've heard that the said guard's health was somewhat defective. Not very good. Junjan Tian felt somewhat awkward, and had no choice but to give that explanation. A very bloody event might have occurred if he hadn't given that explanation. So, that's what it is. That giant bear-like man's eyes became soft again. The women also became relieved. Each had been very nervous, and that was visible since their foreheads were full of sweat at this time. None of them could ever look up again if they were to get stained with such a bad reputation. In fact, even mere suspicion would feel very shameful for them. This matter hadn't raised great waves yet. But Jun Jan Tin's words had created an extremely frightening picture. Old Lady Dugu and Dugu Zongheng hunched down when they heard Jun Jan Tin's 3 conditions. Old man Dugu started to grieve over the matter at first. Then he became filled with violent rage. So he grabbed Dugu Wu Dai and started to beat him up again. Damn you, you lowlife bastard, you pulled one over this old man and got me into a debt of millions, but your daughter is even better. She has created such a huge scene. I will kill you, I will kill you, you bastard. Stop, Jun Jan Tin shouted loudly. You bastard need put on a performance in front of me again. You've already spoken to your heart's content. Now, what will you do about this matter? I am already preparing countermeasures regarding this event. Wu Yi had kept a tight lid over this matter at the Southern Heaven City. But I reckon that every family has already received the news. In fact, I'm certain that even His Majesty has heard about it. I'm also in a terrible shape at this time, but you Fartheranson are still wrangling about it. Don't you know that time is worth gold right now? Do you think that this is the time to create this drama? We might as well postpone this matter about marriage. But the matter at hand, we have never worked together before, but we have to make an exception for this case. And we need to work together for now. Your Jun family's reputation must fall, and our Xiaoyi's much-praised virtue must be tarnished. Old Lady Dugu promptly made the final decision. Her virtue, it is worth a fart. Now Dugu Zongheng's chest heaved in anger. She acted herself and administered that drug to a man. How can we still speak of her virtue? He then raised his carrot-thick finger at Dugu Wu Dai and his daughter-in-law, and started to admonish them again. You raised your daughter like this, you taught her all this. She has disgraced our family. Now a young girl from a big family has caused such a big scandal. You've made this old man very mad. Dugu Wu Dai and his wife lowered their heads and listened to the curses. However, everyone was thinking the same thing in their hearts. Wasn't it you who'd pamper her? You would get furious if we ever spoke to her in a loud voice. Therefore, she got used to living without any sense of responsibility. And this happened because she wasn't disciplined. You bear 90% of the blame in reality. However, they could only think along these lines. Who would dare to speak this out aloud? Wouldn't that be asking for death? We must be prepared in that case. It is important to know that the imperial censors can cause a person's death by their verdict in a matter like this one. Moreover, any attempts to give an explanation would be useless, so we must have a proper understanding. We must act and resolve this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, inconceivably horrible things will await us in the future. Old man Jun had sounded very serious when he had spoken this. However, he was actually very relieved inside. I've finally tricked this annoying family to join our side. That wasn't easy. But victory is within reach. Since they are on our side, we will be the most powerful force in this world if our two military families joining hands. How would the rotten scholars dare to mess with us if we stand together? You old John dog, you're right about this. We must first work together to get over this difficulty. As for the matter regarding marriage, we must consider it properly and slowly, very slowly. Old Lady Dugu was speaking this when she suddenly changed her mind halfway. She then said, "Consider it slowly. No. That won't do. This marriage's matter must be settled as soon as possible as well. In fact, you should be worried if you aren't already. What if that little girl became pregnant due to this? What would we do if that happens? That's not possible, right? There isn't any chance of that. Right?" Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wu Dai looked at each other in dismay as they scratched their heads. Dugu Wu Dai even opened his huge mouth and spoke up, Think over it properly, mother. It won't happen in one attempt. Wouldn't this old man Jun be dancing if his boy was that potent? Moreover, Zyro is still very young. And 16 years of age is too early. You two are pigheads. Old Lady Dugu looked at them with resentment and cursed. Do you believe that a boy and girl will stay idle throughout the journey once they've got a taste for it, and they'll only be here after 2 months of that shameful deed happening on the journey? We need to be careful. I'll see what you two bastards have to say if that happens. Moreover, we also have to look at the other aspect about the Jun family. That Jun Mozai's reputation was in tatters for a few years. But haven't we heard he is changing things of late? Then they're also graced by that outsider who is a world-conquering expert, so this match may not sound that big of a disgrace to Zyro's name. Old Lady Dudder's face was very anxious as she finished speaking. The eyes of the several ladies suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment as they heard this, and their complexion turned deathly pale. This assumption was rather possible if one thought about it. Damn the Dugu, Father Anson exclaimed in unison at first, and they were left dumbfounded thereafter. Jun Jan Tian's eyes assumed a happier expression as he continued to hear what they had to say. He snorted. It seems that things aren't turning out that bad after all. Chapter 413 Zyro Han's Madness. Chapter 413 Zyro Han's Madness. There was an inconspicuous little town some distance from the southern heaven city. It was called Ivory Town. The town had only a few hundred households in it. However, there was a lot of hustling bustle in the tea house outside the town. This was because a group of white-clothed people were sitting in a circle and were looking southwards from time to time. They were many in number, and all of them were wearing snow-white clothes without exception. They were bustling about a little, but their faces were ice-cold. In fact, their ice-cold faces and snow-white clothes were enough to freeze the people around them. Even the tea-house's servers didn't dare approach them after they greeted them the first time. They had understood that this group shouldn't disturb them. Moreover, even the air they exhaled seemed to be very cold, so no one wanted to provoke them. These men were the Spirit Xuan experts from the Silver Blizzard City, the 7 Swords, and the 6 Elders. The Sky Xuan Zyro Han and Mu Zhu Tong were also there. Han Yan Meng and Zyro Feng Wu were present as well. It could be said that these people from the Silver Blizzard City were extremely gloomy from the backdrop of their journey from the Southern Heaven City. The Jun family's Jun Wuyi was supposed to have died. In fact, he shouldn't have had any chance of survival. But his situation had unexpectedly taken a turn for the worst in their perspective. He had returned safe and sound. Moreover, his situation had improved considerably. In fact, the Silver Blizzard City couldn't dare to regard him lightly anymore. Their main aim had been to deal with the solitary falcon. However, they hadn't gotten any chance to do it over the course of their stay there. And then, that heaven-shaking, powerful, and mysterious black-clothed person had also appeared. His strength was such that even the 7 Swords and 6 Elders felt terrified of him. They had feared this mysterious man would try to look for them for the troubles they had caused the Jun family. So, they didn't even wait for the matter to finish and had set out from the Southern Heaven City. They were preparing to pass through Tianjing on their return journey to the Silver City. They had already sent a report of everything that had happened in the Southern Heaven City to the Silver City via an eagle. The upper echelons of the Silver Blizzard City had sniffed a lot of danger upon hearing that extraordinary news. One could only imagine the mysterious black-clothed man's strength when he had managed to kill someone like Li Ju-Tian with such ease. The Zyro family's great elder Zyro Xingyun and the Lord of the Silver Blizzard City had given the command all men who had gone to the Southern Heaven City were to withdraw without any delay. The other forces of the city were also to return. Their strength would be consolidated, and preparations for any eventualities would be made. The severity of that command was even greater than that time when the Silver Blizzard City had faced the Dongfeng family. The former had been at a disadvantage. However, the Silver Blizzard City had been confident that they could reverse the situation. So much so that they hadn't even dispatched their high-level troops. None of them had given any importance to the Dongfeng assassins, even though they had wreaked havoc across the world. However, this situation was completely different. The strength of that mysterious man was too high for the Dongfeng family to even compare, especially since he wasn't confronting the whole world at once. Therefore, the other cities, families, and powerful entities would merely watch from safety in case he decided to deal with the Silver Blizzard City. In fact, it was next concluded that no one would come to the aid of the Silver Blizzard City in such an event. Therefore, this order had been extremely urgent. And one could see it from the Silver Blizzard City's shock, nervousness, and even panic. Zyro Han had nearly lost his mind over the course of this journey. His eyes had become red. His spirit had also gone insane. Moreover, the number of innocent people who had died at his hands over the course of this journey numbered no less than 10. In fact, it seemed that they wouldn't be able to reach the Silver City before the time he would go completely insane if things continued like that. Such an insignificant man has robbed my fiancée. I have been superior to this insignificant creature all these past years. He may be heroic. His character may be lofty and unyielding. But I still possess strength which far surpasses his. Even my backing is more than 8 to 10 times stronger than his. I can even insult him as I like. I can play around with him, and I can even wreak havoc over him. I Zyro Han am at Skyxuan expert, and what are you, John Wuyi? Zyro Han had been taking pleasure in the mistreatments he had dealt to John Wuyi for all those years. You want to rob my wife? I will ruin your family. I'll destroy your descendants, and I'll make you the shame of this mortal world, but I won't let you die even then. I will insult you bit by bit till you die. However, the man he could've insulted as he wished, the man he could play around with in his deformity, had suddenly turned into someone whom he couldn't even dare to provoke. Everything has changed because of that mysterious man. That mysterious man has changed everything. It was a drastic change. It was almost as if he was a creature that was high up in the heavens and was looking down on all creation. However, he had suddenly fallen from the sky and had crossed the 18 levels of hell to end up in its lowest dungeon. And such a change was something which a petty person like Zyro Han couldn't endure. Moreover, he had the 13 elders with him. All of them were at Spirit Xuan. They were peak experts. Their comprehensive strength was enough to trample the entire continent. But even such an unreasonably strong force was suddenly cowering in front of the might of that mysterious person. In fact, they weren't even thinking of taking the initiative and didn't even dare to stand out. And Zyro Han had gone crazy as a result. Perhaps it could be said that he had no other thoughts except for the ones that were crumbling his mind down to insanity. The leader of the contingent from the Silver Blizzard City, Zyro Buyu, was helpless at Zyro Han's descent into insanity. He had to postpone the journey further at the lack of any better option. This matter had stirred up a lot for trouble for the second Zyro elder. In fact, he had lost his honor. He hadn't been so disgraced even when he had to face the might of the old lady of the Dongfeng family. Moreover, he knew what Zhao Han was thinking about what he hoped for. However, he couldn't dare to act on his grandson's desires. He felt somewhat guilty for Zhao Han. However, Zhao Buyu would become very ashamed if his grandson were to become a living madman. Therefore, he put a stop to their travels so that they could rest. What is Zhang Wuyi? He is a trash who takes help from others and their talents. How can he ever compare and compete with me? I am nobler than he is, more outstanding than he is. I ought to be trampling over him my entire life also. I ought to be ruining him and playing around with him all. I wish hell be an insignificant cripple forever. Zyro Han continued to chatter and shout those words as he went mad. Nobody responded to him. That was because everyone knew that he was fundamentally speaking nonsense. Who is Zhang Wuyi? He is the great blood general. He rules freely over the battleground and has never been defeated. The man has already achieved so much at such a young age. No one knows how brilliant he would have become if it weren't for the unreasonable intervention of the Zyro family's elders. However, he didn't give up growing even after 10 years of being a cripple. Zhang Wuyi is at the Skyxuan's middle rank now. What kind of unwavering determination does he have? What kind of willpower does he possess? But what are you, Zyro Han? You were offered the best services and training at the Zyro family. You had the best training environment and innumerable rare medicines, but you're still at the first level of the Skyxuan realm. And yet, you think about questioning someone else's worth. I've decided, Zhang Wuyi, and I will have a decisive battle to decide who gets the bride. Zyro Han didn't seem to have realized the senselessness of his words. Moreover, his eyes became red, and his body shuddered as he looked directly at Zyro Buyu. These words seemed to have come from the bottom of his heart. His coarse and gloomy voice resembled a smashed gong. Perhaps this was something only Zyro Han could have come up with. It doesn't matter if I live or die, I must go and fight with him. I can't live in the same world as Zhang Wuyi. Zyro Han forefinger trembled as he pointed with it. His hair was disheveled, his complexion was pale, and his eyes were full of madness. I will go alone. If you don't agree, I will die here. If I don't go, I've decided that I won't return to the Silver City like this. I'm too ashamed to return like this. Zyro Han looked extremely sad and regretful at that moment. Han Yan Meng didn't harbor a good impression of him. However, even she felt pity for the man. The man had been robbed of his fiancée. Even if his fiancée didn't feel a thing for him, it would have been one matter if they had voluntarily renounced their engagement. However, someone stealing his cherished fiancée was another matter altogether. Zyro Buyu looked in profoundly. Then, he looked at the other elders. And all of them nodded slowly. Zyro Han's decision was difficult to walk away from. All of them were part of society, and all of them had the blood of men flowing within them. How could they not understand? They couldn't dare to destroy the Zhang family. But Zyro Han was still a victim in their eyes. So, his desire to fight the man who had stolen his spouse was quite understandable. He robbed my wife. These words were always a taboo around Zyro Han. No one in the Silver City dared to mention these words around him, including the Zyro family's elders. However, Zyro Han had spoken these words himself at this time. So, it was clear what situation he was in. Zyro Han would probably suffer from extreme grief, and would lose his mind forever if his request wasn't fulfilled. Therefore, these men from the Silver Blizzard City had decided to wait at that place for the arrival of Jun Wuyi's army. They would challenge him once he had arrived, and they knew that the proud Jun Wuyi would never refuse such a challenge even if he had some disadvantage. Zyro Han would put an end to his disgrace, and insult his opponent to give full vent to his feelings. However, everything would be fine as long as he didn't take Jun Wuyi's life. Their speed was quite fast. So, the men from the Silver City had arrived much earlier, and they had been waiting for 4 days since Jun Wuyi's army hadn't arrived yet. However, it was their misfortune that their wait wouldn't only see the arrival of Jun Wuyi and his army. There were others as well who were traveling on this road. The sun set as another day passed. Everyone from the Silver City prepared to eat dinner. They had already converted that tea house into a restaurant. The elders of the Silver City looked like cold and bad people, but they were extremely wealthy and paid the patron of the tea house very handsomely. In fact, the money was equivalent to the amount Fesed patron would take home after a full year's harvest. Therefore, the man wasn't disgusted. In fact, he was thankful to the god of wealth. He also ensured that no one would disturb the men from the Silver City. He was very happy and had grown very fond of them. Then, they suddenly heard a great clatter of hooves arise. It wasn't too fast, nor was it too slow. It was coming from the direction of the Southern Heaven City. It was 2 women. Chapter 414 Peerless Magnificence. Chapter 414 Peerless Magnificence. Everyone from the Silver Blizzard City glanced around, and they were stunned by what they saw. Especially Zyro Feng Wu, his eyes sparkled with an exceptional fire. The 6 elders and the 7 swords were much older than him, but even they couldn't help having such an amazed look on their faces. Even the somewhat crazed Zyro Han's expression had suddenly become a little mild. The 2 horses galloping forth were being ridden by a white-clothed and a green-clothed girl respectively. The green-clothed girl's appearance was difficult to discern. They could see that the girl's posture was graceful, but her face was dark, so it was difficult to make it out, but it seemed pretty nonetheless. Her eyes were mischievous like the lakes in autumn. Her general appearance made her seem more like a little girl. She was full of inquisitiveness and was covered with innocence. She seemed pure and extremely adorable. Her face was difficult to judge. However, everyone had already overlooked that aspect. Then, they looked behind her and saw that white-clothed girl, and the men genuinely forgot their manners and surroundings in that moment. The clothes covering her body were as white as snow. Her hair was as black as a rain cloud. The young woman's facial features were normal, but anyone who'd look at her face would discover that any man facing her magnificent beauty wouldn't have the courage to look at her. They thought that she was very pure. Even the most beautiful of women would feel inferior when facing that white-clothed young woman. She resembled a shining moon in the night sky. Her cold radiance shone over the world. However, no one could reach her. She was too high to reach, and yet she was graceful as she floated above the mortal world like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Her figure was delicate like a beautiful flower. They found her very beautiful. In fact, she looked so beautiful that they couldn't even fathom how someone could look so beautiful. It could be said that even the most beautiful rhetoric that could be used to describe a woman would sound pale if it were used to describe this peerless beauty. It seemed as if no words could describe the beauty of that woman. Only the heavens could describe something so beautiful. The creatures of this mortal world would fall short of this task. Her appearance was devilishly magnificent. Would it be enough to say that her beauty could bring about the downfall of an empire? Would it be enough to regard her beauty as devastating cities, countries, or even the entire continent would readily turn over for this woman's beauty? And everyone thought of this same idea when they laid eyes on her. Her body seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious cotton-like mist. In fact, it seemed like the vapor that originates from a tobacco pipe. This seemed to be making her appearance blurry, but somewhat clear at the same time. In fact, she was like a rising moon, incomparably clear, yet equally unclear at the same time. Everyone had the same thought when they laid eyes on her. Damn, such a beautiful woman actually lives in this land. The unique, divine, and peerlessly magnificent beauty had seemingly stopped the setting sun in its tracks the moment she had appeared on the road. In fact, it seemed that the rarity of this white-clothed woman's beauty had compelled the sun to cease its downward motion so that it could allow this woman to shine under 1,000,000 rays of its light. However, the splendid sunlight lost its splendor the moment she dismounted. Instead, the very ground beneath her feet started to radiate with an immortal-like aura. However, no one from the Silver Blizzard City had realized that a strange light had flashed in the eyes of the green and the white-clothed women. Moreover, this strange light had vanished very quickly. "Elder sister, this hurried journey has made me very tired. We might as well stop here and have tea before we continue in with our journey. How does that idea sound?" The green-clad girl's voice was like a songbird, sharp and sweet. "You're right, younger sister. There's no need for haste. We can rest here for some time before we proceed further on our journey. They're behind us in any case." The white-clothed woman smiled after she had said that. However, the people from the Silver City thought that flowers were blooming before them. No, it didn't seem like this flower was in full bloom at this time. However, that smile could still bring about the downfall of an empire. "But there are so many people here. I don't know if the patron can provide 2 more seats. Moreover, could this countryside tea shop be any good?" The white-clothed woman frowned with some anxiety. "The 2 ladies I asked the girls to please sit here." This youngster I can stand for some time. That's not our problem here. Please have some snowtear. The quality is great. It might not be worthy of the 2 young ladies, but I ask you to accept it since this place is very remote. Xiao Feng Wu looked at the white-clothed girl. His eyes were already brimming with infatuation. His face was fervent as he hastily stood up. He then eagerly offered her the Silver Blizzard City's special snowtear. After that, he politely brushed his seat with his sleeve. He had even forgotten the somewhat irascible Han Yan Meng's presence as he said, "Your legs must be tired after such a long journey, right? Come and sit." "Well, stand. You must rest your legs." Han Yan Meng pouted the moment these words escaped Xiao Feng Wu's mouth. In fact, her facial expressions were illustrating her displeasure very clearly. What did this guy say? The Silver City's snowtear is the best in the world. But this isn't good enough for these women then. I don't know which tea is. Plus, this guy's attitude is utterly disgraceful. He doesn't seem to carry himself as a man from the Silver City's younger generation. He genuinely isn't living up to his status. In fact, Xiao Feng Wu should call me aunt if we observe the strict hierarchy. But the elders said that I'm too young for that. And that has made my generational status drop. Shouldn't I call my elder sister aunt by this logic? What logic is this? Han Yan Meng had later realized that the drop of her generational standing hadn't been an accident. In fact, she had found that some people had done it on purpose. This was done in order to get me married. There's no doubt that I'm very young since the others of my generation are 30 to 40 years elder to me. However, there are many men of my age in the generation that comes under mine. But they're obviously separated by generational hierarchy. And human relations are irreversible. Moreover, the Sliver City's Zyro family won't wish to get related by marriage to an outsider. So, this strict fall of my generational status has happened in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble. And Zyro Feng Wu's presence has only highlighted this issue since the two families had unanimously decided to appoint him as my husband. He's my age for sure, but he's not mature enough yet. Moreover, they must be afraid that I could repeat my elder sister's case. But this Zyro Feng Wu will become my husband if everything goes smoothly. This is such a silly thing. In fact, it's akin to purposeful self-delusion. But no man in the Silver City will speak against it. This is because there would be a huge power struggle inside the Silver Blizzard City if anyone from outside becomes my husband. That may not be a problem today. However, my children will have to face the brunt of it. Han Yanming didn't have a good impression of her betrothed, to be honest. But she didn't have a bad one either. In fact, she was confused about it. But she noticed that Zyro Feng Wu was being particularly attentive towards an attractive girl he had barely met. She found it laughable, but she also felt somewhat uneasy. Then, he unexpectedly offered his seat to her. And this was very contrary to how polite he usually was. This made the little girl look fearful since she felt that she may have to give up her seat for those women as well. None of the Zyro elders have said anything in this matter. This is the reality of these men. How could this unexpected event not leave the little girl to feel extremely wronged? She tilted her head downwards and pretended that she hadn't heard anything. It's your choice if you wish to be lowly and violate norms. But you're pulling me down with you. Who do you think you are? Who are you? Little sister, please vacate your seat. Zyro Feng Wu glanced at Han Yanming. Then, he looked at the white-clothed woman with a fearful look in his eyes. It seemed that he was worried that she would get angry. Therefore, he had shouted out his request. How can you talk like that to the little princess? Feng Wu Mu Zhu Tong glared since he couldn't stand this any longer. His voice was also full of anger. However, many of the Silver City's elders found his rebuke misplaced. One look at Zyro Feng Wu made it obvious that the first grandson of the Zyro family had fallen in love with the white-clothed woman at first sight. Han Yanming was very unhappy about this matter. She had always been the most favored and adored young woman. She had always been doted on by her elders. However, not one of those men had opened their mouths in her support at this juncture. She wrinkled her nose and stamped her feet. Then, she stood up angrily and said, Zyro Feng Wu, you've turned out to be a great man indeed. I've finally come to know you today. Then, she ran to Mu Zhu Tong's side in anger. She leaned against him in grievance and couldn't help her tears from falling down. Please sit, young ladies. He rest peacefully. You've been neglected. Please let me serve you your tea. It seemed that Zyro Feng Wu hadn't even noticed Han Yanming. He quickly moved his limbs and dusted the seat that had been vacated by Han Yanming as well. The young man's face was full of eagerness. That's so nice, thank you, young master. A thin and imperceptible trace of contempt flashed in the green-clothed girl's eyes. Then, the two women walked over in an elegant manner. Their perfume assailed everyone's nostrils as the two women walked past them. and the men were left with a very satisfactory sensation as a result. The white-clothed woman didn't say a word from the beginning, nor did she show any peculiar expression. You're welcome. May this Xiao Feng Wu dare to ask the young lady's proper names? Xiao Feng Wu cupped his hands. His face showed how honored he felt. In fact, it seemed like his spirit had already left his body. The girl in green quickly shifted her gaze and replied, My elder sister's name is May. My name is also May. May, your family name is May. It's like the beautifully blossoming plum after a cold winter. It's so noble, lofty, and aloof. Xiao Feng Wu's face was full of admiration, but he continued to stammer for a long time without coming to a stop. It seemed as if he didn't even know what to say. May the Silver City's 7 swords and 6 elders trembled. That name wasn't anything on its own, but these people were returning from the Southern Heaven City, so they couldn't help but recall the unreasonable strength of Venerable May the Lord of Tanfar. In fact, they still had some lingering fear when it came to the name May. May I ask where the young lady's homeland is? This old man has walked everywhere under the sky, but I've never come across such a rare and talented beauty such as yourself. Perhaps the young miss is an old friend I don't know about. Xiao Bu smoothed his beard and chuckled as his eyes flashed. We're sisters of a business house from Tanzang. The white-clothed girl was still silent. She looked at that high-quality tea from Silver City, but she didn't move even a bit. So it was the green-clothed girl who had replied this time as well. 2 single women traveling on the road alone. You must be very brave and talented. Xiao Bu became increasingly suspicious as he continued to look at them. Those 2 didn't seem to have any Chuan efficacy to them. However, he was only a step behind the strength of the great masters. So, he was a top-class expert in his own merit, and he could sense that his heart was feeling constricted for no apparent reason. What kind of strength would these 2 possess if they can conceal their cultivation from me? Is it possible that? Chapter 415 My toilet is known as the Silver Blizzard City. Chapter 415 My toilet is known as the Silver Blizzard City. We're alone on this road and we have guards but they don't appear in front of others. These words had apparently been spoken by the green-clothed young girl in a slip-of-tongue moment. She then quickly covered her mouth. Her eyes had turned round and she turned away in panic. She then gave a hollow laugh. She genuinely seemed to be panicking in this moment. Xiao Bu thought to himself. It seems that I was overthinking things. The situation has been very turbulent of late. So, we've started to panic at the first sign of a shadow. In fact, we treat every tree like an enemy soldier. These 2 girls don't have any signs of Xuan Tai fluctuations on their bodies. However, it's very likely that they aren't big experts. In fact, everything should be fine as long as they haven't been traveling from the Southern Heaven City. He had been terrified until a moment ago. In fact, he had believed that things could turn out very badly if the white-clothed girl even had any fair-off relations to Venerable May. However, it certainly didn't seem to be the case anymore. Moreover, it was a good thing since that wasn't the case. That girl has caught Feng Wu's eye. And could any girl in this world resist the lure of the Silver Blizzard City? It's very common for real men to have 3 or 4 wives and concubines. In fact, it wouldn't be a big deal if Feng Wu took many wives as long as the little princess is his first wife. Xiao Bu gave Xiao Han a meaningful look. Xiao Han still looked as crazy as before. His spirit had been subdued. and he genuinely wanted to fight a decisive battle with Jun Wuyi. But his tiredness from the journey of the past few days hadn't subsided yet. Let Zyro Han feign madness and play the fool that should yield a good result in this situation. Moreover, I can save this situation in case after all, Zyro Feng Wu is also my blood. He's my great-grandson. This girl looks very talented and she very beautiful as well. So, it's okay if this girl's family isn't that influential. In fact, it's fine even if they are no match for ours. His judgment had been very accurate. That white-clothed girl and Venerable Mei weren't related. This was absolutely true. But what he hadn't thought of was, you look like you've taken a fancy for the white-clothed girl. Feng Wu. Zyro Han had taken the hint. So, he raised his head and tilted it as he looked at his nephew. In fact, he deliberately made himself look like an insane person. Zyro Feng Wu was left helpless. He stole a stealthy glance from the corner of his eyes and shot a quick look at the white-clothed woman before he began to stammer, Uncle. I'm only asking you whether it's true or not. Do you think that this girl is beautiful? Do you want to take her home as your wife? Zyro Han looked drunk as he slammed his hands on the table. Then he opened his eyes wide. His indication was evident. Your uncle will play the bad guy for your sake if you've taken a fancy to her. The green-clothed girl rolled her eyes. You wish to take my elder sister as your wife. You must something very highly of yourself. Yes, but Zyro Feng Wu had always been bossy. But he became embarrassed when he heard of that matter. In fact, his cheek had become flaccid. It's okay, your uncle will do it for you. Zyro Han turned to look at the white-clothed woman. Then, looked her up and down and said, May I dare to ask the young lady if she has ever heard of the Silver Blizzard City? One must make the heavens mad before the heavens would exterminate them. But what if the person is already mad? It's fine if the heavens make one commit a sin. However, one mustn't commit a sin on their own initiative. Mu Zutong kept his eyes on the white-clothed woman as Zyro Han took in his insane form and spoke those words. The lady's beauty had been embedded in his heart. And everyone loves beauty. So, Mu Zutong felt a somewhat protective feeling towards her. Therefore, he didn't wish for such a beautiful woman to be defiled by that Zyro uncle-nephew duo. However, I can't act for that young lady's benefit by drawing weapons without explanation. Anyone can see that it's that Zyro Bu Yu who is controlling everything from behind. So, what would I be able to achieve if I were to do something at this time? However, Mu Zutong had also noticed something unexpected. It was strange that he couldn't see her appearance very clearly at such a close distance despite his cultivation level. But that woman had a very real feeling to her. She wasn't hiding her appearance either. Nor was she wearing a veil or something. Moreover, she seemed as fearless as an emperor in front of his people. However, no one could make out her appearance properly. What's going on here? What does this feeling signify? And what puzzled Mu Zutong the most was the fact that any woman would be distressed or embarrassed once she would hear what Zyro Han and Zyro Feng Wu were speaking about, more so because their words were directed at that white-clothed woman herself. However, the said woman's expression hadn't changed from the very beginning. She had managed to remain coldly indifferent and very calm. In fact, it had seemed as if she hadn't even heard them. The young lady then held her teacup and took a sip from it. In fact, it seemed as if she only had eyes for the tea in her cup. Even a shabby teacup looked like a golden imperial gauntlet when held in her hands. She hadn't seemed to have heard what Zyro Han had asked her. In fact, she didn't even blink. The words Silver Blizzard City could make people tremble with fear, but they had seemed to be nothing in her eyes. In fact, they had no meaning whatsoever. Silver Blizzard City, where is that? The green-clad girl gave a lovable smile. Then, she adorably tilted her head in careful consideration. After that, she assumed a very sad, apologetic, and sincerely embarrassed expression as she apologized. "I'm very sorry. I've never heard of this place. Moreover, I've never heard that it's famous or anything." Zyro Han staggered. He had thought that the two women would look up in extreme reverence and admiration when he would say the words Silver Blizzard City. In fact, he had further planned to present the proposal in his arrogance. He believed that no one would ever be able to reject a proposal from the Silver Blizzard City. However, his fantasy and imagination were entirely different from reality. The opposite party hadn't even heard of the Silver Blizzard City's name. It had seemed that Zyro Han and Zyro Feng Wu had already prepared their bodies to take an aggressive and momentous stance. However, the unclennifu duo looked like punched-out cotton bags instead. It seemed as if their deformed cotton bodies couldn't exert themselves physically anymore. It seemed as if their wrists had been twisted. They didn't know who these men were. Moreover, they had never heard of their ancestry. In fact, they even had a sincere and apologetic expression of their faces. And Zyro Han had obviously been rendered in a very silly position as a result. However, in case Zyro Han had realized who these two women he was forcibly trying to acquire as his daughter-in-law were, it could be reckoned that he would have died from a scare even before John Wuyi's arrival. "The Silver Blizzard City is our home, har har har." The two ladies might not know about it because they aren't Xuan experts themselves. So, you may not have met many of us. Therefore, you don't know much about the world of Xuan experts. Zyro Feng Wu quickly pitched in with a laugh. But his tone of voice was still reeking of arrogance. It would be very rare to find an expert on the continent who hasn't heard the name of the Silver Blizzard City. The Silver Blizzard City is at the top of this Xuan continent. "It's so fierce," the green-clad young lady exclaimed as her delicate hand covered her mouth in shock. "Silver Blizzard, is it covered in snow? Doesn't the sun melt it away?" "The Silver Blizzard City is only the name of the place. It's not built with ice and snow in reality." Zyro Feng Wu looked dumbfounded at first. He then gave the explanation in a stumped manner. "But how come we've never heard of such a famous place?" The green-clad girl looked at him in a skeptical manner before she realized something. "Oh, that's right, I recall the Silver Blizzard City now." The unclennifu duo finally drew a breath. "So, you finally remember. It was bound to happen. The name of our Silver Blizzard City would obviously be known to people who don't even have Xuan Kai." They then saw the green-clothed girl turn to the white-clothed young lady and say, "Sister, don't you remember the time we were celebrating the New Year's in winter outside the slums? Hadn't the snow piled up at that time? I remember that you had built a wall, a rampart, and a castle out of it, and didn't you give it a name as well? In fact, you had called it the Blizzardy Silver City. Right, it was winter outside, but didn't it look like a place where one could relieve themselves in a moment of rush?" The white-clothed girl gave a weak smile and nodded slowly. This had been the only reaction she had given until now. The green-clad girl suddenly got up and jumped. Her tone sounded arrogant as she addressed Zyro Han and Zyro Feng Wu. "Humph, I think that place is still our countryside's toilet. My sister had given it the same name as that of your city, so, How is it worth such arrogance? How you wear such good dresses? Do you people have a lot of money? So why do you people live in a toilet if you have so much money? Maybe it's because you've got the money, but haven't spent it yet. There's a term for that too. What is it called? Oh, right, isn't it called parvenu rich? The corner of Zyro Han's mouth twitched. He looked angry. Zyro Feng Wu was stunned. On the other hand, the young master of the Zyro family couldn't think of a way to react to this situation. In fact, he couldn't help but wonder if such a great coincidence genuinely existed in that world. You're spouting nonsense, you plebeian girl! Zyro Han shouted in anger and stood up. He showed the true extent of a Skychuan expert's imposing mannerism as he went mad. Zyro Han's mind had been losing its sensibility throughout the entire journey, and these words had managed to add more fuel to the fire. Would he genuinely attack these two feeble-looking women? He has already killed 80-90 people on this journey so far. So, is he going to add another 2 names to that list? Uncle, calm down. Uncle, you must calm down. This could be a coincidence. These 2 girls are daughters of a rich household who don't know about our Silver Blizzard City. That's all. Zyro Feng Wu anxiously tried to calm his uncle down. His forehead was covered with sweat. He had been smitten by that white-clothed girl's charm to the point of madness. The young man even believed that he would feel on top of the world if she even spoke a word to him. Consequently, Zyro Feng Wu had lost his sense of judgment a long time ago. Get out of the way, you evil creature! Can't you see that these 2 have been trifling with us? Zyro Han threw his nephew aside in anger. What did you say? Do you have the guts to say that to me again? An extremely ice-cold and awe-inspiring voice echoed. It was devoid of any shred of humanity. It was like the cold wind that had blown straight from hell. In fact, it even left the strongest man of the Silver City's contingent to tremble. The eyes of that adorable and charming green-clad girl were no longer cheerful. Instead, they were reeking with killing intention at this time. Those mischievous eyes had suddenly turned into bottomless pits. Zyro Feng Wu had only glanced at them, but he felt like he had fallen into a bottomless whirlpool. Zyro Bu Yu was extremely terrified by this. It's at the level of great masters. It's a great master's aura. That kind of aura had left Zyro Bu Yu incapable of using his own powerful aura. Who is this green-clothed girl? It didn't matter who that green-clad girl was. The matter had already gone to the dumps. The atmosphere was on the verge of a full-blown conflict. Zyro Han's words, "plebeian girl," had seemingly stirred up a huge amount of trouble. Moreover, it was the kind of trouble which he was incapable of coping with. He was incapable to resolving it, and he was incapable of facing it. Coincidentally, a loud thunder-like rumbling sound arose from the distance at that moment. Flags and banners fluttered in the wind as dust rose into the sky. John Wui's army had finally arrived. Chapter 416. Is there still room for more bad luck in this situation? Chapter 416. Is there still room for more bad luck in this situation? Wait, please, this is a misunderstanding. Zyro Bu Yu moved quickly and faced the green-clothed girl. His expression changed from that of carelessness to one of grave seriousness. He also looked bewildered. Please calm your anger, young miss. This is just a misunderstanding. Please allow this rotten old man to give you an explanation. Misunderstanding? This joke isn't funny. We would've been captured by you if we were ordinary sisters from a wealthy household. You would've flagrantly insulted and devastated us if we hadn't been killed by that idiot's hand. First, do the so-called men of the Silver Blizzard City behave like this? Explain this to me and Would you even give an explanation to someone if it weren't for us two sisters? Do you have an explanation for this? The green-clothed girl gave a frosty look to Zyrobuyu, and she didn't hold back her killing intention as she did this. Instead, it continued to rise. One couldn't compare Zyrobuyu to Zyrohan. The girl's killing intention continued to rise, but it wasn't as if he couldn't resist it. However, the pressure was too great. So, it was overwhelming him to some extent. However, this was an example of the ignorant are fearless. Zyrohan had been horrified when he had felt the terrifyingly imposing aura of the green-clothed girl. But his confidence had risen up once Zyrobuyu had stood up in his support. In fact, he still hadn't realized the danger that lay before him. He believed that anyone would be helpless before him as long as he had Zyrobuyu's support. However, Zyrobuyu had gotten covered in sweat as he did his best to resist that overwhelming killing intention. He felt that he was being watched by a highly venomous snake. Moreover, he felt that he couldn't compare to this serpent in any regard, whether it was in terms of speed, strength, or agility. Zyrobuyu's entire body felt cold at this moment. It was as if a cold wind had stabbed him at the back of the head. And that was because he had finally thought who this green-clothed girl could be. In fact, his derivation didn't feel much like a guess. So, he started to act like he was near one of the strongest existences in the world. Please calm down, respected Miss. Feng Wu and Han are young. They don't understand things well. They had spoken without thinking. But they didn't have any bad intentions. I must beseech you to not take offense. I apologize on their behalf. Zyrobuyu wanted to slap himself crazy as he said those words. Moreover, his intestines had started to turn green with regret. Inhabits this familiar imposing aura, that familiar clothing, and that venomous glare. Only her face is different. Doesn't this mean that she's the Snake King of the Tan-Far Forest? However, the opposite party is unwilling to reveal their true identities, and they are traveling in secrecy. So, speaking to them about it at this time will have very bad consequences. In fact, that would be akin to committing a huge mistake. Then, does this white-clothed girl, she's the Snake King's elder sister and her name is Mei. Good God. Kill me now. I plan to make the Snake King's elder sister my Feng Wu's wife, or maybe even an insignificant concubine. It's like my brain had a cramp. I feel like my brain is filled with water. Even genuine idiots won't do something so idiotic. Wouldn't it be a huge joke if this goes out? She is surely the Snake King's elder sister. That's obvious from the respect she's receiving from the Snake King. I'm sure she's a bit weaker than Venerable Mei. But I can't understand how much weaker, but I'm sure that she's not too weak. Chuan beasts give hierarchical status according to strength. They consider you as nothing if you don't have strength. Moreover, her family name is Mei. Can she be Venerable Mei's younger sister? It wasn't surprising that he was thinking along these lines. After all, Venerable Mei was a man in the eyes of the world. In fact, he was supposed to be an extremely old man. However, this white-clothed woman was extremely beautiful and possessed peerless style. Moreover, she had a very youthful appearance. Zyrobuyu was in no mood to even spare half a glance at Jun Wuyi's arriving army. He hadn't even heard their movements since he had turned deaf to everything else. The man was in a shock at this moment. My God, what a huge mistake did I make! I allowed my grandson to take liberties with Venerable Mei's little sister, and he even called the Snake King a plebeian girl. Zyrobuyu was on the verge of a collapse. I'm a fucking old fool. I'm having a spell of bad luck. But did it have to be so bad? Why did I let Zyro Han act so freely like an idiot? What's the difference between him doing this and courting death? Zyro Bu couldn't help but give a stern look to Zyro Han as he thought of this. Damn it, would we have stopped here if you hadn't gone crazy? And how could we have run into these two celestial beings if we hadn't stopped here? And how could you have tried to take liberties or even abused them by calling the Snake King a plebeian girl if we hadn't run into them in the first place? And how could you have made her angry if this hadn't happened? We've already established that our Zyro family has the unquenchable hatred of that extremely powerful mysterious master. And we have added these beast kings to the roster now. Venerable may needn't even act themselves. Those Kshuan beasts of Tan Far could make the Silver Blizzard City the next Zhu Hun Manor. They could destroy us. You are a messenger of death. You've stirred trouble with such a terrifying woman we had set up here so that we could wait for Jun Wuyi. But you had to go and stir such huge trouble, and we have now provoked the Beast Kings of Tan Far because of you. Silver Blizzard City, you think you're too strong. You dared to take liberties with my elder sister, and then you cursed me. Humph, you have some guts, but you're only worthy of being called youngsters of a renowned house. The Snake King's eyes were full of cold lightning as they swept over the 17 men. She then spoke up in a cold tone, "This thing isn't over yet. I will look for the Silver Blizzard City, and I will talk to that Han Feng Zhu. Is this how he educates his people?" Snake King's voice was becoming increasingly muffled in the backdrop of the hoofbeats of the arriving army. So, only Zyro Bu had heard her. However, the other men of the Silver Blizzard City didn't know how big of a trouble they had provoked in this instance. However, they had seen that Zyro Bu was talking very softly. Moreover, he was even talking about compensating and explaining matters to them. Therefore, those men had determined that these two women went normal and couldn't be trifled with. However, Zyro Feng Wu's eyes were shining even more brightly now. He thought, wouldn't my prestige in Silver Blizzard cities shoot up exponentially if this white-clothed woman hails from a powerful hidden family? There might be a big change in my marriage plans if these women belong to some powerful and secretive family. But that'll be worth. I wouldn't even mind renouncing my marriage to the little Han princess. In fact, I would also be fine living with my wife's family. This beautiful woman's company is much better than that of that unruly little girl. It had to be said that men's thoughts have no limits. Zyro Feng Wu was still thinking about those things even at this moment. In fact, he was still embracing his wishful thinking and grand dreams of living with that girl's family. This had to be admired a lot. Zyro Han's cultivation was at the initial stage of Skyxuan, but his cultivation was mostly the result of help from his elders since they had opened his meridians. And he had also been taking a lot of medication. However, very little of it was his own accomplishment through bitter hardships. He was a true Skyxuan expert, but he couldn't be compared with someone who had accumulated Xun Tai on their own and had made their breakthroughs with hard work. Even Mu Zhu Tong could notice that something was wrong. But Zyro Han had only been thinking about the strong support of his indestructible grandfather Zyro Bu. Therefore, Zyro Han's sight had never been attracted to the green-clothed girl, nor did he know what kind of trouble he had provoked. Instead, the man was only staring at the dust that was rising from the south, and his eyes were clearly showing his crazy desire to fight. "You've finally arrived, Jun Wuyi. I've been waiting for you for a while. This is when you die." Only Zyro Bu had understood this situation, and he was struck dumb like a rock. And yet, he couldn't shout to draw attention since there was still some room for mitigation in this situation as the matter stood. However, there wouldn't be any other choice apart from a great fight if he spoke out the identity of the opposite party. Fight can we fight them? Our side is extremely strong. We can look down on the world with arrogance, but our own people can't hold against this opponent who is at least as strong as the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei. And then, there's that mysterious May girl with the Snake King. It's not like we are no match for the opponent if I think about it, but would we dare to face them? Let's say that we can match them. But we will still lose in every situation. That's because we will only invite the wrath of Tan-Far Forest if we beat these two girls, and the Silver City's strength won't be enough in front of their might. The Silver Blizzard City stood at the top of the world, but only 3 other parties were as fierce as the Tan-Far Forest. Zyro Bu Yu was a peak expert of the Silver Blizzard City. He was also an elder of the Zyro family, and he was one of the strongest experts in existence. However, he was frightened and at a loss. Are these people worth dirtying your hands over? We will go and teach that Han Feng Zhu a lesson for these crime. The white-clothed woman hadn't spoken till now. However, she had finally said a few words. But these few words had left Zyro Bu Yu and the others to pick their ears. This little sister will obey what elder sister has said, the Snake King nodded respectfully. Then, she looked at Zyro Bu Yu and asked in a mighty manner, "Why are you here?" I won't conceal anything from you. Our Zyro family and the Jun family have a few grudges. My grandson had taken a vow with a desire to challenge Jun Wuyi to single battle as a man. Zyro Bu Yu was going to say, "Won't conceal anything from the Snake King." However, he then realized that he wouldn't wish to reveal their identities. So he quickly corrected himself. He saw the faraway army getting increasingly closer as he surmised everything vaguely. So his complexion became serious, and his voice became gloomy. Could he still allow Zyro Han to challenge Jun Wuyi under these circumstances? The words spoken by that white-clad young woman had provided a temporary solution to this situation. But the problem hadn't finished from the long-term perspective. In fact, the words, "Well, go and teach that Han Feng Zhu a lesson for these crimes," signified that his Silver Blizzard City had incited a powerful and unequal hatred. This was like someone had shattered their heels with a powerful fart from their own buttocks. Or someone had broken their own teeth by spewing out water from their mouth. Getting oneself into such a bad situation was nothing short of the world's top antidote. He felt like turning his back and flying to the Silver Blizzard City so that he could convene an emergency meeting. The Snake King is an unrivaled celestial being, and that May girl's tone is even more terrifying. We've been very unlucky. Since when did we have to show such humility? But the circumstances are strongly against us. I believe that even Han Feng Zhu wouldn't have been able to prevail if he were here. So, what can I do? Chapter 417 Jun Mo Zai's Misery. Chapter 417 Jun Mo Zai's Misery. However, his underlings didn't know that. They didn't know the true identity of those two women. So, they didn't understand how weak they were. Thus, they believed that they couldn't be defeated since they could rely on their leader. So, it was rather difficult to accept that this matter would greatly affect their future authority. But there wasn't anything they could do about it. However, they at least knew that there would be blood if they were to rashly provoke the other party at this moment. That's okay. But the hatred between us is nearer reconcilable. However, we should leave that matter for later. Let's look at this hustling bustle for now. I would like to see this decisive battle with Jun Wuyi as well. Can the elite of the Silver Blizzard City prevail over the Blood General? I hope I'm not disappointed in this instance. The white-clothed girl didn't even raise her eyes. It was like she was talking to thin air. The Snake King got up in an imposing manner and went beside the calmly seated white-clothed girl. She then resumed the appearance of a pretty girl from a humble family. In fact, she would've looked enchanting if it weren't for her dark and unsightly face. Zyrobu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two women wished to watch that from the sides, but my heart might fail if these two watch from the sides. It was a good thing that Zyrohan didn't know the identity of those two women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to showcase his true strength properly. Ignorance knows no fear, and this can be the root of happiness at times. The Zyro family's second elder Zyrobu had thought about this and had obviously understood the meaning of that sentence. The young Master Jun's mood had been bad of late, quite bad in fact. He was getting closer to the Tanzang city with every step his horse took forward. This obviously meant that he was getting closer to a huge public backlash. Jun Mozai had already prepared for that. So, even the worst-case scenario would mean nothing to him. But it still somewhat contributed to making his mood bad. The young Master Jun was very anxious. He was anxious that he would lose control over his temper and go on a killing spree as a result. In fact, Jun Mozai had to restrain his flood of killing intention every time he'd even think about those hateful gossip mongers and honorable individuals. But Jun Mozai still knew that mentally preparing himself for this situation may not guard him from acting out in an unexpected manner when he'd face their combined backlash. And then there was Gwarn King Han. The young Master Jun's thoughts had been piercing him. In fact, they had been pierced him like he were a sheet of paper. I've been holding back both of my lives. I haven't given in to my bodily temptations ever since I've come to this Xuan continent. However, I've still been bullied by people for it. I've been called a myriad of names such as debauchee, skirt chasers, etc. However, the two of us have already formed a genuine relationship. So, these scruples shouldn't exist anymore, right? Besides, I'm willing to take responsibility for everything in this matter. So, shouldn't we at least be comfortable around each other? Therefore, he had intended to go a second round. And he had allowed his lust to reign free. And his lust had started to rage like a fiery tide within him. But Gwarn King Han remained like a cold iceberg no matter how raging an inferno he had within him. In fact, she was aloof and unfeeling towards it. In fact, he couldn't even land a single opportunity. And this was like throwing dry wood at the fires of his passion. This would do nothing to help subside it. The young Master Jun had ignored what Gwarn King Han had been thinking this entire time. She would seem unmoved by him. However, he had already made a mark on her emotions. Jun Mozai made her heart thump, and she had affections for him. In fact, Gwarn King Han had formed a favorable impression of Jun Mozai a long time ago. Moreover, her status had also changed by now since Jun Wuyi had taken her in as his adopted daughter over the course of this journey. So, everyone in the camp knew about it. And a fact was a fact even if no one else knew about it. It could even be said that Jun Wuyi had approved of that matter between the two of them. However, this didn't mean that Jun Mo Zai and Gwarn King Han could recklessly satiate their desires before they had been married off. The thing that had happened that night was a mistake, and she had been left with no choice but to make that mistake. However, she would surely become a laughing stock if she and Jun Mo Zai had such intimate relations while the latter was in his senses. After all, people of our society are far from the acceptance of something so bold, and this is especially true for such a sensitive time. Therefore, Gwarn King Han's attitude towards Jun Mo Zai's advances were shy, embarrassment, apprehension. Thus, Jun Mo Zai was never able to cover the distance even once. Therefore, young Lady Gwarn had become an even colder beauty than before. She was truly a magnificent and cold beauty now. So, how could someone with Jun Mo Zai's intelligence not understand these matters? Well, he was like a Vern man who had recently opened the gates of passion. Moreover, he was face to face with an extremely beautiful woman, and this beautiful woman was his woman, but she wouldn't even permit him to touch her. So, he was living in total abstinence. I will have to endure this since this is the case. However, that unbelievably enticing Dugu Zairoi was also present in the scene, and she was ready to exploit any and all means at given any time. She was always ready to entice him so that she could get what she wanted. Thus, things were getting more and more. Therefore, the young Master Jun had been miserable, very, very miserable. One could imagine that a healthy and robust young man's blood could flow downwards 10 times a day. This would mean that his debtors would be drawn as many times. In fact, he would be on the verge of supporting the world with only one column. The young Master Jun's veins would start to pop on his forehead whenever this time would come. He would cry out and start to pant soon after. Then he would rush out from his tent and look for a cold water puddle to plunge into. He had been at a complete loss these days. In fact, no regular man would have been able to endure this. Fortunately, it was early winter time, so he had put on a few layers of clothes. But an indistinct bulge could still be seen from time to time. One could assume that the young Master Jun would have had to walk like a soldier with an assault rifle in case this was summertime. How could he be in a good mood under such circumstances? It had become worse over the past 3 days since his 3 uncles had taken a different direction from a fork on the road and had returned to the Dongfeng family. Jun Mo Zai's desires had become more unrestrained since then. The reason for the 3 Dongfeng brothers' departure was quite simple. Only one offspring of their sisters remained. So they had to save it. They had to return home to give a report to their old lady since such an embarrassing event had occurred. And they also had to make preparations in case the attacks of ridicule didn't come to a stop against the Jun family. In that case, they would prefer to break the pact and dispatch strong troops. Things could still get out of hand. However, they could always bring the young Master Jun and the young Lady Gwarn King Han to the Dongfeng family. Therefore, the 3 left without rest when they reached the diversion point. Jun Mo Zai was riding a horse at the moment, and he was following the carriage which carried Gwarn King Han and Dugu Zairoi. They were inside the same carriage which he had extorted for himself. However, he couldn't even sit in it now. This strict order had come directly from Jun Wuyi. In fact, Jun Wuyi had banned his nephew's presence inside that carriage, and the young Master Jun had no intentions of violating it either. However, he again whiffed a smell of that faint and beautiful fragrance coming from ahead, and the young Master Jun couldn't prevent his blood vessels from opening up. This gave rise to a reaction he wanted to avoid. The horse he was riding was calm and settled at first, but it suddenly neighed and turned its head to shoot a puzzled glance towards John Mosai. The horse's eyes were filled with doubts and grievance. "Master, I feel wronged since you're riding me. So, I request that you please stop poking me with that short stick. It may sound strange because beggars can't be choosers. I'm a horse. So, shouldn't you give my feelings some thought? Even if you're feeling hungry, there's a possibility that you may not be minding this since you're in a favorable position, but that area is also odd after all. It's my backbone." John Mosai returned the horse's glance with an innocent expression. Know what you're thinking, brother horse. But that toy of mine isn't listening to my orders of late. You're such a lively and spirited horse, you must've had the same problems, right? Please understand." So the horse understood it and turned its head forward. He then continued to move forward while bearing his troubles in silence. John Mosai had rested for several days after he had forged the blood of yellow flame. However, he had then discovered this new misery of his. So, he had decided that he was better off being a thief. After all, his attention and energy would remain diverted as long as he had something else on his mind. John Mosai tried to find an alternate solution to his problem as well. However, he failed again and again. Consequently, the thief ran rampant in the barracks again. How could he be blamed for it under these circumstances? The young Master John was extremely frustrated and had nowhere to vent. So, he stole everything, whether civilian or military. However, he had already informed John Wooyi about this matter. He had told his uncle that he needn't panic. He had also mentioned that the weapons are of use to him. Therefore, John Wooyi had been prepared for it. And he didn't lose his cool in front of the crisis. He trusted his nephew. So, the Supreme Commander John didn't differentiate between right and wrong, and opted to go with what he believed was true and just. Thus, he decided to shield the thief with care. The quartermaster came to John Wooyi one day, and he nervously reported the current status of the armory. The shivering man had been expecting a harsh punishment or even execution. However, John Wooyi downplayed the situation and said, while waving his hand, "Is this a big deal? It's just a few blades, isn't it? You're here to trouble me for such trivial things. Get out." The quartermaster had already taken a decisive decision to report the matter, and had confessed his failure in the face of it. His head had been filled with sweat. His face was full of misgivings when he had come in. However, his body had relaxed by the time he had stepped out. In fact, he thought that he was dreaming. After all, it wasn't as if he had lost 3 or 5 weapons. He had lost nearly half of the armory. This was a huge sin for the quartermaster on the watch. How did that happen? Since when did the Supreme Commander become so good to talk to? His being so amiable, he felt overwhelmingly warm inside. Therefore, the young Master John started to forge weapons every evening. However, he didn't exert the same effort he had in the previous instance. He only used 100 swords or so to forge 1 weapons this time. He forged around 9 of those weapons before he lost interest. I'm not a fucking blacksmith. I'm only forging these weapons to kill time. It's not important to do this over and over again. There isn't any meaning to this. This is very boring. These swords are enough anyway. 1 for third uncle, 1 for grandfather, 1 for Hai Chen Feng, 1 for Bailey Luo Yun, and then 1 for Old Pang. There is no one else who has enough strength to use one of these weapons. So, there's no point in giving one to them. Therefore, 9 swords are enough. There was one transformation in John Mosai that had become very obvious. His murderous aura had become colder ever since he had developed a better understanding and sense of familiarity with the blood of yellow flame. Chapter 418 A Suspicion of 10 Years. Chapter 418 A Suspicion of 10 Years. His glare had become increasingly cold. The incorporeal murderous spirit was continuously being recycled throughout his body. It would reverse inwards and then it would come out in a volatile manner. However, it would go back inside after some time. It was like the rising sea when it was volatile. In fact, it was like a rising sea of converging swords and could seemingly destroy the clear blue skies above. But it was quiet when it went back in, and it would seem that it was a calm ripple which wouldn't rise up in 1,000 years. Whether it was volatile or receding, the current John Mosai and the one he would to be in the Tanzang city were completely different personalities. In fact, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. The young Master Jun was extremely fidgety and dizzy at this time. He also felt that his posterior and inner thighs were getting scratched. However, his pike still stood tall and unafraid. It didn't seem willing to surrender in any way, and no amount of effort could help in bringing it down. That was because Dugu Zairoi was riding at his side. That girl wasn't sitting inside the carriage. She had demanded for a pony to ride on. She had then decided to ride smugly at the young master's side. And she had been chattering and giggling the entire journey. In fact, she would often jump onto the back of Jun Mosai's horse with a whooshing sound, and would then sit behind him. She would then grasp his waist with a content expression, and she would pay no attention to the onlooker's gaze while doing so. Therefore, the officers and men had also gotten used to it as time had passed. After all, that pretty little girl made many of the younger troops happy by being a visual treat, and her long-lasting fragrance was also enjoyed by everyone. For example, Dugu Zairoi was speaking with Jun Mosai in high spirits at this time. She then started to choke with panic in the face of the northern wind. After that, she suddenly jumped over to him with a very loud pop-pop sound. However, she hadn't jumped on the horse's back this time. Rather, she had jumped into the young Master Jun's arms. It would be correct to say that she had landed on the horse's neck. Then, she lowered her posterior and extended her arms to embrace Jun Mosai's neck. This entire thing happened very suddenly. So, Jun Mosai wasn't left with many options. He extended his arms and embraced Dugu Zairoi with vigor so that she didn't fall down. This was because some things could be reacted to with instinct rather than being conveyed in words. What happened next wasn't unexpected. Jun Mosai gave a repressed groan. His face changed color as he bared his teeth. He was going through pain and a bit of enjoyment at this moment. Dugu Zairoi cried out as her arms circled around Jun Mosai's neck. Her posterior had barely touched down when she turned pale. Then, it immediately shot up again. She couldn't help reach out to feel that protrusion next to her buttocks. She then rebuked, "What is this hard thing? It's pressing me so painfully. I will die of pain, brother Mosai. You've got to pull your weapon away." Puff, puff. The surrounding soldiers whimpered and laughed as they heard this. They obviously knew what was pressing painfully against Dugu Zairoi. That's a good and incisive weapon. Each one of them was swaying from side to side. What is this? Withdraw it quickly. Dugu Zairoi tried to act quickly and exerted herself as she pulled on it. SSSS Jun Mo-zai hissed with pain and pleasure. Then, he hurriedly removed her hand from the weapon she had grabbed. Stop messing with it. How can you mess with it? Why, never mind. I'll just sit like this. Dugu Zairoyi's eyes had turned into big circles as she tried to get up. She then hovered her body a bit above Jun Mo-zai's since she wanted to avoid that thing. However, that didn't help her case since that thing was unwaveringly strong and upright. In fact, she couldn't avoid it no matter how hard she tried. Dugu Zairoyi didn't like this feeling. So, she turned her buttocks around. What is that thing? It's so warm as well. Hey, the accumulated lust inside Jun Mo-zai was ready to burst out. In fact, it could ignite and burn the very heavens. He nearly pressed hard upon the naive little girl and committed the deed then and there. But he eventually controlled himself and picked the little girl's delicate body and placed her behind him. The soldiers, besides them, winked at each other in joy. Dugu Zairoyi held Jun Mo-zai's waist from behind. She buried her small face even deeper into his back and sighed with satisfaction. She then sniffed with her small nose and said, "You have a very good smell." "It smells like Little White," but these words reminded her of her grievance, and she started to weep. "I don't know where Little White is. I don't know." Boo-hoo. A dark line appeared on Jun Mo-zai's face. "Little White, would he have advanced like that if I hadn't helped him? You should've said that he smells like me." "Wait, this is wrong. Crap, I'm a big man. How can I be compared to such a little beast?" He felt a divine feeling as he enjoyed the sensation of her fragrant and soft body sticking to his back. She would stick her red lips to his ears as she'd speak, and he could clearly hear the words from those sweet lips. Even her soft hair would sometimes touch the sides of his face and mouth in a teasing manner. His nostrils wouldn't be able to help but take in a whiff of their fragrant smell. Jun Mo-zai couldn't help but feel some waves rippling in his heart. It was no doubt that his luck with women was wondrous. However, it also entailed misery and suffering. Jun Mo-zai had opened the gates that had led him to the world of passion very recently. Therefore, something like this would only simulate his blood vessels into opening wider, and this meant that it would become hard for him to control himself. Therefore, he could only help himself by wearing additional layers of clothing to the front of his body. He couldn't endure anymore at this time. However, they suddenly heard a loud voice from the front. "Jun Wuyi, come out if you're a man, and fight me to the death." That voice moved like the thunder in the sky. It was a mix of craziness and extreme hatred. Everyone in the 20,000-strong army could hear it. It was Silver Blizzard City's Zairo Han's voice. This change had been very sudden. The troops who carried the banners at the front came to a stop. The thousands of troops and horses didn't utter a sound. They repressed their emotions and remained quiet. They would have toppled any mountains and crossed any seas if they were given the order. Anyone who'd speak rudely would have been turned into minced meat even if he was a Skykshuan expert. There was an ocean of soldiers in this army. So, one would replace the other until they had trampled upon the enemy. Jun Mo-zai's expression changed, and his glare became cold. He kicked his horse. It took a step forward and suddenly picked speed. Dugu Zairoyi screamed in fear behind him. She then looked up as she tightly held onto Jun Mo-zai's clothes. The men from the Silver Blizzard City had sensed the imposing aura of that green-clothed girl. It was unlike any regular person, and exceeded everyone else. But then, she had retracted her claws once the white-clothed girl had intervened and resolved the conflict. Therefore, everyone was at ease at this time. Moreover, Jun Wuyi had been their intended target in any case. So, they would be wronged if they carelessly started to fight with some other great expert instead. It wouldn't have mattered whether they would have won or lost. It would have been unnecessary to pick that fight. Everyone had relaxed. However, they had begun to curse Zyro Han and his nephew. Damned lecherous idiots, you should know who you can provoke. Are you capable enough of provoking these two women? These two guys are very reckless. The idiocy of these two dimwits needs to be dealt with later on. They've potentially implicated everyone with this one stupid act of theirs. Today's happenings are very worrying. However, the problem had been averted for the time being. So, everyone's minds turned to the upcoming challenge that Zyro Han would deliver to Jun Wuyi. It was strange to say this, but all of them had previously been hoping to witness Zyro Han teach Jun Wuyi a good lesson. However, everyone had suddenly changed their minds. And all of them wanted Zyro Han to be beaten by Jun Wuyi now. I hope he gets a proper beating. It's fine as long as he doesn't die. The green-clothed girl may not seek out our people to cause more trouble if Zyro Han gets beaten into a miserable condition after having provoked her, right? Zyro Han stood holding his weapon. His clothes were like snow, and his sword was like silver. He seemed to have some traces of elegance to him. But his twisted expression had destroyed that image. The army halted in a proper order. After that, a slow reply came, Zyro Han. Jun Wuyi was the one who had spoken back. The vanguard of the army parted as Jun Mo Zai slowly pushed his uncle's wheelchair to the front. The eyes of Jun Wuyi's tranquil face were filled with hot fire. Zyro Han, it's good that you are here to look for me since I was looking for you as well. So, let's settle our debts since you've come knocking at my door. You're looking for me because of your hatred for me for taking away your wife. But I've also been looking for you to settle old debts. Ours is an enmity that can't be reconciled. For my eldest and second brothers, for my two nephews, and for Yao. Jun Mo Zai was also going berserk with anger. In fact, he was very sullen and fierce. Fuck you, Silver Blizzard City people had to show up at such an important juncture. That's good. This young master will loosen your muscles and bones. Our situation is destined to have only one end. So, I will help you attain death if you wish for it. In fact, I believe that using my flame of primal chaos would be a complete waste on you guys. The anger of this unclinifu duo soared. Their accumulated anger was making them feel like going berserk. They wanted to wreak havoc through the heavens. There was a mountainous pressure around them. Jun Wuyi, do you dare to fight me like a man today? Zyro Han's expression was twisted. Don't hide behind your thousands of soldiers and refuse me. What's the use of hiding behind other experts? Fight me for Yao. For Yao. Jun Wuyi repeated that word in a low voice. Then, he raised his head in a flash of understanding, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes. Zyro Han, what hiding behind thousands of soldiers? What hiding behind other experts? You used to be bold in those days. Right, you used to move freely within the thousands of soldiers. Right, are you scared to attack my army today? What happened to your courage? What happened to your strength? Have you grown inferior in these 10 years? Jun Wuyi's words had seemed sinister and taunting in nature. But these words went far back and deep to a huge issue that had been plaguing Jun Wuyi's mind. How did that tragedy occur with my elder brothers and nephews all those years ago? This matter had been bothering Jun Wuyi for 10 years. It had also left him to suspect everyone for 10 years. Chapter 419 It's a good sword, it's a cheapo. Chapter 419 It's a good sword, it's a cheapo. It was important to know that the tents of an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers would spread out over a distance of over 5 kilometers if they were to pitch camp. And the Supreme Commander's tent would be in the middle. It wouldn't be easy to even infiltrate into a 5-kilometer-long army camp. One could only imagine how difficult it would be to achieve this feat if they had to fight the camp's soldiers en route. It's true that one could only have to infiltrate the camp halfway to reach the Supreme Commander's tent. However, what kind of strength would be needed to achieve such a feat? Even a strong senior expert couldn't fly along a 5-kilometer-long camp without pausing for breath, and they would be hemmed in by the soldiers if they paused for breath. So they wouldn't be able to get out of that encirclement for a while. Thus, they would be left panting by the time they'd reach the Supreme Commander's tent. This infiltrator would have wasted a lot of energy in this process as well. However, the Supreme Commander's tent could be promptly shifted if the opposite party created a disturbance. Perhaps the solitary falcon could attempt to assassinate John Wuyi amongst his 20,000 soldiers. However, he too would surely find it a difficult task to accomplish. Only the young Master Jun could bring back the severed head of the Supreme Commander from within his thousands of soldiers. And this was because he could rely upon the amazing yin-yang escape technique. However, John Wuyi clearly knew that the individual who stood opposing was only a Skykshuan expert. Moreover, this individual hadn't appeared out of the blue like an assassin. Therefore, he didn't need to fear an attack he wouldn't be able to prepare for. Moreover, there was a very strict guard around the Supreme Commander. It could be reckoned that even a mosquito wouldn't be able to fly in on their watch. So, how could someone succeed in storming in? In fact, it would be impossible to kill Jun Wuyi unless there was a traitor in his army's ranks. However, who could have this traitor been? That is, if one existed in the first place. And where are these traitors now? Jun Wuyi had always had these suspicions. In fact, he had been suspicious about someone particular. But the target of his suspicion was someone important. In fact, that person's influence could create huge problems if Jun Wuyi acted recklessly. So, Jun Wuyi needed to confirm those suspicions first. Thus, he needed concrete proof for it. This was the major difference between Jun Mozai and Jun Wuyi. Jun Wuyi was a genuine talent of the Jun family's later generation. In fact, he and Jun Zhantian were very similar in this regard. They could even give up their hatred for the country, the people, and the family. They could at least delay their revenge if needed. However, Jun Mozai would move into action then and there if the same thing had happened with him. He would have investigated anyone he was suspicious about. In fact, he would even torture and threaten them. I will argue with my fists, no matter how big and strong your backing is. And I will destroy your whole family if you even hurt a single finger of mine. I won't bother if many innocents die because of the storm this matter creates. I will only blame the person who caused this trouble. How can the victim's family blame me for it? Har har, are you confused? Jun Wuyi is scratching your head over this matter, making you depressed. Zhao Han had a maddened grin on his face. Let me tell you that I know the inside story. But I won't tell you. I will never do it. You can go to hell with this question of yours. Har har har. So, my guess was right. There existed another inside story to this matter. I will fight out since you've challenged me. First you, and then your Silver Blizzard City, not for anything else but for my 2 elder brothers. Jun Wuyi's eyes were full of murderous intention. A light of anguish flashed deep inside his eyes. His heart was hurting at this time. Eldest brother, second brother, forgive me for taking so long to erase the disgrace of your death. Jun Wuyi's glare became sharp. He reached out with his hand and said, "Give me my sword." Jun Mozai was already prepared for this. He twisted his wrist, and a sword appeared in his hand with a green light. Then, he handed it to his uncle. Jun Wuyi reached out and took it. However, the sword's weight was unexpectedly higher than he had imagined. Even someone at the Skykshuan middle rank wouldn't have been able to catch it if they were careless. His wrists got bent, and the sword started to sink downwards. However, he moved his Kshuan power and stopped the sword's fall. That sword was average in terms of its looks, but its weight was over 3 times that of a normal sword. Moreover, this sword wasn't even the second-easiest sword that Jun Mozai had forged. In fact, Jun Mozai had forged this sword only moments ago in an urgent manner, and he had only used 15 swords to forge this one. Jun Wuyi's could have been able to handle a sword that had been forged using hundreds of swords. However, the weight of the sword would have been 10 times heavier than a normal one. So, he wouldn't have been able to use it to fight freely. Thus, the third master would have needed some practice time with that weapon if he wished to use it in an effective fight against the enemy. It would have been counterproductive to give him such a sword. Therefore, Jun Mozai had quickly forged this sword while they were walking to the front. It was only thrice the normal weight of a sword, but a man of Jun Wuyi's strength could become efficient at using it very quickly. This hastily forged sword's quality couldn't be compared to the one Jun Mozai had forged earlier, but it was still a divine weapon-ranked sword when compared to regular swords. Jun Wuyi looked at his nephew in astonishment. His nephew returned his glance with a faint smile, but didn't say a word. The Supreme Commander waved his sword. The sword started to move downwards in a gloomy manner, but a strange blue light was emitted from the sword as it moved. This light was very similar to the color of lightning, and it painted a slash in the air as it moved downwards. "It's a good sword, it's a very good sword," Jun Wuyi blurted out loudly. Ziro Buyu's expression had also become heavy on the opposite side. "This sword is clearly a divine weapon. Elder sister, I think that this sword is a little strange. Moreover, this sword's light and texture aren't very different from the one that Lei Wu Bei had used." The Snake King had arrived beside the white-clothed girl's ear when she had spoken that in a soft tone, but the latter didn't even react to what was spoken. The Snake King couldn't help but find it strange. At first, she thought that the white-clad girl was also attracted to that sword. But then, she raised her head and saw that her sister was staring unblinking at another direction. Green Hunter followed that gaze, and saw a smart young man. He was standing tall and straight. He looked handsome, and his eyes were flickering. He stood amongst an army of thousands, but he still appeared solitary. It seemed as if he was the only one in the entire world. This one glance at him was enough to give rise to a bitter and lonely feeling in Green Hunter's heart. In fact, this feeling had arisen from the very depths of her heart. She felt that this youngster had always felt loneliness, boundless loneliness, and she couldn't help but be hurt at perceiving this feeling. Jun Mozai, Snake King, still remembered this youngster. However, she couldn't understand why her sister was staring at that youngster without blinking. That youngster is indeed quite talented for a human. He possesses such a great cultivation at such a young age, but he still isn't in the league of our 10 fast beast kings. So Green Hunter retracted her gaze in bafflement, and she saw that her sister's hand was still clasping the teacup as if nothing had happened. However, her knuckles had turned white. Her expression had also changed, and it looked like she was about to burst forth. Why? She could see that the teacup in her sister's hand still looked intact. In fact, it still seemed to be full of tea. But the Snake King's discerning eyes could tell that the teacup had already changed into dust. It was only being kept in shape by her sister's supreme Chuan efficacy. And its true form would be revealed if her Chuan efficacy were removed. Then it would turn into flying dust. Elder sister has never been so angry. She wouldn't have behaved so strangely even if she saw a most hated enemy of hers. So, why now? It was a pity that there wasn't enough time for Green Hunter to ponder more over this matter. And that was because the two individuals had started to mobilize their strengths in the field. Jun Wuyi had exclaimed, "It's a good sword, it's a very good sword." However, Zyro Han's face had turned red when he had heard this. That's because he had somehow managed to mishear those words as, "It's a cheapo, it's a cheapo." Zyro Han appeared to be seething in anger. The people of the Silver Blizzard City had often passed this comment behind his back. They had often considered him to be a cheap person. Even the elders of his own family had often felt that he had failed to meet their expectation. In fact, they had often looked at him and wondered, "How can you be so cheap? That woman doesn't love you. She never harbored a good impression of you. She loved someone else. And you tried to kill that man. What are you doing?" Those two were happy with each other. And this woman is the daughter of the Lord of the city. Do you genuinely believe that a betrothal of children is binding upon them when they mature? However, you still took revenge against his family and didn't let up in the matter. Are you genuinely that reluctant to lose the title of the Lord's son-in-law then? You think that they are cheap people. Who can be called cheap if not you? How can you be so cheap? Zyro Han, why are you so cheap? Fucking cheap. Zyro Han's eyes became red. A bright snow-white swordlight flashed. However, Jun Wuyi had barely gotten out of his wheelchair by this time. In fact, he was still getting into a fighting position. He had stood up, but he hadn't readied himself for the fight. However, Zyro Han had still moved into action. Wasn't such behavior and character cheap? In fact, any man would find it very hard to find a better adjective. Jun Wuyi understood his opponent's character very well. So, he was already prepared for something like this. Therefore, he quickly lifted his sword, and the two swords clashed with a clang. The wheelchair flew back like an arrow under the pressure of the two swords' violent clash. Jun Wuyi's body had also been swept away. His black clothes fluttered as he was sent flying 15 meters. Then he jabbed his sword in the ground and leveraged it to support his body as he turned around. Jun Wuyi dropped down and sat on the ground. He looked at Zyro Han and said, "You came here to fight. So, you mustn't worry about injuries." Zyro Han felt a burst of regret. His wrists hurt from the impact of their swords' collision. Moreover, his sword had also been nicked badly. It was important to know that Zyro Han had carried that sword for over 20 years. It had been made using Chuan jade. It had been carried by several generations of the Zyro family's members, and it was inherited by each member from his elders when they came of age. His sword complemented the Silver City's Chuan techniques, and this combination formed a cold and sharp kai. Moreover, this sword was very sharp and differently textured. In fact, these qualities made it a world-class weapon. Zero Hand's sword had made the wands used by his opponents feel cheap in past encounters. In fact, there had been times when opponents with a slightly stronger Xuan strength had fallen into a huge disadvantage due to the power of his sword. But Zero Hand had unexpectedly suffered this reversal of fate in this instance, and his sword had also been damaged in that clash. However, Zhang Wuyi's long sword still looked fine. It hadn't incurred the slightest of damage. Don't tell me the sword in his hand is one of the rare treasures of the world. Then, he was suddenly struck by a realization. That sword is one aspect, but I can feel that Zhang Wuyi's Xuan efficacy is very profound. In fact, it's even better than my own. How is this possible? In fact, it would be hard to get the upper hand if I use my Sky Xuan strength and my divine weapon. However, Zero Hand's confidence soared once again when he saw Zhang Wuyi sitting on the ground. He then thought, so what if your Xuan Kai is stronger? You're still a cripple. Can't I even beat a cripple? The corners of Zero Hand's mouth twisted and formed a cruel curve. He shouted in an elated manner. Then, he turned into a bright light along with his sword. After that, he dashed forward to pierce Zhang Wuyi. Chapter 420. It's not true. Chapter 420. It's not true. The sword burst into a bright light of a silvery shower as it reached midway. It then transformed into a bright arc and exploded with a bang. It resembled fireworks as it did so. Then, the brightly glittering sword started to revolve around Zhang Wuyi's body. This trick of Zero Hand's could be called a flashy trick. It would harass the enemy and dazzle them. Then, it would attack the enemy in a manner which couldn't be defended against. This was a circling attack if things were to be explained in a simpler manner. So, each strike would fall from behind at Zhang Wuyi's body. Bluntly put, this attack could easily bully a crippled man. His actions were utterly shameless. In fact, they were cheap beyond any known equal. Zero Hand's trick play had clearly proved his character's make. Zero Hand's attack was surely very shameless in its make. However, Zhang Wuyi's situation had become dire because of Zero Hand. In fact, he was in grave danger. No one could bear to watch as Zero Hand used that trick. And the 7 swords of the Silver Blizzard City were also included in the list of these people. What's going on? His legs aren't working. Isn't it obvious that he can't move about? Is this how you save your honor? Is this how the Silver City works? The one who spoke up was the 3rd sword of the 7 swords. He was frowning, and his expression was one of disgust. Zhang Wuyi's legs are crippled. He is crippled, but he's not useless. He spent 10 years focusing on his Xuan Kai. So, it isn't very surprising that he's at the middle rank of the Sky Xuan level. And that is already superior to that of Zero Hand's. Moreover, his sword is far better than Zero Hand's Xuan Jade sword. Zero Hand's way of dealing with matters isn't that great. However, it still gets him the greatest advantage if you compare the two sides. You think that he should stop doing what benefits him the most. Isn't that courting death? The 6th elder said coldly, one is allowed to commit any sort of crimes while fighting to the death against a mortal enemy. Where does the question of honor arise in it? Zero Hand's methods were lowly and cheap. But the 2 men were fighting to the death at the end of the day. Moreover, the fight was full of splendor and brilliance. So, it didn't matter whether it was the people from the Silver Blizzard City or the men from Tian Zhang's army. All of them were paying full attention to the fight. In fact, there were barely any exceptions. There were only a very few exceptions. However, that didn't mean that there were no exceptions at all. For example, one such exception was the Silver City's Han Yan Meng. She was pouting as she leaned against Mu Zutong. Her expression was one of grievance, and she lacked the interest to even cast a single glance at the ongoing fight. Mu Zutong was stone-faced on the other hand. He was worried about Zhang Wuyi. He looked towards his side at Han Yang Ming, and whispered in her ear, "Why do you feel wronged, little girl? Isn't this a great opportunity if you're against this marriage, foolish little girl?" Han Yan Ming's delicate body trembled. Her eyes and her small face shone as she exclaimed, "Wow!" She suddenly laughed and jumped onto Mu Zutong's arms. Then she started to sway with unspeakable excitement. Zhang Wuyi had been facing inconvenience due to his body's disability, and Xiao Han wasn't the kind of man who would spare him after getting the advantage. Therefore, he had set up an overwhelming superiority for himself by now. In fact, the third Master Zhang would have died a long time ago if it weren't for his superior Xuan efficacy and his fearsome divine weapon. However, only the final conclusion determines whether an advantage is turned into a victory or not. The men of the Silver City looked in as the arrogant Xiao Han continued to dominate the battle. However, their expressions seemed very complex. In fact, one couldn't even tell whether they were excited, or disappointed, or happy or sad. The white-clothed girl finally moved her eyes from Zhang Mozai and looked at the fight. She glanced once. She only shot a single glance. Then, she sighed that Silver Blizzard City's Xiao Han is done for. The Snake King frowned and said, "I also think that this fight is somewhat strange. But I can't put my finger on what's making it seem that way. I believe that Zhang Wuyi is stronger than Xiao Han, but his legs..." The white-clad girl stated in a low voice, "Zhang Wuyi's legs are fine. He's pretending to be a cripple. He has deliberately created the disadvantages that we see before us. Zhang Wuyi surely wins when it comes to Xuan cultivation and strength of weapon, but he has been a cripple for many years. Therefore, he's still quite unfamiliar and unpracticed with his martial skill. And that Silver City's man's martial skill is quite good. So, it outpaces Zhang Wuyi's by far. This is one area where Zhang Wuyi has a disadvantage against Xiao Han. However, it's not difficult for him to win. He only needs to shoot down the enemy's sword with his powerful skill. That can be enough to determine the difference between victory and defeat. But Zhang Wuyi's seems more interested in killing his opponent. The difference in strength isn't much between the two, and Zhang Wuyi can't strike and kill Xiao Han while the others from the Silver City watch, since they are bound to stop that from happening. Therefore, he has arranged this situation. He's making his opponent exhaust his Xuan Kai as much as possible. Moreover, he's also creating a chance to kill him with one strike. And Xiao Han won't be able to survive if Zhang Wuyi gets that chance. Moreover, no one will be able to stop him either. I see. The Snake King finally caught on. An ear-rending sound echoed as a sword screeched through the air. Xiao Han's hair fluttered in the wind in a crazed manner. His expression was that of cruel pleasure. His skills and strength had reached their peak after this warm-up. His entire life's skill was in that sword strike along with everything else. This was his killer move. The merciless blizzard sword. The temperature of that area suddenly decreased. It felt as if a cold wind from midwinter had started to screech about. "You're toast, Zhang Wuyi. How does it matter that your Xuan Kai is greater than mine? You're still a cripple, and You will die a cripple now, har har har. Zyro hand seemed like a maniac as he laughed. Flowery and hexagonal snowflakes suddenly appeared in the sky along with Zyro hand's laughter, and they shone brightly as they floated down in a dreamy manner. Then they got filled with crazy swordlight in a split second. This attack seemed full of murderous intention as it frantically moved towards the spot where Jun Wuyi was sitting on the ground. Jun Wuyi was on the ground, so he couldn't evade even if he wanted to. Zyro Bu Yu sighed. His heart hesitated. Should I go forth and stop this, or should I let things continue? However, the solitary falcon and Jun Mozai suddenly smiled in a strange manner as they watched this happen from afar. This was a kind of a sneering smile and one of elation, but everyone else was focusing on the fight between those two men. Therefore, they hadn't noticed this. Zyro Han's mind was brimming with murderous hatred and joy at that moment. I have finally achieved my dream of many years. I have finally washed away my disgrace with his blood. You were always unwavering, right? Yao, well, your lover has died by my sword today. If I can't have you, then no one else can either. Zyro Han's face seemed twisted as he moved his sword crazily and sent it flying like an arrow at Jun Wuyi with the entirety of his strength. It seemed that Jun Wuyi couldn't do anything anymore. His sword circled above his head, but was sent flying by the impact with a screeching sound. However, Zyro Han didn't relax despite this positive development. Instead, he continued to laugh as he shot his sword forward. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Jun Wuyi's calm and collected face. His smile was one of contentment and pride. In fact, he even winked at Zyro Han. Everyone else was left to wonder why the Blood General would make such a gesture. And then, almost everyone suddenly cried out in shock. It wasn't because of the Blood General's expression. Instead, it was because the scene that had unfolded in front of them was too strange and unbelievable. Because at that moment, Jun Wuyi had suddenly jumped and stood up. He even seemed to have walked with vitality. After that, Jun Wuyi made a single and simple move as Zyro Han's powerful sword came overhead. He ferociously kicked Zyro Han's abdomen. Zyro Han had made his move in the anticipation of the effects of the poison. In fact, he had focused his entire energy on Jun Wuyi's upper body. In fact, he hadn't even thought about his opponent's lower body. How could a man whose legs had been crippled ever use them to attack back? Only a fool would think about that. Zyro Han had become even more relieved once Jun Wuyi had lost his sword. Therefore, he was prepared for his opponent's upper body to be cut under the influence of his final attack. In fact, he had assumed the attitude of someone who was about to win, and his mind was full of thoughts about the ways he would torture his opponent. You have always been under my foot, Jun Wuyi, just like before. It doesn't matter what method I use, it's all my skill. I can insult you wantonly as long as I win. I can trifle with you to my heart's content. I can wreak havoc upon you. However, Zyro Han could have never imagined that his crippled opponent could kick him, and so hard at that. How did Jun Wuyi kick me? Isn't he a cripple? How can a man whose his legs have been crippled kick? How did he kick me? That kick was powerful, very powerful. Zyro Han's body flew with that kick. In fact, he had gone flying out like a kite with its string cut. His swordlight didn't do any better than he did, and it was sent flying in disarray as well. Moreover, Zyro Han's mouth and nose had also started to stream with blood. However, his eyes were still full of disbelief. Even his mouth was opened wide and hadn't closed. How is this possible? Wasn't he crippled for the last 10 years? So, how can he kick me? How? Never had such a conflicting feeling of anger and amazement come out so freely from Ziro Han's psyche as they had in this moment while he was falling. Jun Wuyi didn't let up. His body shot like an arrow to keep up with Ziro Han even though he had been kicked to fly backwards. He kicked his enemy firmly on his chest again. Ziro Han screamed in pain as a result. His eyes reflected the chaos and confusion of his mind, confusion as a rib cracked. Meanwhile, that rare sword from the Silver City had flown out, and no one knew where it had disappeared to. However, Jun Wuyi didn't give him enough time to think about it. The third Master Jun's fists were clenched as they resolutely smashed against Ziro Han's temples. Jun Wuyi's eyes became red as his fists came into contact with Ziro Han's face and felt his facial temperature. Is this the elated feeling one gets from squishing their enemy's flesh when they take their revenge? 10 years of animosity, 10 years of hatred, 10 years of separation, 10 years of sullen grief, 10 years of regret, 10 years of deformity. Arg! Jun Wuyi screamed madly as he faced upwards. He punched like a madman as his mighty face got covered with guilt-ridden tears. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, I will take revenge for you. Second brother, you little brother hasn't forgotten you. Can you see this, little nephews, can you see this? Yao my yao. The lowly man who had been the reason for all those crimes was before him. Jun Wuyi was screaming noiselessly. Tears continued to gush out as he resolutely continued to strike Ziro Han's abdomen. He could only hear the crack and bang of his hits, and the sound of skipping air as Ziro Han's dantian broke with an explosion. Ziro Han's body flew out with a whoosh. However, he was unable to feel any pain at this moment. His eyes were full of fear and disbelief as he opened them wide in shock. He continued to call out, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, how can this be possible, it's not true, it's not true." However, Jun Wuyi still didn't let him breathe, and got close to him in an instant. There was a bang and a slam as he fiercely hit his enemy's flesh to swirls. Chapter 421 Jun Mo Zai fights Ziro Buyu. Chapter 421 Jun Mo Zai fights Ziro Buyu. Jun Wuyi was giving full vent to the 10 years of accumulated grief and resentment. At this moment he attacked with punches after punches, and the cruel sound of his opponent's body being hit seemed like the most beautiful music to Jun Wuyi's ears. Ziro Han didn't wish to instackle Jun Wuyi with his sword. He wanted to torture the Supreme Commander in a slow and dragged-out manner. Similarly, Jun Wuyi didn't wish to leave Ziro Han alone either. Moreover, he didn't even desire to crush the man's skull with his fists very quickly. And that's because that would be too easy a death for him. 10 years of hatred. Eldest brother and second brother had died because of him. The 2 younger nephews are also dead. Elder sister-in-law lies far away in a coma. The old man has seen so many of his progeny die before his eyes. He's so old, and yet he's striving to keep the Jun family from the verge of a collapse. The once flourishing Jun family was on the decline. It's like a mountain of hatred, a sea of hatred, and this man is the root cause of that hatred. How can Ziro Han's death offset so much hatred? Wouldn't it be too easy a way out for him? Jun Wuyi had never felt hate like he did against Ziro Han. Even if he met his personal enemy, or a crazy child trafficker, or an evil lord who didn't shirk from any crime, the third Master Jun would think that giving them a quick death with his sword would be enough. But he didn't believe that it would be enough for Ziro Han, not even nearly enough. Jun Wuyi wouldn't even wish to kill him if it were possible. He would have wanted to leave his enemy to be tortured slowly for a lifetime. The third Master Jun wanted to expose Zero Han to the pain from the 18th level of hell every day. And he believed that even that would be too less for Zero Han. A long sword fell from a high altitude in the sky. It carried a cold and dazzling light with it. The sword seemingly cut the very sky as it shot down. It then struck into a large rock on the roadside with a loud screech and embedded itself into it. Only the sword hilt and the handle remained outside. The rocket was Jun Wuyi's sword. It was an extremely sharp and divine weapon. It was so sharp and powerful that it had pierced a solid rock up till its hilt like it was tofu. What kind of a divine weapon is this? Almost every warrior who looked at that sword had sparks blazing in his eyes. In fact, even the solitary falcon was no exception to this, even though he had never used a sword. It had to be said that the fact that Jun Wuyi's legs had been healed had shocked everyone from the Silver City. And they still hadn't recovered from it even when Zero Han had got caught in that storm-like barrage of attacks. How did you dare? However, everyone finally recovered from their reverie owing to this new and astonishing sight. Zero Buyu shouted angrily and moved out. And his hand moved like a sky-rendering hatchet which would behead Jun Wuyi. Zero Buyu would have been pained and enraged if Jun Wuyi's sword had killed Zero Han. But it would have been difficult for Zero Buyu to break his position. After all, these two men were in the middle of a duel to the death. However, Jun Wuyi had gained an absolute advantage, but he wasn't killing Zero Han. Instead, he was meticulously beating and torturing his enemy. And this amounted to the fall of the Silver Blizzard City's honor and the Zero family's honor. How could Zero Buyu sit and watch this happen? Old man, your very shameless and exceptionally lofty figure appeared as the angry shout resounded. He somehow appeared right in front of Zero Buyu, and a glittering sword flashed towards his throat without any warning. The sword hadn't touched his throat yet. However, Zero Buyu had already started to feel terrible goosebumps on his throat because of the sword's kai. A sharp and heaven-piercing aura enveloped him. Divine weapon. It's a divine weapon. Zero Buyu was shocked by this. How can the Jun family have so many divine weapons? A spirit Xuan's body was stronger than steel, so they needn't fear attacks from normal weapons. But this heaven-conquering divine sword left Zero Buyu to feel that his life was as fragile as tofu. In fact, such a feeling could be compared to the instinctual premonition of death. Zero Buyu didn't slip up at this critical juncture. His body moved quickly, and he changed direction at a lightning-fast speed. A long string of afterimages snaked his trail as he soared into the air. Then, he stayed there since he was aware that he was out of the attacker's range now. Moreover, the Zero Elder could finally look at his assailant from this position now. However, Zero Buyu nearly fell from the sky when he finally saw the attacker. So, he rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. However, the Zero Elder couldn't help but resemble the predicament of his grandson's astonishment. His mouth opened wide and didn't shut back either. How is this possible? It was a young and aloof figure. He held a coldly gleaming sword, and his face had a sneering expression as he floated in front. Jun Mozai. The sword in his hand. A divine weapon. The blood of yellow flame. Young Master Jun seemed quite pleased with himself. The first life his blood of fellow flame would take was going to be a spirit Xuan expert. This was indeed worthy of his sword's name and fame. Do you have any honor, old man? This is a fight between two men, and You're still getting involved. What kind of a spirit Shuan expert are you? Jun Mozai gave a sneering smile. Your grandson was the one who made that challenge. May I ask the second Zyro elder what the people from the Silver Blizzard City think about the prospect of taking a man's name for a fight to the death? Are you still going to enter the fight? Will your entire group fight against one man now? Zyro Buyu's white beard fluttered in the wind as he snorted coldly and spoke up. This brat talks too much. A severely cold wind arose from his hands as he rushed towards Jun Mozai. Zyro Buyu's state of mind had become calm after the initial shock. Jun Mozai must be a heaven-conquering talent, but he's still 17 or 18 years old at the most. So, how can he be difficult to deal with? So what if he has a divine weapon? I will beat this arrogant brat down. Then, I will take that divine weapon for myself. That divine weapon had suddenly taken priority over Zyro Han's life. Jun Mozai sneered as his body flitted. He pointed his sword one way and attacked in the other. His sword emitted a showery light as he confronted the Silver City's level 4 spirit Shuan Zyro Buyu with an unexpected attack, and the entire sky got filled with a brilliant rain of light as a result. Zyro Buyu was already at level 4 of the spirit Shuan realm. So, he was almost at the level of a great master, but he was still nothing in the young master Jun's eyes. Jun Mozai had the blood of yellow flame in his hand, and that had made his strength explode to 2 or 3 levels higher. Moreover, the young Master Jun's strength couldn't be compared to the regular Skykshuan experts. Therefore, Jun Mozai's overall strength was in no way less than Zyro Buyu's. In fact, he could even take the lead. The curtain of night had finally descended to rule the land by now. There was fighting all around. In fact, it was a situation of open conflict. The solitary falcon had soared like an eagle at lightning-fast speed and had arrived to stop the 7 swords. The 7 swords hadn't dared to break formation in front of the might of the Great Master. All of them were at the Skykshuan peak level. So, they couldn't compare to the solitary falcon. They could barely deal with him if they were to fight together. However, they wouldn't have the skill to deal with the solitary falcon in case even one of them slipped up. And all of them would die as a result of that slip. The fighting had come to a stalemate for the time being. The other 5 elders had wanted to help, but they had suddenly felt suffocated for some reason, and they were left with a desire to lock themselves in as a result. They had been enshrouded in a biting cold killing intention. Moreover, this killing intention was so grandiose that it seemed as if the entire sky had been filled with an extremely powerful murderous aura. However, it was strange that they couldn't tell where that murderous aura was coming from. So, how could they lock themselves in? The green-clothed girl was passively watching from the side besides them. So it obviously wasn't her, and the white-clothed girl had her back towards the 5 elders. Plus, she was calmly drinking her tea like before. So, it couldn't have been her either. Who is this who can have such a terrifying strength? However, it was evident that this person's strength had already exceeded that of a great master's. In fact, it had even reached the highest of levels. Each of the 5 elders was at the spirit Shuan realm, but all of them stood dumbstruck in the face of such a monstrous aura. So, each one of them transported and scattered their strength throughout their bodies, and did their best to withstand the onslaught of that murderous aura. Therefore, they couldn't help Zyro Han or the 7 swords at this moment. In fact, they couldn't even move their fingers. They simply couldn't dare to move an inch. And this was because they felt that they shouldn't do a thing. They believed that all of them would get killed if any one of them moved. We can't rush in at this time. Only one person will die at this time if things come to the worst. And that will be Zero Han, but all of us will be wiped out if we try to help. This wasn't a threat. It was a fact instead. And that extremely powerful aura had verified the authenticity of this fact to them. The green-clad girl opened her eyes wide in surprise. She was the only one who knew where that murderous aura was coming from. There were countless capable experts in that world, but the Snake King had met only one individual who could exert such an aura and control it so freely. And that individual was her elder sister. What's going on? Elder sister obviously hates Jun Mozai. So why is she helping him? This was truly difficult to understand, and it seemed that the highly intelligent Snake King would also break her skull before she'd come to understand why this was happening. Jun Mozai was fighting Ziro Buyu. The young Master Jun's moves were marvelous. He was flying in the sky at a very quick speed. He would go to the front, to the back, the left and the right. However, Ziro Buyu stood gloomily and calmly. His breathing was steady and his expression was hostile. This had gone far beyond the expectations of everyone present. The rumored greatest debauchee of Tanzing wasn't just tacking in the maybe 60 years or older and well-renowned spirit Xuan Ziro Buyu. He was also proving to be a match for him. Moreover, the youngster was also taking the initiative for over 70% of the offenses. Ziro Buyu's face was calm and collected. However, he was shocked on the inside. He had never been in such a fight in his entire life. In fact, the old man hadn't even felt like this when he used to spar with the old lord of the Silver City. He felt like his limbs had been tied. Moreover, it seemed that danger lurked everywhere. Why does it feel that I have no control over life or death? How can this young brat make me feel such a strong sense of danger? This brat's moves are extremely weird. I can't even predict his next move. And he's not giving me any good opportunity to attack either. He keeps appearing at different places for a very short time, and his unpredictable moves are cornering me into a difficult position. Moreover, his intermittent sword moves are very hard to counterattack against. That youngster's sword moves were extremely amazing. In fact, they had far exceeded the range of Ziro Buyu's imagination. Every slash was unrivaled in fierceness, and every move was full of murderous aura. However, none of the moves could be tracked. They were like an antelope's horns, untraceable. Moreover, every attack was directed at his opponent's weak spots. There is an amazing repository inside the Silver Blizzard City, and every move that the members ever knew about have been written down there. They even have the corresponding methods of countering those moves. But this brat is continuously changing his styles. In fact, his swordplay has changed more than a dozen times. However, I can't even recognize these styles. So, it's useless to even mention the prospect of countering them. This is simply unimaginable. Chapter 422 Exactly What Was Desired from the Game. Chapter 422 Exactly What Was Desired from the Game. The degree of sharpness of the sword in that youngster's hand had left everyone to gasp in amazement. Ziro Buyu had never seen such a divine weapon in his life. It can split anyone open by barely rubbing against them. It doesn't matter if it is rock, steel, or even Xuan power. In fact, this sword could even cut through the Xuan Tai defense of a level 4 spirit Xuan. Therefore, Ziro Buyu had no choice but to take a firm defensive stance. He was only focused on defending at this time. However, Xiaobu had still started to feel ineffably powerless. None of the things which have happened today are any less than unimaginable or fantastical. I would have found it very amusing and satisfying if I had seen these things happening to someone else. In fact, I would be having an excited guffaw, and my face would have been filled with waves of excitement. But it's a complete and thorough tragedy that something like this is happening to me. It could be said that Xiaobu couldn't even cry when he wanted to. This fight felt like the one between a man and a ghost. The man may have had such an overwhelming strength that it could have shaken mountains and destroyed cliffs, but the opponent didn't have a physical presence. Therefore, strength wouldn't work against them. In fact, it would be of no use. Moreover, it would only be a big waste of effort on the man's part. I know that a ghost is only a ghost and has no strength. But that ghost still has the ability to kill me. Xiaobu was genuinely sad. In fact, he was very regretful. It would have been so great if we had returned when the order from the Silver City had arrived. How could we have landed ourselves in such big trouble then? It's a pity, such a pity, but it's too late for this old man to repent now. Xiaobu insisted on persevering against changing tactics with the same technique, and he was waiting for the time when Jun Mozai would exhaust his power. After all, it was an obvious fact that he wouldn't be able to attack Xiaobu once he had exhausted his strength, even if he was a heaven-conquering talent and with an extremely clever set of skills. After all, Jun Mozai was still young at the end of the day. So how profound could his strength be? Xiaobu had concluded that Jun Mozai had already reached the first levels of Skyxuan realm after the last face-off. And such cultivation at that young age was shocking. This level of Xuan strength is comparatively higher than ordinary. However, my level for spirit Xuan strength is only a single step behind that of a great master, and I may have to suffer a higher degree of mental exhaustion while continuously defending against these attacks, but my physical exhaustion is still far lesser than it would have been if I were attacking this blizzard of maddened attacks from the young master. Jun must be exhausting his Xuan strength very fast. I have to drag this fight on for a long time, so I can't waste any energy. And I'm sure that I will get the final opportunity to win if I keep steady and strike hard without slipping a once. I will tire him to his death as long as I can delay. Xiaobu's plan seemed foolproof in the prevailing scenario. In fact, it was brilliant. After all, such tactics were applicable anywhere, and one could say that no one else in the world could go beyond that. It's true that it wasn't generally possible to beat such a tactic. However, this didn't mean that it was absolutely impossible either. For example, using these delaying tactics against Jun Mozai was a huge and special mistake. And that was because the young Master Jun was a monster with as many heads as a hydra. Moreover, he didn't care about wasting energy. However, the young Master Jun's heart also had some misgivings, even if he had an all-round advantage at that moment. After all, Xiaobu was a level 4 spirit Xuan expert. He was surely a step behind the solitary falcon in strength, but the difference in their Xuan cultivation wasn't that enormous. In fact, the difference in the strengths of these two opponents was so huge that the young Master Jun believed that his superior skill set could only bring this fight to a lose-lose situation in case he tried to use his entire strength in an all-out attack. The young Master Jun would suffer heavy losses if he tried that, and he would be able to inflict similar injuries to the other side as well. However, the injuries still wouldn't prove fatal. But How could the young Master Jun be willing to take such a desperate decision against this old fox? Jun Mozai was as young as the rising sun, and he hadn't lived enough of his extravagant life yet. So, wouldn't dying with this nearly 100-year-old man be too much? It was a pity that Zyro Buyu cherished his life similarly. In fact, he cherished it far more than what Jun Mozai could have imagined he would. Moreover, he still wanted to preserve his honor as a spirit Xuan expert. He was still putting on airs while dealing with a powerful enemy like Jun Mozai. In fact, he had even fallen into a disadvantageous position by taking the back foot, but he still hadn't used his sword until now. After all, it would be completely unjustifiable if a renowned top-tier fighter and level 4 spirit Xuan expert was to use his sword against a 16-17-year-old boy. However, Zyro Buyu couldn't have imagined that his fail-safe plan of making the enemy exhaust their energy was working the other way around, since he was only exhausting his own self by doing that. Jun Mozai's attacks and tactics became increasingly magnificent as the fight progressed. But he also felt admiration in his heart. My attacks are vigorous and sharp. Moreover, none of these moves have ever been seen in this world before. In fact, I'm sure that each move of mine can cause a huge shock to anyone who witnesses it. But this second elder of the Zyro family is genuinely worthy of his fame. He is worthy of being labeled as someone who is only one step behind a great master. My attacks are frantic, and they are very difficult to deal with. I've even managed to confuse him at times. But he has still managed to use his profound Xuan skills and deep battle experience to hold out for so long. Zyro Buyu's Xuan strength can't be compared to that of that wretched Beilixian Feng. In fact, they aren't even on the same page. Both of them might be called spirit Xuan experts. But Beilixian Feng was merely a regular spirit Xuan expert, while Zyro Buyu is at level 4 of the spirit Xuan realm. That is a huge difference. Moreover, I've had countless opportunities to stab Zyro Buyu with my sword. But I would've had to face Zyro Buyu's crazy counterattack if I had attempted that. And his counterattack would've been fatal. I could deal a fatal blow to any normal person if I were to use my art of unlocking the heavens' fortune. Moreover, there would be no risk to my life in such a case. But I can't bring this old guy down with my strength. In fact, the gains wouldn't be worth the losses if I were to calculate it properly. Therefore, the young Master Jun merely continued to move about. He had the Sky Xuan cultivation to protect his body, and the Hong Jun Pagoda to support his energy. Jun Mozai's spiritual energy was like an endless stream. And it could be said that he could use it endlessly since it would never run out. Therefore, Zyro Buyu was getting increasingly defensive as they fight Dragadon, and he was invariably forced into taking stricter defensive actions. However, the young Master Jun was slowly getting more room to do what he wanted. So, his moves were also becoming bolder and more violent. His sword moved like fireworks in the night sky. It appeared as if his sword was like the moon that was providing the heavens' illumination to a temple on a cold night. Zyro Buyu was getting increasingly cautious for the fear of exposing any weakness. And Jun Mozai had become livelier as a result. He had started to move more freely. In fact, he even managed to pull off some good poses and stances. Therefore, the young Master Jun obviously looked very valiant and heroic. Jun Wuyi had already finished his fight on the other side. Then, he had recovered his sword and had held it up in his hands. Meanwhile, Zyro Han was lying curled on the ground like a ball of mud. It was hard to tell whether he was alive or dead. And the solitary falcon had beaten the 7 swords in an even more brilliant fashion. However, the Snake King and the white-clothed girl had been focusing on the fight between Jun Mo Zai and Zyro Bu Yu from the very beginning. They hadn't done so because of the ferocity of the fight. Instead, it was because of Jun Mo Zai's swordplay. It was genuinely amazing. Every move and every pattern had left the 2 women dazzled. Some of those moves may have seemed average and simple. However, a careful study would leave anyone to realize that they were very profound in reality. Each strike could be used to attack or defend if needed. Moreover, the swordplay and footwork matched perfectly, and had left them to gasp in amazement. They wouldn't have believed that such wonderful moves genuinely existed in the world if they hadn't seen it for themselves. The 2 of them could see the real strength of Jun Mo Zai's swordplay due to their exceedingly outstanding strength. Jun Mo Zai was merely a base-level Skychuan, but he had still used those moves and had fought a level 4 Spirit Xuan expert to a standstill. In fact, he had dominated the offensive for the most parts of the fight. There were other factors at play as well, but this was still the fact that had dictated the fight for the most part. How strong would the Snake King or the white-clothed girl become if someone of their strength were use those moves? Har, the Snake King laughed and stood up. She reacted in this manner because Jun Mo Zai had made an unusual move after his last swordplay. He had cocked his legs, and he had made a strange gesture of salute towards Zyro Bu Yu with his buttocks. And this action had seemed very offensive to say the least. In fact, it was wrong on many levels. Therefore, the Snake King couldn't help but laugh as she spoke. It's one thing to fight the fight, but it's entirely another thing to make that sort of a gesture. He's a mere Basarank Sky Xuan contending against a level 4 Spirit Xuan. Is he trying to court his death? You're mistaken. The white-clad girl looked dully at the fighting men, and slowly continued. Zyro Bu Yu is a proper level 4 Spirit Xuan expert. He has accumulated a lifetime of profound Xuan Kai. That Jun brat has a wonderful method that quickly replenishes his Xuan Kai. But he's merely at the Sky Xuan realm at the end of the day. Thus, his combat output and power is somewhat limited. So, it would be hard to determine the victor of this battle even if this fight drags on for another night and day, since he's finding it hard to force Zyro Bu Yu into wasting his energy. So, Jun Mo Zai can only be successful if he manages to provoke and anger Zyro Bu Yu first. Then, he can take advantage of the situation with his crazy attacks. Jun Mo Zai is in a dominant position if you analyze the current situation, but the diversity of his dense and ferocious attacks will eventually be exhausted at some point. Zyro Bu Yu may perhaps suffer 1 or 2 hits if he shows a weakness, but he will be able to withstand them. However, Zyro Bu Yu can deal an extremely fatal blow using his level 4 Spirit Xuan strength if he is able to grasp a proper opportunity. But Jun Mo Zai's crazy antics won't be able to make Zyro Bu Yu angry, right? After all, Zyro Bu Yu is a member of the society at large. He has amassed decades worth of cultivation, and has experience of many years. So, he won't get mad so easily, right? The Snake King was somewhat unconvinced. Zyro Bu Yu is obviously an experienced man, and won't fall for such tricks by the enemy. But, you haven't noticed that Zyro Bu Yu is thrown into confusion every time Jun Mo Zai makes an exquisite move. And he has now made a very insulting pose as well. And Zyro Bu Yu would be thrown into confusion for a moment this time as well. You could say that this action of Jun Mo Zai's was very effective from a certain angle. In fact, the Zyro Elder's confused state of mind would make it very difficult for him to seize the opportunity to attack even if Jun Mo Zai had exposed some weakness by chance. Moreover, Zyro Buyu is very unlikely to catch onto this trick play. Therefore, Zyro Buyu will only be left to regard this as a new tactic of Jun Mo Zai's. Hence, Zyro Buyu wouldn't be able to launch a counterattack when Jun Mo Zai does something like this again. And this will only create more opportunities for Jun Mo Zai since Zyro Buyu will continue to remain in a confused state of mind. So, you could say that this is Jun Mo Zai's trick to maintain this current state of affairs. I have to admit that this idea is indeed very innovative in its own merit. Chapter 423 To threaten the East and strike the West instead. Chapter 423 To threaten the East and strike the West instead. The white-clothed girl smiled faintly and said, "So, I can conclude that Jun Mo Zai hinted at Zyro Buyu that I can tussle with you for a long time. And he's doing this more often now. But Zyro Buyu is old and experienced. He wishes to go steady and strike hard when the time is right. So, he wouldn't make a risky counterattack. And Zyro Buyu will continue with his strategy of making Jun Mo Zai die of exhaustion. However, it doesn't seem like Jun Mo Zai will get exhausted anytime soon. But Zyro Buyu will continue to hope for it to happen. Therefore, he will neither attack nor retreat. Thus, I think this fight will go on for a long time." "But, elder sister, didn't you say that Jun Mo Zai is trying to make Zyro Buyu angry?" The Snake King became even more puzzled. "Isn't what you said contradictory to that he gave that sort of a hint to Zyro Buyu even though the old man is very cautious? So, how will this make Zyro Buyu angry and how will he expose any weaknesses if his mind is stable? Zyro Buyu is extremely even-tempered. Moreover, he has ample time on his side. However, Jun Mo Zai has still made these actions at this time. He should've waited for a better opportunity as he genuinely wanted to incite Zyro Buyu's rage." The white-clad girl chuckled and said, "Don't you think you've missed something? Hasn't Jun Mo Zai secretly glanced at the fight between the solitary falcon and the 7 swords at least 3 times by now? Are you saying that he wants to sneak up on the 7 swords? Does he plan to enrage Zyro Buyu by doing that?" The Snake King's eyes shone as she continued, "That's a brilliant plan. If that's the case, Zyro Buyu would surely lose his cool if Jun Mo Zai gets rid of even one of the 7 swords. However, even I don't understand one thing. Jun Mo Zai's movements are secretive, but Zyro Buyu is also a renowned expert of his generation. In fact, he's a level 4 spirit Xuan expert. So, he would surely be extremely observant while fighting. How could Jun Mo Zai have concealed his movements from Zyro Buyu despite all efforts, and how would Zyro Buyu allow Jun Mo Zai to prevail if he had already noticed it? The 7 swords will collapse if everything goes smoothly, since the solitary falcon would slaughter them very quickly. And the Silver City would be utterly defeated thereafter. So, Zyro Buyu must be on guard. Therefore, it seems that Jun Mo Zai's calculations may have gone wrong." The white-clothed girl seemed to have understood everything clearly at first. However, she had started to harbor doubts as time passed. Those words even filled the Snake King's heart with doubts. However, the situation suddenly changed again at this moment. Jun Mo Zai reused a move that he had already used twice before. That move was still superb. Moreover, the young Master Jun had suddenly sped up this time. Around 10 savage after images of Jun Mo Zai circled around the Zyro elder, and it seemed that 10 young Master Juns had drawn their swords and attacked. However, the biting cold swordlights seemingly condensed into one ray of light. Zyro Bu Yu sneered at this. Amateur, have you finally exhausted all the tricks in your bag? This is the third time you've used that same trick. Har, you used the same trick 3 times against a level 4 spirit Xuan. Your attack was certainly faster and better this time. But that doesn't change the fact that you're using it a 3rd time now. Your time of judgment has finally arrived now. This old man will teach you a lesson for overestimating your capabilities and challenging me. Zyro Bu Yu laughed and slanted his palms to attack. His palms transformed into mountains in an instant. He then shifted his palms towards his left to face the powerful sword attack from one of Jun Mo Zai's after images. This was the point where Jun Mo Zai had made a mistake. There was no mistaking now. Zyro Bu Yu's judgment indeed wasn't wrong. Jun Mo Zai would inevitably have a problem if he had used up the entire range of his moves. Therefore, the usage of that sword attack would result in a tragedy for him at this time. However, it was a pity that Jun Mo Zai hadn't reused those moves in reality. One must never consider anything to be a constant when making calculations. Jun Mo Zai's sword had already completed half of its movement when Zyro Bu Yu decided to take advantage of this situation. After all, there was a basic principle in martial arts. One can't decide whether he genuinely wishes to cross a river when he's in midstream. As it turns out, no one could've changed their attack style in the middle of it. Even a spirit Xuan expert or maybe even a great master wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a feat. However, Jun Mo Zai used the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune, and the impossible turned into possible. A drastic change occurred when Jun Mo Zai's sword was halfway and Zyro Bu Yu's attack was about to connect with it. The young Master Jun stopped moving in that direction and changed direction. Then, it attempted a move that was ambitious enough to alarm the heavens. A single burst of silvery bright explosion burst out from the sword as it roared when it was merely a hair's breadth from Zyro Bu Yu. Then, it passed by his side, continued its flight, and transformed into a long silver line. The sword light appeared like a long tube as it flashed horizontally across that nearly 50 meters of space, and rushed straight towards the 7 swords. The body and the sword had become one. Jun Mo Zai had used his biggest and most formidable move at the most unlikely of moments. This sword attack was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Moreover, the 7 swords were also in a very tense situation at this moment. Those 7 individuals were in imminent danger, and were holding back against the Great Master Solitary Falcon with great difficulty. So, this move by Jun Mo Zai had only made it worse since they had an enemy to the front and one to the back now. The situation was already bad before, and it couldn't get any worse now. There is a camel whose backbone can be broken by putting a single straw on it. But someone suddenly puts 100 kilos on it. Wouldn't it get shattered to pieces? Zyro Bu Yu gave out a cold scream when he realized that he had been duped. He didn't even consider how the Jun family's little fox had managed to change direction in the middle of an attack, even though this strange incident had gone against the very principle of martial theory. After all, his present top priority was to do his best to save the 7 swords. He angrily soared like a rocket with full speed. Moreover, he urgently raised his Xuan Tai and transferred the Xuan efficacy from the rest of his body to his palms, and shot them like angry rockets. Then, that attack rushed forward almost 2 to 3 times his own speed. Zyrobuyu was extremely angry at that moment. That brat had played a big one with that move. Therefore, Zyrobuyu had done his best with this move. He had used his full strength in that attack. The efficacy of his entire body was in that strike. The 7 swords would suffer some damage if Jun Mo-Zai's strike was successful. But then, Jun Mo-Zai would die soon after. Zyrobuyu was assured of this point. Therefore he was angry, but not very worried. And that was because the 7 swords belonged to the family of the Silver City's lord. They were a part of the Silver Blizzard City, but they didn't hail from the Zyro family. Therefore, Zyrobuyu wouldn't feel too sad even if Jun Mo-Zai's attack was successful and he managed to kill 1 or 2 of them as a result. In fact, Zyrobuyu would be fine as long he would be able to kill that brat. Therefore, Zyrobuyu wasn't extremely enraged even though he was a bit angry. The swordlight didn't seem like it would stop. In fact, it had already arrived behind the 7 swords like lightning. And Zyrobuyu hurried to catch up. In fact, he was less than 20 meters behind Jun Mo-Zai at this time. And this distance wasn't a big one for a spirit Kshuan expert. Zyrobuyu's sleeves were whipping violently in the wind, and were issuing a sharp whistle. The old man had turned into a blurry image, and it was evident that his speed had increased very significantly. The young Master Jun had orchestrated a grand plan in his mind, but it didn't seem like he had any major advantage left at this time. The solitary falcon frowned. In fact, he felt resentful when he saw Jun Mo-Zai arrive with his sword. I've established a proper dominance here, and yet you're meddling. You may think that you've come to help me, but you're causing a nuisance in reality. I would have won very easily as long as you would've continued to fight Zyrobuyu, but you simply had to butt in. In fact, you could get caught up and die because of this even if I speed up my victory. Did this seem like a good plan to you? However, the cultivation of the 7 swords was much lower, so they were already feeling immense pressure while fighting the solitary falcon. And now they had to contend with the violent and crazed attacks from Jun Mo-Zai as well. They had enemies to the front and to the back now. In fact, these people felt like there was a thorn on their backside which had started to pierce their skin. Zyrobuyu had a nasty grin on his face. The Kshuan power stored in his long-awaited palm attack struck with a loud bang. Yet everyone cried out in surprise. It was because Jun Mo-Zai's silhouette had suddenly disappeared. In fact, he had disappeared very abruptly. The boy had disappeared like a flying angel. It seemed as if he had never existed. That tube-like swordlight had also disappeared without a trace. It had vanished silently and there was no sign of it. In fact, it seemed like that strong swordlight from before had been an illusion or something. However, Zyrobuyu had already reached the peak of his speed, and he couldn't change his moves a twill like Jun Mo-Zai had. Moreover, the target of those 2 mountain-toppling powerful shots had disappeared. So, he quickly raised his attack and changed its angle downwards. Consequently, it whooshed over the 7 swords and resolutely hit the solitary falcon instead. The pressure behind the Silver City's 7 swords suddenly disappeared, and they instead saw Zyrobuyu arrive to help them. This made them extremely joyous. So they attacked the solitary falcon with their entire strength. However, everything had suddenly changed for the solitary falcon since he was fighting a powerful group of enemies now. The pressure from the opposite side had increased suddenly, and had reached 3 or 4 times of its previous level. He couldn't help but snort at this change of events. It seems like that brat hadn't come here to help me. He has instead become the source of my calamity. Did he look at me and think that my fight with these 7 has been easy? However, even a man as strong as the solitary falcon couldn't help but feel desperate in the face of the all-out attacks of these 8 men. Everyone heard him shout, "Ghostly falcon," before he sallied forth to attack with all his strength. Then, the sky got covered with the image of a terrifying claw. In fact, it seemed like countless images of ghostly claws had rushed to counterattack the 8 people of the Silver City from the malicious gates of hell itself. The sword Kai of the 7 swords screeched in midair. Zyrobuyu's palm attacks made a rumbling noise. And solitary falcon's ghostly falcon claw could rip apart the night sky with its intensely powerful Kai. The 9 individuals charged into a clash which hurt all of them as they rammed. However, a loud and arrogant laughter echoed when the 9 men rammed together. That laughing voice had belonged to the young master Jun Mo Zai. The young man had suddenly reappeared in front of Zyro Han. Such an astonishing speed was divine in its make and couldn't be measured. Perhaps it should be said that 2 different Jun Mo Zais had appeared at 2 very different places at the same time. In fact, this seemed like the only possible explanation, since no one would have been able to wrap their heads around the fact that both these Jun Mo Zais was the same person. In fact, they wouldn't have been able to figure it out even if they were to break their skulls while attempting to comprehend this fact. Zyrobuyu was shocked the moment he heard the young Master Jun's clear and arrogant laugh. He turned around to look only to see that Jun Mo Zai had a cruel sneer across his face. His cold swordlight was quickly rushing towards the immobile Zyro Han. Chapter 424 Cruel. Chapter 424 Cruel. This despicable brat actually dares to do this. Zyrobuyu roared with a desire to crack him open. After all, that man was his grandson. He could feel his courage failing since things were out of his control now. In fact, he felt as if his heart was being twisted. The old man was so mad that he started to burn with a maddening rage. Zyrobuyu's hair had stood up. It seemed as if he had been struck by lightning. Yet he could only get enraged and show it. But he couldn't do anything else. In fact, he didn't even dare to do anything else. And that was because the solitary falcon's tyrannical attack had collided with the Zyro Elder's palms like a storm a moment ago. A great master had struck back with all his strength. How could it be an ordinary attack? Zyrobuyu's strength was only a step away from that of a great master's. And he even had 7 skilled people at his side. However, the situation on the battlefield still didn't seem optimistic. It appeared as if an atomic bomb had exploded from the center of their battle. The 8 people were thrown backwards into 8 different directions because of the explosion. The solitary falcon stood heroically at the center. He was motionless, and his hair was fluttering in the wild wind. In fact, they seemed to resemble the seaweed that whip about in the seeded water currents during a storm. One of the greatest Kshuan experts of his generation hadn't retracted a single step in the face of powerful attacks from his 8 opponents. The corners of Zyrobuyu's mouth streamed with blood as he flew backwards. But he didn't have time to check his own injuries or even put a check on his momentum as he flew backwards. Instead, he gave a long and miserable scream as he pounced towards Zyro Han's direction. His face was twisted, aggrieved, and had a brutal expression on it. Jun Wui had gained an overwhelming advantage over Zyro Han in their fight, and had given his opponent a thorough beating thereafter. He had broken Zairohan's arms and legs, and had also struck his nether regions. Zairohan's meridians had also been shattered into many pieces. Therefore, he had become an out-and-out cripple. However, Jun Wuyi hadn't killed his enemy, he had only crippled him. Killing Zairohan wouldn't be bad enough as a punishment. So, Third Master Jun wanted his enemy to suffer his pain before he killed the man. He wanted to vent out his anger in this manner even if it was dragged out. The degree of Zairohan's deformity was greater than what Jun Wuyi had suffered earlier. And Zairobuyu had understood Jun Wuyi's intentions very clearly. Therefore, he wasn't being irascible. Zairohan wouldn't be able to do Xuan training after this. But Zairobuyu knew that his grandson had the aid of the Zairo family's replenishing jade. Therefore, he was convinced that there was hope for the injured Zairohan's recovery. However, Jun Wuyi didn't know this fact. Zairobuyu had also planned to resolve the conflict between the Jun and the Zairo family by using this matter as a pretext. After all, Zairohan had been the root of everything that had happened. It wasn't that Zairobuyu wanted to take it lying down or intended to renounce Zairohan, rather, it was because of that awfully tyrannical and unrivaled mysterious person who was backing the Jun family. Things will become easier between the two families if this matter is resolved. In fact, Zairobuyu was very relieved. Zairohan had surely been crippled. Moreover, he had also been insulted by Jun Wuyi very badly. However, he didn't feel the need to worry about his grandson's life. And this was because Zairobuyu clearly understood the Third Master Jun's personality. Jun Wuyi and Zairohan had deep hatred towards each other. But Jun Wuyi had always been someone with a noble character. And no one could deny that fact. A man of noble character may wish to torture an enemy a little. He may even decide to kill his enemy, but such a person would never go the extreme lengths of torture. Therefore, Zairobuyu had felt increasingly relieved after he had seen Jun Wuyi inflicting only pain to Zairohan. After all, Jun Wuyi didn't intend to kill him. Zairohan wouldn't be permanently crippled either. In other words, Zairohan would suffer serious injuries, but he wouldn't die at the end of the day. However, Zairohan had fallen into Jun Mozai's hand now. So, things had changed. In fact, they had changed very drastically. Who was Jun Mozai? He was the most cruel and unscrupulous man ever born. The manner in which he dealt with people was very different from that of Jun Wuyi's style. In fact, they couldn't be compared since the younger Jun was too spiteful and cruel. In fact, his methods could send shivers down anyone's spines. Jun Mozai had tossed everything in this move. He had tricked Zairobuyu and had turned towards Zairohan. In fact, he had intended to use this method to enrage Zairobuyu this entire time. And he would later use this instance to kill him once the opportunity would arise. The blood of Yellow Flame was the best sword in the entire world. And Jun Mozai wanted a spirit Xuan expert to be its first tribute in terms of blood. However, Jun Mozai's mindset went through a turbulent change the moment he arrived in front of Zairohan, and his heart was swept over with sorrow and grief. His thoughts were suddenly run over with a thirst to commit cruelty. In fact, this desire had even overshadowed his very soul. The image of a lofty and formidable white-clothed middle-aged man appeared in front of him. His gaze was mild, yet sharp. He stood tall and proud like a mountain. The man waved his hand, and a huge army of bloodied men attacked triumphantly in the battle. Nothing could defeat his army's attack. and the men deferentially addressed the white-clothed man as the White Commander. However, the cruel-hearted Zyro Han had gotten such an open-hearted man, a man who was like the patron saint of Tanzang, killed. Jun Mo Zai's eyes became red. His mind suddenly found itself filled with resentment, violent rage, and an endless desire to kill. In fact, that anger and hate filled his very heart and guts. Then, another mighty and bright figure appeared in front of his eyes. It was his second uncle Jun Wu Ming. The scene in his mind changed again, and a gentle and virtuous woman appeared. She was giving him an exceptionally loving look. Her gaze was extremely doting, loving, and affectionate. In fact, this love was as vast as the oceans. After all, it was the love of a mother. Then, two handsome youngsters showed up. They looked almost the same as him, and they were looking at him with hope and expectation. Take revenge, take revenge. These cries suddenly filled Jun Mo Zai's mind like a tsunami, and those words started to echo inside his head. Only those two words. Nothing but those two words. Jun Mo Zai didn't know how those images, those scenes, and those voices had appeared to him so suddenly. However, these exceptionally abrupt and mysterious recollections had sourced from his own memory. After all, his memory had been fused with those of this body's previous owner. Therefore, he had retained these beautiful images as well. But these recollections had given rise to bitter hatred in the backdrop of the events of the past. That unrivaled hero and that peerless beauty were wronged and killed because of the conspiracies of this lowly and despicable Zyro Han. Jun Mo Zai suddenly felt that his veins would explode. He felt indescribable grief and indignation. That feeling then bubbled forth towards his heart. Then it proceeded towards his mind, and he broke away from his original intention when that happened. Take revenge. How can those heroes die in vain? How could those heroes be wronged? Jun Mo Zai roared, and his eyes reddened as he raised his sword. Zyro Buyu turned to look, and saw Jun Mo Zai pierce Zyro Han's eyes. And then he heard the chillingly fierce words, Zyro Buyu, I wish for your grandson to never see again this sword of mine shall take revenge for the thousands of soldiers who were killed by you. The unconscious Zyro Han was met with a painful awakening when his eyes were taken away, and he gave a bitter, desperate, and blood-curdling screech. Then there was a loud explosion as he gnashed his teeth into pieces. His blood-covered face looked extremely miserable as he screamed with incomparable hatred, I will take revenge for this hatred. Jun Wuyi, I will make slaves out of all men and women of the Jun family. Arg. Murderous intentions flourished in Jun Mo Zai's eyes, and the murderous aura inside his body became even more concentrated. Zyro Buyu roared and flew forth with increased urgency. My grandson, Jun Mo Zai, stop or I will cut your body into 1,000,000 pieces. But Jun Mo Zai was already next to Zyro Han, so it was too easy for him. He slashed his sword on each of Zyro Han's arms, and these slashes were answered by a scream of pain and the splutter of blood. Zyro Buyu's body trembled violently, and he vomited blood as he helplessly looked in. Zyro Han, I have taken away your arms now. Zyro Han, you want to take revenge. I will chase you to the ends of this world. I will wipe out my family's disgrace with this sword. Jun Mo Zai gnashed his teeth and gave a sinister and fierce laugh before he said, Zyro Buyu, aren't you a spirit Xuan expert? Aren't you the greatest of the senior generation? Come quickly and save your grandson. Come on, can't you dare to? I will even take away your legs. This strike is for my uncle. This is for the 10 years of confined suffering that he had to go through. The sword flashed twice, and tendons of Zyro Han's legs were cut off. John Mo Zai's eyes were abnormally clear as the corners of his mouth curled into a ferocious smile. His narrowed eyes then quickly turned to the anxiously speeding Zyro Bu Yu as he sneered and roared, "And this strike is for my father. You won't be able to hear from now on. Zyro Han." "Don't!" everyone from the Silver City cried out in unison. However, John Mo Zai's sword flashed again, and Zyro Han's ears flew away from his head. Then, the sword flashed again, and Zyro Han's nose also flew out. Then, his teeth came flying out of his mouth, and they were followed by his tongue a moment later. "You can't speak now. This was for the debt to my second uncle," John Mo Zai proclaimed with somewhat a savage delight, and laughed wildly. Zyro Bu Yu's blood boiled. The injuries he had suffered from his collusion with a solitary falcon went serious. But they were still internal injuries at the end of the day. He was a spirit Xuan expert, but even he couldn't help his blood steam at the sight of his grandson's misery. Therefore, he couldn't prevent his Xuan Kai from acting up and scattering inside his meridians. He was still some distance from John Mo Zai when he staggered and fell over. Then, Zyro Bu Yu stood up with difficulty, and raised his head before spraying a mouthful of blood. He could only see a golden light of confusion flashing in front of his eyes. The old man helplessly looked at John Mo Zai. He then gnashed his teeth in hatred before he spoke up in a low voice. "Why are you so cruel, John Mo Zai? Don't you fear karma? Don't you fear retribution?" John Mo Zai gave him a cruel look and laughed. "You are mentioning karma and retribution. Zyro Bu Yu, did your Zyro family not think of this day when you were plotting against our John family? Didn't you think it was cruel when hundreds of thousands of soldiers died for the selfishness of this one man, when countless men were torn apart from their families, when families were ruined and their men died? Weren't you happy then? Weren't you happy? What right do you have to call me cruel? There are hundreds of thousands of orphans and widows in this world because of your wicked selfishness. Many men were humiliated to death, and many of those brave soldiers were made martyrs. Many heroes of this world were wronged because of you. Everything happened because you were stronger. You were stronger. Right? Fuck you. You're nothing more than trash, a mix of refuse, a bunch of green-haired cuckolds. Do you like it when you watch your grandson under my feet, neither alive nor dead? Do you like it or not, you old bastard? You think your grandson will be enough? He isn't. Just wait, this will happen to all of your progeny, and trust me, you will start enjoying this once you have seen it often enough." John Mo Zai gave a loud, shrill, and mournful laugh. An ominous light flickered in Zyro Bu Yu's eyes. He had already decided to take a decisive action. He had decided to take a decisive action against John Mo Zai. "You're not far from here, Second Elder. I have made arrangements to ensure that this man can neither see nor hear. He can't even use any of his limbs, but I will make him even more of a cripple. I will ensure that he can't even have children. I will make him into an object of ridicule. I will make completely useless." John Mo Zai looked up and gave a fierce roar. Blood dripped from his sword as he pointed it to the sky. Then there was flash, and it was followed by a splutter of blood. Zyro Han's crotch spurted blood with that flashing sword. A lump of flesh flew and fell at John Mo Zai's foot. He kicked it straight into the air. This action of his covered the sky with blood and dust. Zyro Han had no strength to do anything. However, he hadn't died yet. In fact, It would've been much better for him if he had died a painful death than to be alive in the condition that he was presently in. The moonlight shone over the land. Everyone had gone silent with fear. Their bodies were trembling, while their faces had gone pale. Chapter 425. I am not even close to being the demon that you are. Chapter 425. I'm not even close to being the demon that you are. The Snake King was known as the King of Poisons, and she was unusually fierce by nature. In fact, the Kshuan Beast King was sure that her viciousness wasn't inferior to anyone's. But even she had been left to tremble in this moment. In fact, her eyes had clearly belied the fear of her heart. Such a cruel punishment can exist in this world. This man is so cold-blooded and cruel. Jun Mo-Zai's heart is this cold. Is it made of iron or something? It's so cold and indifferent. He's so cold and unfeeling. He's so ruthless. However, it's true that such a punishment was deserved. The eyes of the white-clothed girl wouldn't have changed even if there had been a landslide in front of her. However, they had changed and become immeasurably deep at the sight of this. This one is very fierce. I've heard of the administering death by 1,000 cuts. And then, there's the case when 5 horses tear and dismember the culprit into 1,000 pieces. I'm sure that most people know of such fierce methods. In fact, many must have even dreamt of it, since everyone has some object of abject hatred that they would like to do all that to. But there would be a very few people who could carry out what's happening at this moment. A man is always a man. So, he would still have a limit to how much he can hate and how much mental pressure his soul can bear with regard to such hatred. It could even be said that there wouldn't be anyone in a group of 10,000 people who would have had thought of doing something similar to this. Moreover, talking or thinking of doing something like this is one thing, but doing it for real is another thing in its entirety. A person who can do these things and keep a straight face afterwards is very rare, and that's because this entails something that is far beyond the capacity of a normal person's endurance. Who could have talked about doing such ruthless things? In fact, many men may have spoken of these to their heart's delight. However, the number of people who would genuinely go ahead and do these things is very low. But those who speak of such cruel and cold-blooded acts might possibly commit them in reality if the hatred accumulates to a profound level and breaks forth in a particular moment. But Jun Mo-Zai is following through this torture in a very methodical manner, and he's not even affected by it. In fact, he seems unaffected and uninterested. This is very rare. Just imagine a normal person would frown at the thought of killing someone under ordinary circumstances. Their brows might even jump at it. But this is a real person, a real and living person whose individual parts are being cut away one by one. Forget about speaking about something like this. Even imagining about it is unbearable for most people. The limits of Zyro Buyu's tolerance have been crossed, even though he was a level 4 spirit Kshuan expert. His eyes had become lifeless as he looked at that lightly breathing lump of flesh on the ground. It seemed like he had been struck by lightning. He was thoroughly dumbfounded and stunned. How could he have known that Jun Mo-Zai would be so bold and ruthless? How could he have imagined that this youngster would leave no room for mercy? And Zyro Buyu wasn't the only one. There were many other Kshuan experts who were standing in the field. Many veterans who had grown accustomed to many a bloody scene were also present. All of them had held their breaths at the sight of this scene. So, there was pin-drop silence in the field at this time. Then, there was the Silver City's Princess Han Yang Meng. She wasn't very strong on a psychological level. So, she had only been able to cry an "oh" before her eyes had rolled back. And she had then fainted in Mu Zhu Tong's arms. However, there was another person who would have been overjoyed at the prospect of fainting. And this individual was that lump of flesh that still hadn't stopped wriggling on the ground. The Nilidad Zyro Han desperately wanted to faint. In fact, he wanted to die after all. That would put an end to the pain. The pain was very excruciating. But death was a great luxury for Zyro Han. In fact, he couldn't even dream of passing into a coma. The faces of the other 5 elders had turned red. But they hadn't moved an inch ever since they had been enveloped by that vigorous, murderous aura. Instead, they had vainly gnashed their teeth, and had opened their eyes wide enough to crack their sockets. They had presumed that such a strong aura could only have come from some mysterious and uniquely skilled person. In fact, they had believed that it had been unleashed by that mysterious master who was backing the Jun family. So, they knew that they couldn't act or interfere at this point. After all, they believed they would enrage that mysterious master if they acted. And he would kill all of them in a strong retaliation if that happened. In fact, they felt that it would be as easy as waving one's hands for someone as strong as that mysterious man. It was what one called not too close and not too far. That powerful retaliation would come for them if they acted out. But it wouldn't be from the mysterious master who was backing the Jun family. Instead, it would come from the white-clothed girl. He. Suddenly, a mild yet lofty chuckle echoed in that deathly silence. Everyone followed the sound of the laughter to its source. The source's expression was quite indifferent and tranquil. In fact, he had an affable smile on his face. His body stood straight in a heroic manner. It was Jun Mo Zai. The one who was laughing was unexpectedly Jun Mo Zai. He was laughing even at this moment. He had just orchestrated that exceptionally brutal atrocity. However, he was still laughing like nothing had happened. This is very good. Jun Mo Zai looked at Zyro Bu Yu in an amused manner. Do you it Zyro Bu Yu that feeling one gets by slowly cutting the body of a man he hates the most? It's extremely wonderful. In fact, the term wonderful isn't enough to describe that happiness, particularly when the man's name is Zyro Han, and my family is called the Jun family. Zyro Bu Yu had stood motionless like a rock until this time. However, he had started to sway now. He gave an unwavering look to Jun Mo Zai. A strange sound came out of his chalked throat. Oh, but he was unable to speak anything in the end. You needn't speak. I understand how you feel. I can even show you my understanding and express my sympathy, my heartfelt sympathy. Jun Mo Zai gave a long sigh and said, after all, he's your flesh and blood. He's your kin. Seeing your kin die in front of yourself must be a huge tragedy. I'm sorry. No, that doesn't sound correct, does it? I'm very sorry. I had spoken it wrongly the first time, but I will surely pay attention next time. Jun Mo Zai then tried to change the topic. No, I find that I've truly spoken wrong. You see, I was very happy and excited a moment ago. So I had spoken incorrectly without paying attention. You shouldn't take offense. In fact, you should be thankful to me. Zyro Han is surely crippled, but I've still allowed him to live. So, it means that this isn't like watching your kin die. You tell me, aren't I right about that? The young Master Jun rubbed his hands and continued in a slightly embarrassed tone. Moreover, he still can't be called a complete cripple. After all, I still haven't crushed his spine yet. My heart has a soft spot for this man. My compassion for him didn't stop for a moment, and that's why I could do my job properly. I hope you don't dislike that. Also, I can fix my mistake and cripple him completely if you want that to happen. I promise that I will not leave you dissatisfied. Yen, I would like to apologize to you again. You're a demon. Zyrobuyu's lips trembled with indescribable grief. A demon. I'm not very fond of those words. You really flatter me if I were to be honest. But I genuinely don't deserve those words. John Mosai shook his head in disagreement. You should consider changing them a bit. Because I am no demon when compared to the Zyro family. He raised his sword as he spoke. Then he pointed it downwards. Zyro Han's blood dripped off at a fast speed as a result. And the sword got restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. I have finally understood what a true divine weapon is, to kill millions yet not be stained. I had always thought that these were empty words. I've finally found that such a weapon genuinely exists. This is a good sword. It is a very good sword. Jun Mo Zai sighed while speaking. His words made everyone tremble. Killing millions yet not getting stained. Second Zyro Elder, I know that you're only pretending to be on the verge of a collapse. You're storing up energy in reality. I know that you eventually wish to make a move to kill me. After all, you have already decided to kill me today. You are even willing to ignore the consequences. Isn't that right? John Mosai smiled wholeheartedly. That's kind of obvious, isn't it? But you have been injured, and your spirit has suffered as well. So, do you want some more time to prepare? Let me ask you this while you do. Do you know about the Huang Hua Hall? Second Zyro Elder, that Hall of Hell. Huang Hua Hall, the Hall of Hell. Jun Wuyi's eyes opened wide and started to sparkle brightly. He would never forget that night when he had burst into that hall with Jun Mosai and had witnessed that extremely miserable human atrocity. In fact, he would tremble with wrath every time he would come to think of it. Zyro Buyu looked at Jun Mosai with extreme hatred. He made a supreme effort to summon his power, but failed at it. I'm the man who's responsible for the destruction of the Hall of Hell. Isn't that quite unexpected? The bright light which had belied Jun Mosai's previously merry state had been wiped clean by now. In fact, it had been replaced by a cold ruthlessness. The murderous aura in his voice increased as he spoke. Everything seems to be an accident. My plan was very simple when I had acted against the Hall of Hell. I only thought that it was a brutal money-making organization at first. But then, I became aware of the training that was given to prostitutes inside Tanzang. And I realized that I was wrong. In fact, I was completely mistaken. That's because those lowlives who force women into prostitution and traffic children aren't half as inhumane as the people behind the Hall of Hell. In fact, they are incapable of doing the tasks that were required of them at the Hall of Hell. After all, they usually sell of the girls and boys who don't look attractive. Perhaps they start training them to do odd jobs or become flesh traders themselves. In any case, even child traffickers have enough conscience to not break children's limbs and spines and then put them in jars to raise deformities. Such a thing could only be done by those conscienceless savages of the Hall of Hell. No one else had ever been able to do something like this before them, so I was left baffled. And I started to wonder about those things. I wondered what kind of deep hatred must the owner of this establishment have for those children to have come up with a scheme to poison their lives so badly. Those children obviously couldn't have provoked the owner of the establishment. So, there was only one other angle left. What kind of hatred would the owner of the hall have towards those children's parents to deal such a heavy hand to the young ones? My grandfather and third uncle were talking about the past one night. They mentioned about the troops who had served under them in the past, but not a shadow of some of these troops had been seen for a long time. They may have been disheartened because of the past, but shouldn't they have come to their old lord's house once in a while? Shouldn't they have let their old lord know that they're still alive and happy? Jun Wui started to tremble when Jun Mozai reached this point in his speech. Jun Wui could clearly remember that day when he was talking with his father. He could remember that feeling of disappointment, a strange sense of great loss, and nostalgia. However, he had vaguely guessed something from the tone of Jun Mozai's voice, and his eyes had become red as a result of this comprehension. Chapter 426 The Spirit Xuan Expert Falls Apart. Chapter 426 The Spirit Xuan Expert Falls Apart. There is an old saying about what to say. The speaker has no particular intention of speaking something, but the listener reads their own meaning into it. So, I started my own investigation, and I started to look into the troops that had served under my father during that time. What were they doing right? Where did they live? Now half a month of investigation was conducted, and I was informed that those men had disappeared mysteriously along with their wives and children at one point of time. So, I continued with my investigation, and I checked every case that had gone without leads at that time, and I found that there had been countless murders where the evidence of the homicide had been erased. These murderers had left no clues behind, so the authorities couldn't make a proper case out of them. Moreover, those corpses had also been in the same condition. A person couldn't even identify them properly. The only thing that was similar was that those corpses went of aged people. Moreover, there were no children amongst the list of the deceased. Jun Mozai's voice was filled with grief and savagery at the same time. Therefore, I became suspicious after a time who was behind this hall that had been ill-treating those children so badly. It was possible that those kids were the orphans of those soldiers. But this meant that it was possible that those children had suffered so much because their parents had been involved with a Jun family, and this also meant that the person behind the Hall of Hell must have harbored deep hatred towards my Jun family. But then, who could this hidden enemy be? Who could it be? Jun Mozai's eyes met Zyro Buyu's aggrieved gaze, and the young Master Jun's eyes also started to become fiercer. He took a step forward as he glared at Zyro Buyu and asked in a serious manner, "Second Zyro Elder, I've heard that you're the one with the most wisdom inside the Zyro family. So, can you tell me who the person behind the Hall of Hell is? Who is it? Who can be so devoid of humanity? Who can have such hatred for our Jun family that they are willing to take out their hatred on innocent lives in such a maddened way? Second Zyro Elder, tell me who is it?" Jun Mozai took another step forward as he spoke. His cold and murderous aura became stronger with each step he took, and his glare slowly became razor-sharp as he looked at Zyro Buyu. Zyro Buyu finally looked away since the young Master Jun had continued to glare at him. Unexpectedly, the old man couldn't meet his gaze anymore. In fact, Zyro Buyu was unconsciously taking a step back with every step that the young Master Jun was taking forward. Moreover, his mannerism had seemingly become anxious and perplexed. The spirit Xuan expert was feeling ashamed and perplexed by Jun Mozai's questioning. Each step of Jun Mozai's resembled heavenly thunderstorms to Zyro Buyu's ears. In fact, His heart had also started to beat at the rhythm of Jun Mo Zai's feet. How would this old man know what ridiculous mystery do you speak of, Xiao Bu Yu asked angrily. But his voice was trembling. Any man with a little knowledge would find it odd if the voice of a spirit Xun expert were to tremble like this. I had only suspected it before. But then, Xiao Han came to the Tanzang city sometime after I had dealt with the Hall of Hell. Moreover, he had seemingly taken the initiative to look for my third uncle in order to give him trouble. Why did he arrive so quickly at such a fortuitous time? Can you answer this question for me, second Xiao Elder? Are you suspecting me? How could this old man have done such a thing? What evidence do you have? Xiao Bu Yu's voice trembled as he shouted loudly. I do suspect you to some extent, but you are a person of great fame in the Silver City. So, you won't be able to pull off such a thing. However, there were so many murders, and so many cases without evidence. It would have been fine if there had been a couple of cases where no evidence had been left behind. But so many of such clueless cases was worth a closer scrutiny. And what kind of a power would have the capability to push down so many cases and evidence? You're asking me for evidence. You want proof. How would a man who is determined in his heart leave any proof behind? Jun Mo Zai smiled in a strange manner. However, I have another thing now. You see, there's a new suspicion in my heart now. Why did you ask if I was suspecting you instead of asking me if I suspected the Xiao family? Or maybe you should've asked me if I suspected Xiao Han, the wise and far-sighted Xiao Bu. You must clearly remember that I had specifically indicated towards Xiao Han. So, why did you pull it to yourself? This is such a lucky stroke. You're confessing without even being pressed. Xiao Bu Yu stumbled and staggered back again. His brows were dripping with sweat. Utter nonsense. You have no evidence. Those empty words from your teeth are aimed to entrap an innocent man, to entrap the Xiao family. What evil schemes are you harboring? You're mistaken again, second Xiao Elder. I had clearly mentioned Xiao Han alone. When did I ever entrap the Xiao family? What logic is this? Does Xiao Han represent the entire Xiao family? Jun Mo Zai pressed hard with each step as he pursued his retreating enemy. His eyes also flashed with an increasingly bright and divine light. And Jun Mo Zai's methods had been producing results till that moment. Xiao Bu Yu's mind was in confusion. He no longer had the determined mindset of killing his enemy. First, Xiao Bu Yu had been involved in that annoying fight. Then, he had to face the solitary falcon's attack, and had sustained an injury in the process. Then, Xiao Han was brutalized in front of him. And then, the inhumane Hall of Hell was mentioned to him. Once a nick in his mental defense was exposed. Consequently, the Xiao Elder's mental defenses had been smashed in their entirety. Jun Mo Zai, you're a slanderous liar. Are you saying that you have evidence against my Xiao family? Your tongue is like a knife. You've put these criminal accusations against the Silver Blizzard City's Xiao family. Xiao Bu Yu's face was flooded with sweat. His facial muscles had started to twitch and twist like crazy. Evidence? I've already told you many times that I don't have any. I only have suspicions. And my suspicions are enough in this case. Jun Mo Zai's eyes were like a cold knife. Xiao Bu Yu, do you still think I will need some bullshit evidence at this stage? Who in this world has the power to keep such a matter under wraps? Who has the power to push down such cases, and who has such deep hatred towards my Jun family? The young Master Jun had spoken the last words in a low voice so that only the very few near him could hear it. Consequently, Jun Wui's face twisted into an extremely fierce and terrifying expression. These pointers were merely speculative in nature, and Jun Mozai had admitted to that as well. But these speculations were very reasonable, and each of these speculations had only pointed to one direction. Jun Wui's tiger-like eyes overflowed with tears. He desperately wanted to fly back to the Tanzang city so that he could lovingly find a place for those children to settle down. Do you know, I had received a small payment by a little girl some time ago, and I had pledged to destroy the Hall of Hell in return. The image of that helpless little girl sprang up in Jun Mozai's eyes. He could see her younger brother's little dead body and the way she was trying to reach out for him and that broken copper coin. So, it's obvious that I will do the job since I had received the payment. Jun Mozai then continued in a ruthless manner, be at ease, Ziro Buyu. I won't kill anyone from the Ziro family. I will merely cripple them one by one. I will cut off their tongues, noses, and ears. I will break their teeth. I will destroy their manhoods and break their spines. Then I will stuff them in jars till they grow old and die. I will let the world witness what kind of lowly people they are. I will let the world know where the road of savagery leads to. Do you like my plan? You dare? Ziro Buyu looked confused as he stepped back. Then, he gave a severe raw, you dare, but his voice couldn't help but feel weak when he saw that everyone was looking down on him with disdain. His raw no longer had the deterring effect it used to in the past. The mind of the level 4 spirit Xuan expert had been defeated by Jun Mozai. Even though he was nearly as strong as a great master's, the old man hadn't been associated with the Hall of Hell very directly. But that didn't mean that he was absolved of all guilt. It was because Ziro Han, his grandson, had been involved. Moreover, none of those atrocities would have ever taken place if Ziro Buyu hadn't supported his grandson's cold-blooded reprisals at that time. Everyone has a dark side to them. One can try hard to hide it, and one can attempt to seem falsely perfect by pushing this dark side deep down. However, this darkness would eventually be opened to the world once the lid that covers it is lifted. A man can be extremely contemptible, and a man may be well accomplished or even phony. However, no one can face and bear the truth of their dark side. Ziro Buyu fell apart. His spirit and body didn't have any strength to retaliate. The 3rd, the 7th, and the 9th elder had different expressions on their faces. One looked ashamed, one looked in with hatred, and one looked resentful. The eyes of the 7 swords were full of disgust. They had never dreamed that the Ziro family could ever be involved in such frenzied savagery. Han Yan Meng had also woken up by now. She couldn't help but tremble when she heard what had transpired. Even she looked at the Ziro family with disgust and loathing now. Any person with any sense of conscience wouldn't be able to stay indifferent if they had heard about such brutal events. Anyone who couldn't see the clues after Jun Mozai's repeated questioning and Ziro Buyu's subsequent reaction could die and go to hell. Ziro Buyu, how did the Ziro family's members infiltrate into that army of millions? Tell me. I'm sure you know. These words came out of Jun Mozai's mouth at a time when everyone was thinking over this topic, and Ziro Buyu's mind was in a troubled state. Who is that hidden traitor? This shout was even louder. It was the result of the accumulated energy from the entirety of Jun Mozai's body. This loud shout was purely comprised of spirit energy. In fact, it had sounded like the roar of the legendary lion. Even the burning torches had been left to flicker because of it. Everyone had felt a loud explosion in their minds, while their hearts had been startled. Their cultivations had started to seem meager, and their minds had become fuzzy. The events of the past had started coming back to them. Zyro trembled as he bore the brunt of that. His eyes were brimming with a sense of loss at this moment, and he suddenly felt that he was standing in front of a dominating and extremely awe-inspiring supreme God. This God had asked him that thunderous question, and had imposed a sense of pure dominance over him while doing so. And this had incited an involuntary reaction in the depths of his heart. He felt that he couldn't defy those orders. Chapter 427 The Great Spirit Deterrence Method. Chapter 427 The Great Spirit Deterrence Method. There was silence all around. Jun Mo Zai's shout had sounded like a loud gong from the heavens. And it was like a thunderous explosion for Zyro Buyu's ears, since his heart was already unstable at this moment. Jun Mo Zai had asked Zyro Buyu about the Hall of Hell in a very sharp manner. But the Zyro elder would subconsciously do everything to resist, even though he had suffered a violent attack. And he wouldn't be swayed very easily. After all, Zyro Buyu was a level 4 spirit Xuan expert. So, his reply would be extremely quick even if his mind had fallen apart. Therefore, it would be very hard to bring him to such a state of mind. However, Jun Mo Zai had exploited that matter thoroughly, and had breached the abyss of Zyro Buyu's spirit. He had then taken another shot to attack his opponents in a most core, and had caught of him off guard once again. Zyro Buyu's mind was in complete chaos, and he unintentionally muttered, "The hidden traitor." However, Jun Mo Zai's voice suddenly changed at this moment, and it became gentle and kind. In fact, the voice was full of magnetism, like a mother who was doting on her infant. It was piercing, and full of vigor. The young Master Jun's expression was grand, and seemed to be issuing a fantastic and bright light. He looked Zyro Buyu in the eyes, and slowly asked, "Who are the people you had used to infiltrate the Jun family's camp? Who are the ones who had assisted you in assassinating Jun Wu Hui and Jun Wu Meng? Who are they? Tell me who those people are." Zyro Buyu's weak gaze met with Jun Mo Zai's glare. Then they began to struggle in a violent manner. But it seemed that the light from their eyes had gotten connected and wouldn't disconnect again. The Zyro elder's eyelids started to droop, and remained as such for a long time. Then they suddenly opened up again. However, they seemed somewhat vacant now. "Those men, I had heard that there were several red-clothed masked men." Zyro Buyu's expression had become very relaxed. In fact, it seemed as if he was talking in his sleep. "I later learned that they were from the Blood-Sod Hall. They assisted our Zyro family by going in first. They even made the arrangements on their own. Both sides had the same aim. So we hit it off from the very beginning. The men from the Blood-Sod Hall, them, but why did they help you? Your aims were the same. They were also against Jun Wu Yi or the entire Jun family, or was there another person who was inciting them from behind?" Blood-Sod Hall. A sharp light flashed in Jun Mo Zai's eyes. But his voice was still as gentle as a warm breeze that blows across treetops. In fact, anyone who heard him talk felt extremely comfortable and warm inside. The voice of this man could make a person feel so safe and comfortable that they would wish to go off to sleep. And the one who had to bear the brunt of it was Zyro Buyu. His heart faltered even further, and his expression became that of heartfelt ease. He had seemingly forgotten the grief and indignation, and the shame and the dishonor he had suffered a moment ago. It was the Great Spirit Deterrence technique, and it had been blended with hypnosis. This was the extreme combination of modern hypnosis techniques and the great ancient spirit deterrence method. And Jun Mozai was successfully employing this combination in this instance. Jun Mozai had taken advantage of Zyro Buyu's nervous breakdown, and had opened the innermost doors of his heart wide. Then, he had entered as swiftly as lightning. A Basarank Sky Kshuan expert had managed to hypnotize a level 4 spirit Kshuan expert. This was a miraculous technique, and this world had never seen something like this. He had attained wonderful achievements that had never been seen in his generation, and that too in one fell swoop. Everyone had an expression of amazement on their faces. A light of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the white-clothed girl. She looked at Jun Mozai in a way that made it seem as if she had started to harbor a strong desire to understand that miraculous youngster in a comprehensive manner. This unheard and unwitnessed miraculous technique had even left someone with her accomplishments to feel battered and shocked. I don't know why they did it. Our Zyro family had already made proper preparations for a force to attack at that time. We hadn't even expected them to reach out on their own. But we came to an instantaneous agreement since our goals were the same. And everything went without a hitch after that. Zyro Buyu's face reveled in a childish pride. However, his eyes were still empty. We couldn't find a single trace of theirs after that. The people who would go into the camp to provide support were different every time. They were easy to identify at first, but we would never see them again once their job was done. The Blood-Sod Hall had presumably arranged for that to happen. The Blood-Sword Hall doesn't leave any proof behind when they handles things. So, you don't know who they were? Jun Mozai nodded in an understanding manner as he spoke up in a mild and encouraging tone. Yes, Zyro Buyu's face had an expression of shame on it, and he hung his head like a child who had committed an offense. I hadn't participated in those operations. It was Zyro Han and his brothers. I had only heard about it later. Then, his face showed pride as he spoke with hubris. What had to be done was done. Strength is the best argument. Besides, those ants were nobodies. They weren't worth my personal interventions. You're right. Good. Very good. Strength is the best argument. The blue veins throbbed on Jun Mozai's forehead. However, he controlled himself as he spoke, and the same people dealt with Jun Moyu and Jun Wui later on. Yes, that was also them, the men from the Blood-Sword Hall. Zyro Buyu didn't hesitate one bit. Tell me who were the specific people who had participated in those operations. Zyro Han and his brothers. There must have been a lot of people, right? Jun Mozai smiled. His expression was gentle. Yes, how could a few people have pulled this off so quickly? We were dealing with an army, and the crisis was also big. I remember it was Zyro Han, Zyro Liang, Zyro Zhen, Zyro Cheng, Zyro Guang, Zyro Buyu rolled out the names of 14 to 15 people in one breath. He then continued, we eventually made the despicable Jun family pay a heavy price. You must pay the price if you provoke the Zyro family. The price that was paid wasn't too small. However, Jun Wui had merely taken Zyro Han's fiancé. But you still took such a huge action. What was the need to make such a huge deal out of it? Jun Mozai firmly committed those few names to his memory. Then, he went back to ask another question. Just look at the troops who have come here from the Silver City. What is Zyro Han's status? Why does he have such a big influence? Why wouldn't we be overcautious? There's a great connection between all this. After all, the current lord of the Silver City doesn't have a son. He only has 2 daughters. The betrothal of the elder daughter and Zyro-Han had been agreed to a long time ago. We hope that the younger daughter will also be married into the Zyro family. We have worked very hard for this. Our Zyro family will be able to rule the Silver City and the world at large in about a decade if both his daughters are married into our family. Our Zyro family's ancestor died for the Silver City. And it wasn't merely the case of a life being lost. He had the strongest Shuan cultivation. He was also the lord of the Silver City at that time. Moreover, he was the first amongst those sworn brothers. So, it can be said that the Silver Blizzard City is based on my Zyro family's work. But the Han family became the lords of the Silver City after our ancestor died. Why our Zyro family has been pushed down for several hundred years. We are nominally considered as younger brothers. But we should be equal to them. Or maybe even higher. That one baseless oath wasn't even worth a dog's fart, but it has deprived our Zyro family of everything that we have desired. Why? Zyro Bu-Yu had a sinister expression on his face at this time. That repulsive Jun Wu-Yi arrived exactly when our plan was going to be successful. And everything that our Zyro family had been preparing for a long time had to be stopped midway as a result. Our Zyro family had been waiting for such an opportunity for hundreds of years, but this damned Jun Wu-Yi had ruined that damned Jun Wu-Yi, that damned Jun family. Damn them, they will pay the price. Whoever dares to ruin the Zyro family's plans must be destroyed. Zyro Bu-Yu cursed in hatred. This was astonishing information. In fact, it was earth-shattering. The men from the Silver City suddenly found themselves struck by an emotional upheaval. The remaining elders, the 3rd, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th elders, got divided into 2 groups in the blink of an eye. They were still shrouded by that dark and secretive imposing aura. So they hadn't dared to make a move even if they had wanted to. But their behavior and expressions were clearly showing this divide. The 6th, 9th, and 8th elders were revealing anxiousness in their eyes, and they had expressions of terror on their faces. It was obvious that these 3 elders were members of the Zyro family. But the 3rd and 5th elders had a look of resentment across their faces. In fact, they had nearly started cursing. These 2 men were evidently from the Han family's side. However, Han Yan Ming was struck the hardest by this revelation. Her pretty eyes had opened so wide that they had almost reached her ears. She could have never imagined that those affable grandfathers and uncles from the Zyro family had been scheming against her Han family this entire time. Jun Mozai glanced around in a secretive manner. Then, he probed further. The Zyro family has genuinely planned far ahead. The arrangements have been quite exquisite as well. But, does the Han family have no male progeny to speak of? The lord of the family doesn't have any son. But, he must have brothers. Are you saying that even his brothers don't have any sons? So, why would they pass everything to the Zyro family? This is just your wishful thinking. We've obviously made these calculations since we wish to take control of things. Zyro Bu-Yu laughed with self-pride and continued. We started to plan for these things after the birth of the Lord's 2nd daughter. The Lord's brothers didn't exactly become crippled by accidents, and that's far from the core of the truth. Moreover, there are many other elders and younger brothers, but we obviously know how to handle them as well. You must know about Zyro Han's Hall of Hell, right? Your entire Zyro family decided to start that venture, right? Jun Mozai changed the topic and asked in a harmonious tone. His forehead was already dripping with bean-like sweat beads. He had been expending a lot of spiritual energy to maintain that high-level hypnosis over Xiaobu. Jun Mo Zai's spiritual energy and cultivation was very profound, but it had slowly started to feel incompetent in the face of this task. Therefore, he had turned back to the Jun family's matter again. Moreover, Xiaobuyu's voice had become stable over the course of this dialogue. In fact, there were no signs of weariness from his subconscious at this point. No. Xiao Han and his brothers had initiated this matter on their own. In fact, it was too late by the time we got to know about it. So, we had no option but to follow them. A very few people in the Xiao family know about this matter. After all, this thing is too disgraceful, it hurts the very heavens anyway. Those people were lowly nobodies. Moreover, the profits from that venture were rather great. Xiaobuyu's expression was quite contradictory. There were traces of remorse as well as avarice in it. No one had expected that this white-haired and ruddy-complexioned old man of such martial status and fame would be capable of thinking in such a narrow and filthy manner. Who would've believed this if he hadn't spoken it himself? Who would've dared to believe it? Extremely shameless. Well, you did well. I've decided to reward you. And it will be a huge reward. Jun Mo Zai's eyes blazed with a riotous flame as he spoke up in an easy tone. A big reward? What reward is it? Xiaobuyu's expression became extremely excited. It appeared like a child was looking at delicious and alluring candy. He desired it with urgency. You must do something before I reward you. You must jump and strip your clothes away. You will get the rewards after you finish the act. And you will be very satisfied with the rewards you get. A malicious light flashed in Jun Mo Zai's eyes. Jun Mo Zai would only need to twist his wrist to kill Xiaobuyu under these circumstances. But the young Master Jun felt that he would be condemned in history if he allowed this beast to get away with a clean and easy death. Chapter 428 Extreme Humiliation. Chapter 428 Extreme Humiliation. Jun Mo Zai would only need to twist his wrist to kill Xiaobuyu under these circumstances. But the young Master Jun felt that he would be condemned in history if he allowed this beast to get away with a clean and easy death. Therefore, it was important that Xiaobuyu's death be remembered in the name of infamy. It was important that he left behind eternal ridicule to his name. In fact, it was necessary that this infamy would even allow his spirit to rest in peace after he had died and became a ghost. Even the sight of his ghost should bring laughter to the heart of people. It would be fine if others didn't get to see this. However, Jun Mo Zai would still feel that he had done his best. After all, an evil man must die an evil death. Therefore, Jun Mo Zai persevered even though he felt tired. A great reward I'll have to strip, but I'm not going to jump. Xiaobuyu seemed bashful. This appearance was poles apart from the one of a world-renowned individual. About the striptease, twist your ass and then take off a piece of clothing. After that, you twist it again and take off another piece. Keep doing this until you're bare naked. Everyone will praise you for it. You'll get a huge reward at the end of it. You won't be disappointed. Go on, be obedient. Jun Mo Zai spoke in a patient manner. His voice was extremely affable. However, his eyes had a touch of extreme malice to it. I want my reward. I will jump. Xiaobuyu promised obediently as he stood expressionlessly in front of Jun Mo Zai. Then, the old man swayed his hips and twisted his posterior. After that, he jumped and started his striptease under the gaze of thousands of eyes. This early 60s level for spirit Kshuan expert was a renowned individual. However, he was jumping and doing a striptease in a public place at this time. Jun Mo Zai genuinely believed that this method should be enough to leave this profoundly respected elder so ashamed that he wouldn't be able to show his face. This insane form of humiliation for such a famous spirit Kshuan expert was a bit excessive, even though he had killed someone's father and attempted to steal someone's wife. However, Jun Mo Zai's conscience wasn't the least bit troubled while subjecting Xiao Buyu to such humiliation. His punishment fits his crimes. The clothes on Xiao Buyu's body gradually lessened as the flabbergasted crows looked in. His robe flew away from his body, his inner clothes flew out. His underarmor flew out. His trousers flew out. Yes, move more flirtatiously, more tenderly, a bit more gently, a little more audacious. You need to be more aesthetic. Concentrate on this. Be a little gentler. Turn your ass that way a little again. Everyone will be happier if you do that again. Dance to my beat. Tap, 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 tap. Concentrate on this beat. This is better. You feel very rhythmic now. Jun Mo Zai's face was covered with malice as he gently and delicately guided with the instructions. This white-bearded old man looked like an immortal figurine now. He had an enchanting smile on his face. His hand had gestured high in a pose, and he started behaving flirtatiously. Moreover, he was doing all of this in front of everyone. The old man then twisted his posterior in an eccentric manner. In fact, it seemed like he had a motor there. Only a tiny piece of underpants remained on Xiao Buyu's body at this time. His upper half had become baronate a long while ago. However, he didn't seem to sense that mournful cold wind. Moreover, his facial expression was that of merriment. In fact, he was somewhat bashful, and somewhat covered in honor. It seemed as if he believed that erotically dancing and shedding clothes in front of the public was an extremely reputable and glorious thing to do for a man in his position. It had to be said that Xiao Buyu's body was extremely sturdy despite his age. He was covered in taut muscles, and there wasn't an inch of loose flesh on his body. His skin was like that of a middle-aged man. In fact, he could even give a youthful teenager a run for their money. He's taken very good care of it. The solitary falcon swallowed in envy. Xiao Buyu twisted his buttocks again, and removed that last piece of cloth from his body. His proud and unyielding rifle was standing unabashed in front of the world at this time. His manhood gathered a worldful of vigor in a moment, and shook its head in that dense underbrush. In fact, it seemed as if it was ready to run amok the countryside. SSS, the soldiers exclaimed in admiration as they looked in. They seemed to enjoying themselves. It's so grand and imposing. This is so admirable. It's unyielding even in the presence of so many people. He's a true spirit Kshuan. Hail the spirit Kshuan. Suddenly, there was loud a cry of fear. It had sourced from Han Yan Meng. She had covered her face and eyes. The little girl had never seen such a thing before. She hated Xiao Buyu, but she still couldn't help but make such an overwhelming observation at this moment. This shout had a very bad impact. Jun Mo Zai felt a strange unrest in his spiritual power. Then, he suddenly felt very dizzy and exhausted. In fact, he felt like his mind was being attacked, and his spirit deterrence technique got disconnected with Xiao Buyu as a result. Xiao Buyu's hand came to a stop as he was moving it to throw away that old underwear. Then, his eyes underwent a transformation, and resumed cognizance. That spirit Kshuan expert suddenly became aware of his compromising situation as the cold wind blew over. and he stood dumbstruck for a moment. There were many people in the vicinity. Moreover, they had lit up torches since it was late, and the light from those torches were reflecting on his body. In fact, even inch of his body was clearly visible to everyone. Even the 7 swords were glaring at him in hatred and indifference at this time. In fact, they had no shred of sympathy for him. The other elders were looking at his ashamed and pitiable face with anger. Only the people from his Zyro family were an exception to this. In fact, the 3rd and the 5th elders were glaring at him in a manner that made it seem as if they would move forward and slat him to death. Why has everyone betrayed me? Zyro Buyu was internally shaken at this moment. His mind raced and he recalled what had happened. Then, every single dialogue that had taken place between him and Jun Mo Zai came to his mind. He bitterly cried out in fear. Zyro Buyu suddenly crouched on the ground and did his best to use his hands to cover himself. But his hands were too small. So, he managed to cover the front, but he wasn't able to cover the back. The old man couldn't use his underwear either since he had torn it during the show. Moreover, everyone had already seen everything. So, there was no point in burying his head in the sand. His actions may have lightning fast. But, how much could he have covered? Clap clap. Jun Mo Zai clapped his hands in a very cold manner. He gave Zyro Buyu a cynical look of unspeakable hatred. Then, the young Master Jun laughed out loud and said, Good, it was indeed a treat for everyone. They are very fortunate to have gotten a chance to appreciate such a peerless expert. The Silver City's Zyro Buyu holds the great position of the 2nd elder, but he jumped and did an erotic dance while shedding his clothes for these people. Isn't this a matter of privilege and pride? I'm sure that even a man who has lived up to 10 lives wouldn't have been fortunate enough to witness something this. Elder Zyro Buyu is the only person since time immemorial who has gathered the courage to do a bare naked dance in front of thousands of troops. This young master genuinely admires such a level of art, commitment, and courage. The troops of the army had already heard about the wickedness of the Silver City's Zyro family. Therefore, they had begun to detest the Zyro family to their very bone. In fact, they abhorred the Zyro family. Therefore, the troops cried themselves hoarse and cheered loudly when they heard Jun Mo Zai's words. I never thought that the ass of someone so old could be so fresh. One person exclaimed. Is it fresher that yours? Someone else asked. But, nothing like this old man. He's an elder of the Silver City. He's also a spirit Xuan expert. So, how is his ass so pure? It seems that he rubs it very frequently. Would it be that nice if he didn't rub it repeatedly? Rubbing one's skin again and again can even turn black skin to a whiter shade. Why would a man feel it with his hands so often? Isn't that a place one doesn't touch very often? An increasing number of people had started to join in. How would I know this? Maybe the 2nd elder was under pressure from living a hard life, so it's possible that may have had no choice but to sell his ass for money. That makes sense, but what time does the 2nd Zyro elder open for business? I would like to become his customer. Bar that old man is a level for spirit Xuan expert. His fee won't be low. You think he'll do it free? Ask yourself, can you afford him? The status of a spirit Xuan is astonishing, or I can't afford him. But I think that the Zyro family would have loads of extra resources. So, they wouldn't have asked the Zyro elder do this thing for money, right? So, maybe he does it because he enjoys it. That sounds reasonable too. That must be it. How else could his ass be so good? You have good knowledge and understanding. my brother, that outstanding ass as genuinely tempted me after he twisted it and danced it out in such a saucy way. You flatter me. But I think that someone like the second Zyro elder would require us brothers at the same time. How could you meet his expectations on your own? The elder's Shuan cultivation is excellent. I hear that he's the strongest man. If you exclude the great masters from the list, he's excellent in that regard. A regular person can't meet his expectations. No man can. It's no small thing. So, you and I should go together. One should go from the top, and other should go from the bottom at the same time. We must go for a pincer attack, and am sure that we will eventually satisfy this elder. Good, we might as well cut off some bamboos before we meet him. After all, there's a chance that we may have to surrender and lay down arms midway. So, we must prepare a stick in advance. He's strongest man if you exclude the great masters. Who else could tolerate that if he can't? That's a good advice. It's a good way of going about things. You're worthy of being the leader of the 3rd Battalion. Your weapon never strikes with uncertainty. We can surely serve this Zyro elder properly if we follow this approach. It's nothing. You're flattering me. My method isn't that great. And want this elder look to create trouble for my family if I'm not able to service and satisfy him properly. Don't ever doubt that. He's very familiar with that road. In fact, that would be a walk in the park for him. And thus great minds think alike. These were the uncouth fellows of the army. They would often harm others. So, how could they not harm their opponent? And those lacking in morality wouldn't refrain from fighting a battle of words or making lewd comments about others. However, these words from those men made Zyro Buyu very mad. In fact, they left him in so much pain that he didn't wish to live anymore. Arg! Zyro Buyu looked upwards and let out a very loud roar. His expression was one of extreme grief as he suddenly stood up straight. His skin turned red, and the color continued to deepen with every passing moment. The elder's outer surface had started to blow up like an air balloon, and it was still expanding at a quick pace. Zyro Buyu moved unhindered throughout the world. But my fall has unexpectedly arrived. However, it has come in a shameless way by dancing naked in front of these small frees. I've suffered so much ridicule and hatred today. I won't forget this hatred even if I am reincarnated. Zyro Buyu faced upwards and roared. He had a look of anger and a desire to tear everything apart. Thin wisps of red had started to flow from the corners of his mouth and eyes. John Mozai, wait for me. I will turn into an evil spirit and look for you to avenge this disgrace. Zyro Buyu shouted in a miserable and sharp tone. Then, there was a loud explosion as his body burst. His blood filled the sky and disappeared with a cold wind. That terrible humiliation had made Zyro Buyu lose any love for life. Therefore, this powerful expert had committed suicide in an extremely terrifying way. He could have gone over to the enemy and could have taken some of them with him in that explosion. But he didn't do that. And that was because Zyro Buyu wanted to turn into nothingness as soon as possible. He wanted to end this humiliation so desperately that he couldn't even wait for one additional moment. So, he committed suicide the moment he was ready to explode. Chapter 429, Keeping a Promise. Chapter 429, Keeping a Promise. It's very weak. The tolerance is very weak. John Mozai had stood fairly close to Zyro Buyu when he had performed that passionate striptease a little while ago. However, Zyro Buyu had suddenly detonated his own body in suicide. Young Master John had been calm and collected in that moment, but he still hadn't been able to react in time. He had understood that Xiaobu had done this to free himself, and had no intention of killing anyone else. After all, the explosion hadn't contained any lethal force. But young Master Jun was still taken by surprise by that spray of blood, and it had ended up covering his whole face. Young Master Jun wiped his face and shook his head in a somewhat dissatisfied manner at first. He then said he was an expert who was only second to a great master. How was he not able to endure that much and killed himself instead? He was wasted all my plans now. It's a pity that we won't get to see those amazing buttocks again. Wouldn't we have wanted to see more of them? Damn it, I had planned that I would cut the skin of his great-grandson and pour mercury inside his body while he was watching. Or maybe I would've cracked his skull and boiled his brain. This excellent spectacle had barely started and we hadn't even reached the best parts yet. But it's already over now. It happened so quickly. I wish he would've had more tolerance and strength to him. It's such a disappointment when you hear a lot about someone but they don't match up to their fame. Everyone who had heard Jun Mo Zai's words had the exact same expression on their faces. They all looked straight at him in rapt attention. Jun Mo Zai's remark had obviously implicated someone else who was present on the scene. Consequently, Xiao Feng Wu's legs had been left to shake like the strings on an instrument, and his small face had turned deathly white. In fact, it was almost as if his face had been boiled in lime soda. The powerful and mysterious aura that had been covering the 5 elders disappeared at this time. In fact, this happened very suddenly and silently and left no trace of its existence behind. The 5 of them obviously started to move about as a result. However, the 5 men separated into 2 clearly distinct groups the moment they were able to move. The 3 men from the Xiao family were left to face the 2 from the Han family. Moreover, the men of both groups were looking at each other with extreme hatred. The 3 elders from the Xiao family had some shame in their eyes, but not too much. The condition of the 5 men was quite similar. They were sweating profusely since they had been subjected to the enormous pressure from that mysterious aura. The sweat had soaked their clothes, and their faces also belied their exhaustion. It was evident that they had exhausted their energy while enduring that formidable pressure from before, and each of them felt weak at this time. But the 5 of them were still glaring at the other side. In fact, it was obvious that they were itching to take down those who had been allies and brothers a few minutes ago. The Xiao family is great. They make great schemes. They make great plans. They are great. The 3rd elder was panting with anger. His eyes were also burning with anger. The lords of the Silver City have treated the Xiao family's members with utmost courtesy and respect. But they were nurturing tigers who would harm them in the future. It's useless to say that they were nurturing tigers. Tigers are meant to rule over the other beasts. We've basically been raising a pack of conniving wolves. How can people like you live in this world? The 8th elder tilted his head and snorted coldly. He then said, "What would you do, Han Fei Yun?" The 3rd elder trembled in rage. He replied in a very blunt manner, "Your Xiao family started this. Yet, you ask me what I will do. I would've already found it impossible to live if I were you. In fact, I would've found the nearest tree, and would've hung myself from it. You are so devoid of shame that you have bitten the hand that feeds you. You want us die, Han Fei Yun. You have no qualifications to wish for that humph. In fact, your Han family may not be able to win in the contest between our 2 families once we return to the Silver City." The 8th elder glared coldly and sneered as he spoke. I don't have the qualifications. Let's test it out and see. The third elder's face twitched in a violent manner as he raised his palm and shouted, "Seven swords, move into formation. Uphold the family's lore. Take these Zyro family's rebels into custody." The seven swords moved in unison to deal with the three Zyro elders. The Zyro elders looked strong in their rebellion, but it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to last long. The complexion of the eighth elder and his companions changed very drastically in this moment. The contrast in their strength was obvious at one glance. These five elders had been forced to endure that insurmountable pressure a short while ago. Consequently, their spirit Kshuan energy was at 1020 of its normal capacity. So, it could be said that they were at their weakest at this time. There was a clear divide between these five at this time. However, those three could still match their two opponents, and could even take the advantage. The seven swords were quite powerful together. In fact, an ordinary spirit Kshuan couldn't match them in normal times. However, their bodies had suffered injuries while fighting the great master solitary falcon. Therefore, the seven swords weren't guaranteed to arrest the three Zyro elders even if they united against them. However, the Han family had another ace up their sleeves. Mu Zhu Tong, this Sky Kshuan middle-rank expert's strength hadn't suffered any damage until now. Mu Zhu Tong was merely a Sky Kshuan expert on a normal day. So, he wasn't much in the eyes of these spirit Kshuan experts. But the circumstances had changed very drastically at this time. Consequently, this seemingly insignificant persona could easily turn out to be a trump card, and could play a critical role at the end of the day. Could it be that Mu Zhu Tong would make the decisive blow in the Silver Blizzard City's civil war? Suddenly, an unusually mild voice echoed, "It is hard to say whether they have enough qualifications or not. I have to say that the Zyro family's life isn't their own anymore. However, it doesn't belong to the Han family either." No one except for young Master Jun could have spoken in such a leisurely tone under such circumstances. Jun Mozai floated as lightly as his words did, and he suddenly disappeared in thin air. He then suddenly appeared in front of Zyro Feng Wu in one quick move. Jun Mozai reached out and grabbed his neck. And then, young Master Jun returned to the spot where he had started from with a fluid and rapid move. He only left behind an afterimage of his hand grabbing Zyro Feng Wu's neck. In fact, the only that had changed was the fact that he had raised Zyro Feng Wu by his neck by now. The muscles of Zyro Feng Wu's throat had become limp and pained out of fear. Jun Mozai had appeared in front of him like a ghost. In fact, the Zyro boy hadn't even been able to think of putting up a resistance. The sixth, eighth, and ninth elder suddenly became very anxious when they saw Jun Mozai grab Zyro Feng Wu's neck like a butcher holds up a chicken's before the slaughter. They frailly took a step forward. Jun Mozai, every crime has a criminal to its cause, but Feng Wu has committed no crime against you. Don't tyrannize the innocent. It was only natural that the three elders seemed anxious. The male line of the Zyro family was thinning. There were surely many youngsters in the Zyro family in Zyro Feng Wu's generation, but there weren't many who were worthy. Moreover, Zyro Feng Wu was the most talented youngster in his generation. Tyrannizing the innocent. This young master isn't even 17 years old, but your grandson is fast approaching 20, right? So, how could I be the bully? Every crime has a criminal to its cause. These words came out from the mouths of you Zyro family people. Don't you always take out your rage on innocents? Don't you always do whatever you feel like? Don't tell me what Zyro Bu you had told us about was orchestrated by him alone. Didn't you guys know anything about it? Damn you arrogant old men. Jun Mo Zai used his free hand to prick at his ear as he argued in a baffled tone. Jeering sounds from the crowd had been echoing along with his voice this entire time. Even the 7 swords were amongst those who were sneering. How many millions have suffered injustice because of your Zyro family's personal grudges? How many hundreds of thousands have died a violent death? And that's not even the end of it. You've even harmed innumerable innocent children, and now every crime suddenly has a particular culprit to cause when you've faced a problem. Any man could speak those words for clemency. However, the men of the Zyro family couldn't. Jun Mo Zai gave them a cold and sharp look. He seemed calm, but he still emanated an icy murderous aura as he slowly spoke. I swore to Zyro Bu that I won't let off a single man of the Zyro family. Those who can't be truthful shouldn't stand tall. And a young master from a good family mustn't break his promises. It's necessary for a young master to keep his promise. In fact, he can't renounce his promise even if he dies fulfilling it. The 6th elder trembled in rage at young Master Jun's mockery. He found it difficult to control his anger. In fact, he was about to roar and pounce forward when Jun Mo Zai smirked, and there was a sound of something breaking. It was then that Zyro Feng Wu screamed like a dying pig. Young Master Jun crushed his shoulder. No, don't kill me, don't cut my skull and pour mercury in it, I beg you, elder brother Jun, my great older brother Jun. Zyro Feng Wu started to beg for mercy under the influence of the pain. The more he spoke, the more pain he found himself in. And this automatically made him more afraid in return. He suddenly shouted and started to weep. His eyes and nose were left streaming. It seemed as if he was willing to say anything out of fear at this time. The 6th elder paused for a second. Then he roared in rage and fear, Jun Mo Zai, how can you be so despicable? Jun Mo Zai laughed loudly. Despicable? You have the nerve to call me despicable? You didn't think it was despicable when you slaughtered tens of thousands of men. You didn't think of the heavens' judgment when you crippled the children of the men who were loyal to us. So, how is it despicable when it's your turn to suffer? Could I do anything today that could be worse than what the Zyro family did? Zyro Feng Wu's blood-curdling pitiful screams accompanied Jun Mo Zai's laughter. The sound of breaking of bones also ringed in the air as each one of the Zyro youngsters' limbs were crushed one after the other. In fact, his voice was brought close to a groan by the time each one of those limbs had softly hung down to his side after being broken. The 6th elder roared frantically and dashed forward. Jun Mo Zai saw the elder burst into motion. So he grabbed Zyro Feng Wu's neck by the nape and threw him forward. A crisp and sharp sound was heard as this happened. It was obvious that Zyro Feng Wu's spine had been broken in that snap. Then Jun Mo Zai followed Zyro Feng Wu's flying body at an extremely quick pace. In fact, it seemed as if he was moving at a lightning-fast speed. The 6th elder was shocked by this, and he dashed straight towards Zyro Feng Wu's falling body. He was about to reach out and catch him when he heard the blowing wind. And he quickly realized that Jun Mo Zai was rushing over from behind. The 6th elder had seen Jun Mo Zai's fight with Zyro Bu. So, how could he not know the problems that Jun Mo Zai's amazing, demon-like, and magical moves could cause? Moreover, the elder's strength wasn't at its usual peak. So, he knew that there would be no way out for him. Thus, he made a prompt decision, and decided against catching Zyro Feng Wu's body. Instead, he dodged left and drew his sword. A hurricane of snowflakes filled the sky the moment he drew his sword. The old man had just drawn his sword and displayed the Silver Blizzard City's swordplay when he heard a loud bang and bang. It was obviously the sound of breaking of bones. Then he saw that Xiao Feng Wu's body had been sent flying at him once again. It turned out that Zhang Mozai had moved into action and had kicked Xiao Feng Wu again. However, these kicks had changed the direction of Xiao Feng Wu's body and had redirected it back towards the dodging Sixth Elder. This kick had changed the direction of flight with perfection. Moreover, it had also broken Xiao Feng Wu's lower back. Consequently, Xiao Feng Wu's condition was only a step behind that of Xiao Han. In fact, it was only his face that remained to be dismembered. Xiao Feng Wu had been completely destroyed. The Sixth Elder knew that he couldn't avoid the incoming body this time. Moreover, he had realized that Xiao Feng Wu would be the first one to suffer the disaster in case he persisted with his sword attack. So, he had no choice but to restrain his attack in haste. He then grabbed Xiao Feng Wu's body. However, he quickly realized the true misery of the youngster's body the moment he embraced him. Consequently, the old man couldn't help but shout in anger and fear, "How can you use such malicious methods, Zhang Mozai?" However, he was left stupefied after speaking this, and this was a result of what he saw. Chapter 430 The Stunning Sword Attack. Chapter 430 The Stunning Sword Attack. The Sixth Elder was as a spirit Xuan expert. He was fully aware of the soon-to-come attack from Zhang Mozai. So, he had made foolproof preparations to face it. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Everyone else was prepared too. Zhang Mozai's best option was to attack the Sixth Elder with his best strike at this time. However, he would have to retreat if it wasn't good enough. The 8th and 9th Elders stood at their distance on the side. Their hands were on their swords' hilts, and they were prepared to provide support to their comrade if needed. Everyone had become wary after they had witnessed Zhang Mozai's supernatural and unreadable footwork. Even the spirit Xuan experts weren't an exception. In fact, even someone like the solitary falcon believed that he wasn't guaranteed to win against Zhang Mozai's fast swordplay, even though he himself was world-renowned for his speed and agility. A mere bass-rank Sky Xuan should have been a small fry in the eyes of the spirit Xuan experts. However, he had become far more important to them. In fact, he had been promoted to an expert on par with themselves. They had no choice but to be on the defensive. Not only were they very cautious, but they had also taken very careful defensive measures. Everyone could clearly see that Zhang Mozai had stuck close behind Xiao Feng Wu's falling body. In fact, they could even see his sword flickering with a cold light. However, Zhang Mozai suddenly disappeared the next moment. He then reappeared behind the 8th and the 9th Elders. The corners of his mouth curved in a cruel smile as a cold light flashed. The divine weapon. Blood of yellow flame. The silent and brilliantly shining sword suddenly swung at the 8th and 9th Elder's legs, and it seemed as if a flash of lightning had shaken the world for a brief moment. In fact, that sword shone so brilliantly that no one who witnessed it being swung could resist its glare, and everyone was involuntarily forced to shut their eyes as a result. However, it had left behind a glittery radiance across the realms of world. The lightning had disappeared long ago, but it still remained in the minds of everyone even though they had closed their eyes. In fact, it had left the most unique and exceptional impact on their hearts. Then, the young Master Zhang's body rose in the air like a soaring dragon, and disappeared in a flash. No one knew where he had gone off to again. The 8th and the 9th elders felt cold inside. They could feel that something was wrong. Even the white-clothed girl raised her head in confusion and pondered. That was because she couldn't sense where Junmo Zai had gone off to despite with her cultivation level. It was like he had suddenly disappeared from the world itself. There's no trace of him, even spirit sense can't see him. How is he doing this? He used that mysterious move again, but I still can't glean anything from it. This can't be the skill set of a regular expert of this world. This is some immortal and divine move. The 6th elder was still holding Xiao Feng Wu with one arm in a dumbfounded manner. He stood trembling for a good while before he called out, 8th, 9th, are you all right? He had clearly seen Junmo Zai's swordlight pass through the lower halves of both those men. But why hadn't either of them reacted to it? What's happening? The 6th elder didn't believe for a second that Junmo Zai had done that for show's sake alone. He must have had some purpose behind it, but why do the 8th and 9th seem completely unaffected? The 8th and 9th elders looked at each other in a confused manner. These two had reached the spirit Xuan realm, but they were weaker than the 6th elder. Consequently, the 6th elder had recovered enough to push himself into action. However, these two were still feeling some weakness. Each of them inspected the other, and confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Then, they laughed out, and spoke up, we're fine. That little bastard Junmo Zai is a mere Sichuan brat. He only played a trick and made a bluff. How could he do something to us? However, they hadn't even finished speaking when their expressions suddenly underwent a drastic and tragic change. A piece of white cloth gently fell off from each of their thighs, and exposed their legs to the wind. Consequently, they felt a slight chill since their bare and loftily legs stood facing the cold winds. The upper and the lower half of our robes were obviously made from one piece of cloth. So, why did the lower half fall down? Is it possible that he cut them off? They had barely begun to think of this possibility when they suddenly felt an acute pain in their legs. The two of them looked at each other in extreme horror. They then tried to move their bodies, but weren't able to take a single step. Their bodies made one move forward, but the top halves of their bodies fell down like a toppling tower. The blood spurted out from their bodies like a fountain. In fact, it appeared as if 4 columns of blood had violently splashed out in all directions. The two men gave out a sky-rending howl of pain. In fact, their screams were probably heard for many hundreds of kilometers at a distance. 2 pairs of slippery and bare legs remained where the two men had stood a moment ago. They stood straight from the soles and up to the thighs like majestic stone pillars in lakes. They were stationary, but the apex of their thighs were violently foaming with blood. Junmo Zai had used his swordlight to cut the 4 legs at an inexplicable speed. And his blood of yellow flame was so sharp that the two men hadn't even realized that their legs had been cut off for a long time. Perhaps they had become aware of it a bit earlier. However, neither of the two men had believed it to be a fact. The entire vicinity slipped into deathly silence again. No one could have imagined this. Someone possesses such a speed. And someone holds such a sharp sword. The white-clothed girl sighed softly on the side. Her voice was so soft that no one could hear it. She was the only one who had seen Junmo Zai's swordplay in clear and proper manner. There had been nothing clever about it, nor had it been very ingenious. There had only been one unusual aspect about it: it was extremely fast. His speed had continued to increase until it had reached the pinnacle. Then, He had coupled the speed of his swordplay with the speed of his light footwork, and this had increased the speed of his attack even further. And it was then that he had slashed his sword. There's nothing that cannot be achieved. There's no speed that can't be beaten. And there's no speed that can't be attained. Everything can be achieved, and everything can be destroyed. Jun Mo Zai was a youngster who hadn't been a base-level Skyxuan expert for even 2 days yet. However, he had already crippled 2 Spirit Xuan experts in front of so many people. The 2 Spirit Xuan experts had surely exhausted a major portion of their strength. This held true for their mental strength and Xuan cultivation alike. In fact, anyone who had been subjected to such high pressure would surely have their strength reduced very significantly. However, they were still Spirit Xuan experts at the end of the day. And Jun Mo Zai had managed to inflict serious injuries to them without them even realizing it. Their legs had obviously been cut off from their bodies, but they had still remained attached to the bodies for some time. In fact, even a single splash of blood hadn't splattered out. Whether it was the speed of the moves, the speed of the sword, or its sharpness, every aspect had reached a frightening level. 8th, 9th, the 6th elder roared with anger and despair. His eyes had become bloodshot. Zyro Feng Wu's body fell from his hands as he roared. However, the 6th elder's trembling figure stood there dumbfounded. The Silver City had sent out a group of unprecedented strength for this event. Zyro Bu had personally taken the lead of the group. He was a level 4 Spirit Xuan expert, and he was also the strongest expert who wasn't considered a great master. The head of the Zyro family had sent 4 of its elders, and 2 more from the Han family had accompanied them. Thus, a total of 6 Spirit Xuan experts had moved out in one team. Then, there were the 7 swords. And these 7 experts could prove a match to almost anyone when they fought together, and the 2 Skyxuan experts Zyro Han and Muzu Tong had also accompanied them. Such strength would surely create a sensation no matter where it went. Would there be any force they couldn't dare to face head-on? However, such a formidable power had suffered repeated losses for some mysterious reason. In fact, they had suffered a ruinous blow even before they could retreat. Moreover, the Zyro family's forces had been thoroughly defeated by now, and the reason behind this had been a very trivial one to its merit. Zyro Han had wanted to challenge Jun Wuyi for a fight. They had known that the Jun family had the solitary falcon's strength to support them. Therefore, they hadn't dared to underestimate the Jun family. However, they knew that they could beat the Great Master with their combined strength of 6 Spirit Xuan experts and the 7 swords. Jun Wuyi could have employed a sea of tactics, and could have put the numerical advantage of his troops to play in order to get away. However, how could a large force of ordinary men have dealt with the speed of Spirit Xuan experts? However, they could have never anticipated that Zyro Han would become thoroughly crippled in the first fight. Then, Zyro Bu had blown himself up in shame after Jun Mo Zai had exposed that despicable and shameless act of the Zyro family. They had lost every ounce of their reputation. Only the 6th elder remained at this time, and it could be said that he was besieged from all sides. The Jun family obviously wanted to sort him out. Moreover, even his own companions wanted to deal with him. He had truly come to regret it. Why did that mysterious person appear and confine the 5 of us? Would the Jun family have had enough strength to face the 5 of us Spirit Xuan experts along with Zyro Bu if that hadn't happened? The 6th elder looked around in dismay. However, He only saw that the eyes in the vicinity were looking at him like he was some prey. The old man sighed upon this realization. Then he pierced Xiao Feng Wu's throat with his sword. It's better to be dead than to live a life of such extreme humiliation. There's no hope today. And barely holding on will be a greater tragedy. I don't have any chance of an escape. My 2 brothers' legs are also cut. So they can't carry on like this either. The only thing that I can do is relieve their misery and kill myself afterwards. Then we will all go together on the road ahead. Ancestor, your children are incompetent. The 6th elder looked up to the sky and cried out bitterly as tears flowed from his eyes. The concentrated swordlight split into 2 and flew towards the 8th and the 9th elders. However, he had become absent-minded. In fact, he hadn't even realized that Jun Mozai had appeared behind him. Puff, a bright and shiny blade appeared from the inside of the 6th elder's chest, and it disappeared before the fountain of blood sprayed out. That sword attack had destroyed the 6th elder's bodily functions. The elder's eyes bulged as his body stood there. The split swordlight he had sent went awry about halfway as his sword fell to the ground with a thud. Then his body started to sway. The spirit of his life became chaotic in his eyes as he swayed and fell to the ground. The man twitched a couple of times before he became permanently still. The divine weapon returned to its scabbard and made a satisfied consonant. It seemed that it had eaten its fill and was quite satisfied with its first battle's result. It had consumed the blood of 4 spirit Xuan experts and 1 sky Xuan expert. The blood of these 5 lowly and despicable people had come as the first offering to the blood of Yellow Flame after its forging. Such an achievement was difficult, even impossible to believe. In fact, anyone who had witnessed it with their own eyes would have found it difficult to be convinced in their hearts. Jun Mozai still stood calmly at this moment. He then turned his expressionless face towards the Silver City's remaining elders and the 7 swords. Then, he slowly spoke up. The grudges between the Xiao and the Jun family have been settled on this day. Do you have anything to say for it? Chapter 431. I am a kind-hearted person in reality. Chapter 431. I'm a kind-hearted person in reality. Jun Mozai still stood calmly at this moment. He then turned his expressionless face towards the Silver City's remaining elders and the 7 swords. Then, he slowly spoke up. The grudges between the Xiao and the Jun family have been settled on this day. Do you have anything to say for it? What can we say? You've killed and crippled every one of them. You've finished the job, and you haven't left any room for negotiation, and now you're asking us what we have to say. You're so fierce and vicious, and you also have that mysterious powerful person at your back. What can we say? Moreover, we genuinely don't have anything to say about it. So, it seems that the grudges between the Xiao and the Jun family have been dealt with. Anyhow, the Xiao family is the common enemy of the Silver City and the Jun family at this time. How can we say this? This matter is freakishly outlandish. The 10 people looked at each, but none of them opened their mouths. I have dealt with personal grudges now. But I know that the Silver City has lost some reputation because of this matter, and I apologize for that. Jun Mozai's expression was serious as he sighed and spoke. You know that the Silver City has lost reputation. How did you figure that out so early? You made our elder do a striptease. You didn't realize that it would have some negative influence on the Silver City's reputation when you asked him to do that. Zyrobu, you surely spoke of rebellion before he died, but doesn't everyone know that the Zyro family is also a part of the Silver Blizzard City? Then they heard Jun Mozai change the subject. However, let me clarify one thing. I'm only apologizing because of my aunt, not because of the Silver City itself. This has to be explained properly because we have discovered Zyro family's plot against the Silver City. However, this young master feels that this is a good thing for the Silver City, or at least for your Han family. A good thing is a good thing. But it seems like our magnificent Silver City's influence is falling short in front of our Lord's eldest daughter. Oh, forget about it, we still have some influence at least. As the matter stands, in not showing off my achievements here, everyone has seen today's matters. So, everyone knows that you couldn't have discovered Zyro family's plot if I hadn't used that amazing technique. It would become quite a worrisome future for the Silver City if I hadn't done that. However, I'm good a person at heart. I would never allowed things to go to such extremes. Jun Mozai's voice had changed as he sighed and continued, as the saying goes, which man floating in the rivers of society hasn't been stabbed? Everyone has always acknowledged that sacrificing and saving people is the most meritorious thing in the world. In fact, one instantly achieves nirvana if they do such a deed. They are instantly absolved of all crimes and achieve a higher and divine status. Nirvana are too good to be true. I did a great service to humanity. I handled things very timely. This is very good. This is excellent. These words left the eyebrows of the men from the Silver Blizzard City twitching and taut. Even the solitary falcon had been struck dumb along with the soldiers in the army. They could have never imagined that this world could have ever given refuge to such a thick-skinned person. He dares to go as far as saying that he's kind-hearted. Isn't he taking things to the extremes now? How could your tongue even endure speaking such things in such a haughty manner? Your face didn't even become red when you spoke these words. Your heart didn't even race at the thought of it. This means that you have reached a new level of shamelessness. In fact, this level of shamelessness would leave anyone to gasp in amazement. How can you call what you did a service? The hatred between the Jun and the Zyro family knows no bounds, but I'm a kind-hearted person. So, I still won't spill any unnecessary blood even though we harbor such immense hatred for the Zyro family. I mean what I say. Why else would I spare the life of a man as evil as Zyro Han? Everyone who has witnessed my mercy knows that my words aren't empty. They obviously aren't empty, but what you did wasn't that good a deed. In fact, it would've been better to kill him with your sword. You would've shown him great mercy if you had killed him instead of brutalize him in such a violent manner. You would've been considered a pure being. In that case, the Silver City's 7 swords felt their stomachs convulsing. In fact, they felt as if their teeth had started to melt in their bile. Jun Mozai bemoaned the state of mankind as he continued, "The life which God gives us is virtuous. You see, I wouldn't even have killed the 6th elder if there had been another way of saving the life of the 8th and 9th elders. Furthermore, when it comes to Zyrobu's death, I had only made him jump and strip for entertainment. Everyone who saw it felt happy and entertained. In fact, he even got to exercise his aged body. It was a win-win. He was such an old man. He had seen so many things in this world. However, he had no tolerance, and Zyro Feng Yu was also killed by the 6th elder. I had only handed his body over to the elder so that he could hold it. After all, they were related by blood. How could I have known that the 6th elder would kill his own great-grandson because he didn't please his eyes anymore, and he did it so quickly, so I didn't even get the time to save the boy. I'm really ashamed. Everyone knows that I'm a very good man with an extremely soft heart. I deal with every problem with my own hand. In fact, I even sweep the floor very careful because I fear hurting a small insect. I even cover my lanterns with cloth because I care for moths. I know that life is important, and that fact is naturally unchanging. Blueward the solitary falcon turned around and vomited. The soldiers imitated him and started to vomit as well. He's too shameless, he's too disgusting, this is outrageous. Such shameless people are very rare in this world. I only request that you people take those 3 back to the Silver City. It shouldn't be a problem, right? You're anyway going in that direction. Moreover, you can also investigate further into their plans. John Mosai ignored the fact that everyone was vomiting, and continued with a big smile in a good-natured tone. This is the fate of man. The 7 swords and the 2 elders walked towards Zyro Han and the other 2 crippled men after John Mosai spoke this part. It will be great if we can leave this little devil's side as soon as possible. He's too disgusting. Mu Zhu-tong faced Zhang Wuyi and cupped his hands before he left. He wanted to say something, but didn't in the end. It had to be mentioned that the little princess Han Yan Meng had been impatient to leave. She had looked at John Mosai earlier, and he looked like a demon to her eyes. The little girl had feared that this demon would consume her to her very bones, and wouldn't even have left a drop of blood behind. Mosai Zhang Wuyi's eyes were red. He seemed emotionally moved as he grabbed his nephew's arm and asked, "Was that the truth?" "Was what the truth?" John Mosai asked, somewhat puzzled. "The children at the Hall of Hell, are they their children? Are they the children of my brothers?" John Wuyi's eyes were glistening with tears, and his voice was hoarse. The blood general could only think of one thing at this time: whether those children were the offspring of his fellow brothers. And he dearly hoped that John Mosai would answer his question with a no. That's because John Wuyi didn't know how his heart would confront such hatred if it were true. "I won't lie about this. It's true for an overwhelming majority of them." John Mosai understood the matter, and continued seriously, "Don't worry, third uncle. I already reinvestigated them. Their situation is much better than before. Moreover, I've already assigned people to treat them for a quick recovery. Some of them have already recovered to some extent. And I've also requested my master if he could refine some divine medicines which could help them recover faster." John Mosai was forced to say this to make John Wuyi feel better. John Wuyi had always been a man with strong emotions. Therefore, this matter needed to be handled properly. Else, the third master John would feel sad whenever he would think of those orphans, even if he was reunited with Han Yan Yao. In fact, this matter could even create a rift between John Wuyi and Han Yan Yao. The 2 people's feelings for each other were as deep as the ocean, but they would still hold regrets throughout their lives. Such a thing wasn't impossible given John Wuyi's nature. In fact, there was every possibility of this becoming a reality. The situation was starting to become better now. So, it would be a huge pity if this matter led to another tragedy. Therefore, John Mosai grinded his teeth, and made an illusionary promise. He had pushed everything onto his imaginary master, and that would at least give John Wuyi hope even if it couldn't be accomplished. It was something similar to the recovery of his legs. After all, that had also seemed like an illusionary hope at some point in time. Moreover, this thing wasn't necessarily impossible given John Mosai's advancement with the Hongjun Pagoda. This is good, this is very good. I'm sure that everything will be fine if the senior is working on it. John Wooyi was emotionally moved and couldn't contain himself. His sword-like eyebrows shot up as he continued in a heavy tone. I won't be able to face my brothers of old if I don't take good care of those children. Jun Mozai's heart sank again. Jun Wuyi's state of mind had gone into turmoil ever since he had heard about what had happened to those children because of the hatred between the Jun and the Zyro family. This isn't a good sign. Those little ones and I still look up to you, third uncle, Jun Mozai reminded him. Jun Wuyi became teary-eyed, and his expression became complicated as he looked at his nephew. Then, he laughed loudly and patted Jun Mozai's shoulder. However, he didn't say a word and walked away with his own thoughts. Jun Wuyi cut as a very lonely figure from behind as he walked away. In fact, he looked very desolate. One could tell that this matter would gnaw at his mind forever. Jun Mozai could only sigh. The officers and soldiers turned back and returned as the bugles started to echo. They had done so without a single word from Jun Wuyi's mouth. Solitary Falcon looked at Jun Mozai and approached him slowly. Jun Mozai, this method of yours is shocking and impetuous. Your strength is good, but you've revealed it somewhat early. The Solitary Falcon had already become accustomed to thinking things over from the Jun family's point of view. Is it too early? Jun Mozai looked at him in an amused manner. The matter between you and Gwarn King Han will create a huge disturbance once it comes out. But you've come out with such a world-shaking revelation at this time. How won't it create any controversy? You're technically at Skyxuan level, but your fighting strength has already reached that of a spirit Xuan expert, but you haven't even reached the pinnacle of the realm yet. So, this isn't enough to inspire awe in everyone. The Solitary Falcon frowned as he returned his look. And you care about it? Jun Mozai tilted his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into his customary evil sneer. I've done this to make those rotten old bastards ponder over it properly. Humph. I want them to consider this carefully. Which of their families can survive my wrath if the Silver City's Zyro family can't? Jun Mozai's eyes shone with a baleful look as he continued seriously. I've done this once. So, I can do it 15 times more. The power of the imperial families, their ethics and morality, it has never been worth anything in my eyes. They can go and take a hike. Jun Mozai roared in a lowered voice. Chapter 432. My name is Mei Zhu Yan. Chapter 432. My name is Mei Zhu Yan. The third Master Jun had been relieved of his deep hatred since their animosity with the Silver City had been sorted out. However, he had then heard about that inconceivable secret, and his lively, vigorous, and bright appearance had again dimmed as a result. In fact, it was like a thick layer of impossible torrid-off dark mist had started to haunt his aura. But the third Master Jun was still the supreme commander of the army. So, he adjusted his emotions before he returned to the army. This battle had left the army disorganized. Therefore, he would need to reorganize the army as soon as possible if they wanted to get on with their journey in a timely manner. The Solitary Falcon and young Master Jun didn't return to the army right away. The Solitary Falcon had made great use of the opportunity of getting to fight with the 7 swords. They surely joined hands against him. However, they had only helped him in practicing and perfecting his skills. They weren't genuinely a match for this battle-craving maniac. However, this fight had yielded great benefits to him in any case. The Solitary Falcon had been forced to face the combined strength of the 7 swords and Zyro Bu Yu in the end. and that had surely left him in a desperate situation where he had suffered some minor losses. However, the overall benefits of this battle had far exceeded the losses. Therefore, the solitary falcon went his usual way once everything had finished, and he decided that he might as well meditate on the spot to recuperate. Moreover, it was also help him imbibe the insights he had gained from the battle. The young master had done the same. It had been around half a year since he had come to this world. He had fought many times in the past as well, but none of those fights could be considered a proper battle. However, this fight with Xiaobuyu could genuinely be considered as a battle of life and death. The fight may have looked simple from the outset, but it had held an entirely different meaning for Jun Mo Zai in reality. After all, he had fused most of the techniques from his previous life with the ones he had learnt in this life. The solitary falcon had started to meditate and imbibe his gains. The army also required some time to reorganize. Thus, the young master also sat down for a moment. Some time had passed when an order was issued from behind. The camp had been set up since it was already late in the evening. The meditations of the young master and solitary falcon had also come to an end by now. Please wait. What would we do if you also leave? Jun Mo Zai and solitary falcon had gotten up to return when they heard a delicate and shy voice address them. The two men were stunned as they turned around. They seemed to recall that there were two other women in the tea house where the people from the Silver Blizzard City were resting. Moreover, these two women had been in the middle of some dispute with the Zyro family when the army had arrived. The young master and solitary falcon looked up when they heard this voice, and they couldn't help but stare blankly at what they saw. A green-clad girl stood not too far from the two men. She seemed a bit nervous. Her small hands were strenuously twisting and twinning at the hem of her robe. Her dark-skinned face didn't stand out much. Only her eyes shone brightly like a full moon. In fact, they were rather pleasant to look at. However, there was nothing special about her apart from her eyes. In fact, she'd even seemed somewhat ugly to some eyes. Jun Mo Zai was aware that he had never seen that woman before, but he couldn't tell why she still felt somewhat familiar to him. He had the mind of a top-notch hitman. In fact, he was the king of killers of his generations. Therefore, Jun Mo Zai would never overlook a matter even if he had the slightest of misgivings in his heart. He pondered carefully for a moment, and a silhouette flitted across his mind with a flash of divine light. It was the Snake King's figure. However, he couldn't tell why the silhouette of the Snake King faintly resembled that of the girl who stood in front of him. In fact, this was extremely outlandish. The solitary falcon was also going through the same thing, and he was also thinking of the Snake King. The two men couldn't help but look at each other, and they saw the same incredulous expression in each other's eyes. They had seen the Snake King in the battlefield outside the Southern Heaven City. She had worn a green dress and had flaunted a seductive figure, but her face had appeared beautiful and charming. Moreover, her movements had been invulnerable and strong. Even her expression had reflected arrogance and dominance. The Snake King's demeanor was that of someone as strong as a great master in the human parlance. So, how could this insignificant countryside maiden compare to her? Who are you? Why are you here? Jun Mo Zai looked at her rather suspiciously. The young Master Jun had already overruled the idea that this girl could be the Snake King. But those two women were alone in this area, and this point was enough to keep him on guard. My elder sister and I are from Tanzang. We had come out with our guards to get some medicinal ingredients. But we hadn't expected that we would encounter so many beasts like we did a few days ago. Then, we were unexpectedly separated from our guards, the green-clad girl continued with a pitiful manner. My elder sister and I managed to escape with our lives after suffering untold hardships. But we ran into those repulsive men when we came here. They wanted to snatch us away to be wives in their family. They had even said that they would force us if we don't come on our own accord. They were very frightening. The green-clad girl still sounded as mournful as before. But John Mosai detected something strange in her tone. Doesn't it feel like she finds it funny or disdainful? You arrived at the most critical time. Those evil people were fended off thanks to your arrival. You're a savior for us sisters, the green-clothed girl continued in a melodious voice. You're the young hero who saves a lone young lady from the ruffians. A story about such circumstances is extremely moving. So, you're saying that the Zyro youngster wanted to kidnap you and make you his wife? John Mosai was stunned as he looked at the dark-skinned girl's face. He then coughed a bit and said, "This Zyro family's way of doing things is exceptionally different. It's very uncommon." "Not me, my elder sister," the green-clad girl replied in a shy manner. However, she had nearly let out her Xuan strength and exposed her identity. "I will kill this repulsive snob in one move. I will teach him a lesson even if I don't kill him in the end." No wonder I only meant to say that this Zyro family's brat has met beautiful women. Beggars can be choosers. What I mean is I'm not saying that you're ugly. John Mosai smiled. The Snake King was graced with a delicate and beautiful body. However, she was extremely enraged at young Master Jun's words. In fact, she was left to tremble in rage. This explanation is more annoying than no explanation at all. It's not a lie that this brat is the #1 debauchee in Tanzang. I finally get why elder sister doesn't like him. She had previously considered him to be a caring and righteous man. In fact, she had believed him to be a man of importance, therefore she had harbored a decent opinion of him in her mind. But that good impression was swept away from her mind when she saw him judge her appearance in that manner. In fact, she almost broke her silver fangs in anger. One of the beast kings from the Tan Far Forest had been brought to the verge of tears due to excessive rage. John Mosai secretly observed her reaction. He figured that the Snake King would either become mad or wouldn't have cared about his lowly words. However, she would have never become teary-eyed like this girl. This was the behavior of a normal girl. The Snake King was one of the senior-most beast kings of Tan Far. However, she had still taken the appearance of a 20-year-old girl. Therefore, everything of hers would become like that of a human after she had changed her appearance. John Mosai obviously wasn't aware of this fact. Moreover, her intelligence was normally far superior to that of a regular person. But the Green Hunter's present temperament was that of an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Therefore, the degree to which she could endure wouldn't necessarily be much greater than a girl of the said age unless she were to use her true powers. This was one of the main differences between the level 9 peak Xuan beast and the true Xuan beast kings. This was one of the reasons why some level 9 peak Xuan beasts were only Xuan beasts and some level 9 peak Xuan beasts had become Xuan beast kings. However, which woman doesn't cherish her appearance? The Snake King certainly knew that she had only disguised her appearance at that moment. But her heart was still aggrieved by his words. All men believe that they can entice a princess' love if they get rich. All women are also the same. They hope that a man would discover their inner beauty and not just remain attracted to them because of their outer beauty. Rich men always want women to come for them, but not for their money. And beautiful women always want men to approach them, but not for their outer beauty. And everyone would always believe that to be true love. But this topic is digression. The beautiful white-clothed girl had been sitting at a distance. However, she suddenly got up and walked over slowly while everyone was talking. Even a man of the solitary falcon's determined power was also dazzled when he looked at the magnificence of the white-clad girl. In fact, it seemed like the bright moon had descended onto the mortal realm. Solitary Falcon stared dumbstruck for a while. He then looked at Jun Mozai. Could this youngster with such less experience in love have ever seen a woman as beautiful as her? He might commit a huge social blunder or stare dumbstruck at the very least. In fact, it won't be abnormal even if he were to start drooling over her. That chap from the younger generation of the Silver City wanted to make a move to marry this girl. But it's not every surprising given her beauty. Warren King Han was an exquisite beauty, but this woman's magnificence was unmatched. Dugu Zairoyi was fresh, pure, and adorable, but this girl was at the peak of the human world. Her beauty was second to none. That white-clothed girl had risen above the rest of the world in that regard. However, things turned out very differently from how the solitary falcon had expected. Jun Mozai appeared tranquil at this moment. It was like he hadn't even looked at this beauty who could bring the downfall of humanity. In fact, she seemed like any ordinary person in his eyes. He was totally indifferent. Moreover, this wasn't an artificial reaction either. After all, deliberate actions would have never resulted in such natural expressions. This brat is abnormal. I see him looking at such a beautiful woman, and he doesn't even blink. Is it because the battle was too strenuous on him? Is he on the verge of dying? The solitary falcon started to mutter mindlessly. However, Jun Mozai wasn't completely indifferent towards her. That girl had come over to thank him. But the young master hadn't sensed a single ounce of gratefulness in her attitude. Instead, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. The beauty of that white-clothed girl was admittedly peerless. But he couldn't tell why she seemingly emanated such an indescribable hostility. She had tried her best to hide it. But Jun Mozai had lived in a state of ambush from all sides in both his lives. So how could he be caught unaware? This kind of feeling, or it feels like I've committed some grave offense against her. Don't tell me that the hatred of some family from my previous life has also passed through to here. It's impossible, isn't it? Moreover, no one should know that I am Jun Zai, even if some hatred has passed over from my previous world. The young master Jun was genuinely puzzled. The young lady's beauty is heavenly, but what is this sweet lady called, and why has she come here? Jun Mozai searched all over, but he didn't find a trace of Xuan's strength in either of the two women. Therefore, he skillfully asked this question. The green-clad girl had already answered that question a moment ago. However, Jun Mozai had repeated the question in order to see if either of those women would make any small mistakes. This young woman's name is Mei Mei Zuyan, and my younger sister's name is Mei Qian Qian. We thank the young master Jun for the assistance he has provided to us. The white-clothed woman's face reddened as she answered in a soft voice. It was a coincidence. I had some scores to settle with the Zairo family. So, you could say that I didn't help you on purpose. Therefore, the young lady needn't be so polite. Your name is Mei Zuyan. That's great. A flower blossoming in the snow. Such a beautiful name can only befit a girl of such beauty. Your younger sister's name is also quite good. Mei Qian Qian. Not bad, not bad. Jun Mo Zai's eyes widened as he spoke those words. Did he misspell my name to Kian Tian as in no money? A black line spread across the Snake King's face. It seemed that she wanted to bite his face off to let him know which person he had dared to make fun of. It doesn't matter whether the young Master Jun intended to help us or not. The fact remains that he has rescued us. The white-clothed girl spoke up in a harmonious manner. However, she didn't respond to Jun Mo Zai's jab with regard to her sister's name. The young lady is very polite. How does the young lady know my family name? The young Master Jun asked in reply. Those hoodlums had taken the young master's name during the fight. Also, we sisters obviously know the names of Tanzang City's famous young masters, the white-clad girl replied in a nonchalant manner. You're also from Tanzang. We're fellow townsmen in that case. That's great. It seems that we have truly met the Mei young ladies by the hand of fate. The young master looked distracted. This tone is beginning to sound more familiar. The white-clothed girl flashed a secretive smile. Met by fate, you and I have indeed met due to fate. And I will make you regret this fateful meeting for the remaining of your life. The white-clothed girl, Mei Zuyan, proposed a request as the conversation continued. They wanted to accompany the army back to the Tanzang city. Jun Mo Zai's eyes turned as he agreed to their request. However, his heart didn't have any feelings of lust. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. However, she will lose her beauty in some years. In fact, would anyone get to see a beautiful face once the night lamp has been extinguished? However, this peerless beauty in white could help me get to Guarn King Han. It's possible that Guarn King Han may open up to me again if this beautiful girl makes her nervous. Wouldn't that be great? Moreover, it doesn't matter if these two girls have any other secret motives behind traveling with us. After all, they don't have the slightest trace of Xuan strengths around them. So, what troubles could these two women cause? He gave a quick look to Solitary Falcon. The Great Master thought for a moment, and eventually replied with a confident nod. Jun Mo Zai then became determined. It's still understandable if I don't recognize a great power in this world, but won't it be weird if the Great Master Solitary Falcon isn't able to do it either? One has to be as strong as the tougher Great Masters if they wish to hide their strength from Solitary Falcon. Perhaps they'd have to go even further and possess the terrifying strength of Venerable Mei instead. Besides, these two young women don't even look 20 years old. But if they truly have the strength to be at par with the Great Masters, then I will take this old falcon home, and I will eat him alive. Therefore, Jun Mo Zai invited the two sisters, Mei Zuyan and Mei Qian inside the carriage. However, something strange happened in the middle of the night on the very same day. Translator's thoughts. Novel Sarder. Long chapter. Only slightly lesser than 1.5x. One more coming up for today. Chapter 433 Guarn King Han's Suspicion. Chapter 433 Guarn King Han's Suspicion. The silence of the night was suddenly broken when Dugu Zairoyi shouted loudly. It even made the not too far away Jun Mo Zai tremble. So, he draped his robe over his shoulder and scuttled to examine the cars. And he found out that Dugu Zairoyi's missing pet had unexpectedly and unfathomably returned in the middle of the night. It was important to know that they had covered a distance of over 10 days from the Tan Far Forest by now. However, this surprise had driven Dugu Zairoyi mad with happiness. The two women got plenty of time to examine Jun Mo Zai's appearance after they answered his questions. It must be mentioned that the young master had only put in his robe. so some parts of his body went properly covered. In fact, his thigh and legs were nicely looming free of any clothing, and the two women were left to scream at the sight of them. Their scream had mostly been derived from the surprise of this situation. However, it also contained some elements of envy. Moreover, there was another strange element which was rather hard to assess. The time the young master had spent in the Hongjun Pagoda had yielded amazing results when it came to the aspect of his physical transformation. His physical form had become tough. In fact, even a pageant model couldn't have reached this level. It could be said that he wouldn't even have needed to show his handsome face to attract the women on present earth. That physique of his would have been enough to drive the women crazy. However, the degree of his body's transformation had gone a bit overboard. Perhaps it should be said that his extremely fair skin color was a bit dissatisfying. It must be mentioned that it wasn't deathly white. In fact, it was a very healthy shade of white, but it was still somewhat translucent like snow, and this point had left the two beautiful women to feel jealous of him. In fact, the comparatively crazier Dugu Zairoi had been repeatedly asking Jun Mo Zai about what he had done to make his skin so smooth and glossy, and this had obviously made the young master very gloomy. A beautiful woman is exclaiming over the skin of a man should feel happy or sad. The young master had arrived here in haste after he had heard Dugu Zairoi's scream. So, he had only been able to cover himself with his robe. His upper body was better off. However, the area below the knees was left open to prying eyes. Still, how could the two women not cry out after they had answered his impatient questions? However, that room had a total of 4 women inside it. So, why had there only been 2 screams? That was because only Guan King Han and the little girl had screamed. Mei Zuyan and Mei Qian had unexpectedly fainted, and hadn't regained consciousness since. However, Little White had become much better behaved since he had returned. There was a time when he would straight away pounce at young Master Jun the moment he'd see him. However, he didn't recklessly rush forward anymore. Instead, he would diligently practice his cultivation. He would often hold a knife in his claws when he'd practice in front of the 4 women. It was like he was putting on a show, and didn't bother with who was watching him. Dugu Zairoi's little imp seemed to be calling out its grievances. It seemed that he had finally become sensible, and had matured and grown up. He ought to look for a wife soon. The little girl stopped teasing her Xuan beast. She merely sighed faintly. It was obvious that she had understood these hints. Guan King Han also sighed after her. It was unclear whether this was a chain reaction, but even Mei Qian sighed after them. The white-clothed girl was the only one who didn't sigh. However, she did cough softly. They continued with their journey the next day. In fact, they even picked up pace. Jun Mo Zai had become suspicious when Little White had returned. But then, he thought about the prospect of a Xuan beast king traveling all the way to return the little beast, and this notion obviously seemed ridiculous to him. So, he dismissed it with a laugh. Maybe there's some kind of telepathy between Zairoi and this little thing. Moreover, this beast's tracking capabilities are good enough to scare anyone. So, this matter isn't very surprising. Jun Mo Zai had tried to engage Mei Zuyan in conversations along the journey. He only wanted to use this as a pretext to get some reaction from Guan King Han. You will ignore me. Look how I am still doing fine without you, or you could hurry up and join me. I'm waiting for you between the bedsheets. Well, make love again. will keep intertwining like the wind and rain. And that blissful spring will come back again. Hurry up and come to me. However, Mei Zuyan's reaction towards Jun Mozai was what people call someone greater than the previous foe. Young Lady Gwarn was cold. However, there was now an iceberg atop an iceberg. Young Lady Mei always stayed aloof. She didn't speak much and always frowned. She would get impatient very quickly and would show him the door at once. In fact, her attitude would even make Gwarn King Han freeze. Gwarn King Han was a cold person at the most. She would only ignore him when the worst would come to worst. But the beautiful Mei Zuyan was the complete opposite. Her word was like the law, and she commanded strict obedience. She could have easily been an empress among empresses. The young master figured that his plan had been laid to waste by young Lady Mei, but he felt that there was still some room for hope. Then Gwarn King Han finally relented one day. She secretly told Jun Mozai to wait in his tent late at night. She had also mentioned that she had something to say. Jun Mozai's nether regions started to flare up the moment he heard this. The labor of a relentless man pays off. It seems that this girl is still conscious of the situation, and wants to consolidate her position with me. Young Master Jun spent the afternoon looking for a place to wash himself. After that, he wore a silky soft white robe. He even embodied the demeanor of an elegant and graceful youngster. To put it simply, he wanted to appear as tempting as possible. He heard a sharp and cold cough outside his tent as the curtains of night descended. The iceberg has arrived. Jun Mozai felt very proud of himself. He even laughed inside. Then, his voice became aloof as he spoke up in a manly, graceful, and exceptionally steady tone. Please come in. The entrance flap opened, and Jun Mozai's bright and smiling face turned sour. Gwarn King Han had admittedly come over to see him. However, the problem was the person who was behind her. It was Dugu Zairoyi, and she was also carrying Little White in her arms. Jun Mozai suddenly lost his breath like a deflating balloon. Even a man who had been thinking with his toes instead of the brain would know that Gwarn King Han hadn't come over with the desire he had been hoping for her to have. Jun Mozai had been burning with a fiery passion ever since this meet had been set. However, that fervent flame of desire was met with disappointment in the end. In fact, he felt as if someone had poured ice-cold water into his leather clothing on a snowy day. His entire body felt cold. We've come to you with a serious matter. Zairoyi and I were discussing that the two women you are taking back with us have made things complicated. They aren't as simple and ordinary as you had said they were. They don't even talk much. So, why do they wish to join us? This leaves me to believe that they have an ulterior motive. Why did you have to be so careless? Gwarn King Han gave him a cold look. You decided to give shelter to two unknown women. Don't you know that these are times of trouble? How can you be sure? Jun Mozai inwardly rolled his eyes. I obviously know that these women are unknown to us. You don't have to be that serious about it, do you? You two had fallen for me because of my charms. But you started to refuse my advance later on. So, I figured that I could use Mei Zuyan to pull you closer to me. I felt that you won't be able to refuse me if you sensed some competition. It was merely a trick to attract your attention. Mozai, I know that everything has been going smoothly over the past few days. You had gotten rid of numerous powerful experts from the Zairo family the other day. So, you should be pleased with yourself. It's okay to have pride, but you mustn't be overly prideful. Whatever those women have said doesn't make any sense. Haven't you noticed it? Warren King Han scowled as she continued. It doesn't make any sense. I know that their story isn't entirely true, but I haven't discovered a concrete problem with their story yet. But I'd invite you to enlighten me on this. The young master looked calm as he went to them. Those two say that they are from Tianzang City. They said that they are the daughters of a chemist. Moreover, they knew who you were when they requested us to journey together. This doesn't make any sense. Warren King Han snorted. How does it not make sense? They are from Tianzang City, so it's good that they are traveling with us. And there's nothing strange about the fact that they know me. After all, those people from the Zyro family had called out my name many times over. So it would have been very strange if they didn't know me even after my name had been spoken so many times. Moreover, they had run into trouble with the Zyro family, and I had acted justly by helping them out of their predicament. That's very chivalrous, right? The young master asked in a puzzled manner. Warren King Han was rendered speechless for a time before she finally spoke up. Don't you know what your reputation is, third young master? Do you have any idea how bad a condition your reputation is in? These two women would have escaped far away the moment they had heard the name Jun Mo Zai. If they had genuinely hailed from Tianzang City, why would they rush into our camp instead? Why would they request to become your travel companions? Isn't that like taking a lamb to the tiger's den? Well, that's also a sensible argument. I didn't think of it that way. Wait, what? Jun Mo Zai had come to himself, and had begun to ponder over it when suddenly, what does that mean? Is my image so unbearably bad in Tianzang City? However, these words made the two women giggle. Brother Mo Zai's image is very good. But it seems that I'm the only one in Tianzang City who knows of it. Otherwise, Brother Mo Zai would have left the others to boil with jealousy. Dugu Ziroi came over, and annoyingly clung onto his arms in a complacent manner. You know your image well enough, and you still want me to explain everything carefully. Wait, let me think about it. Since when did your reputation start to improve? Warren King Han gave him a plain look before she continued. Firstly, they lied. And secondly, they were facing trouble from the Silver City's people when we had arrived. This is the point that I'm worried about more, since both sides were standing in confrontation. Focus on the confrontation part. It means that the two women had enough strength to face off against the Silver Blizzard City, and what's more unusual is that those two women have nothing unusual about them. So, what you mean is that they have some powerful expert protecting them from the dark? Jun Mo Zai frowned. Yes, but neither you nor Solitary Falcon has discovered them. And this is extremely strange. Warren King Han was a woman, and a woman is a woman. She had obviously thought everything over in detail. It would have been acceptable if you hadn't been able to discover this hidden expert. But the Solitary Falcon is one of the great masters. So, it could be something big if he hasn't been able to figure these people out either. How powerful would that expert be if they are able to hide in such a way? Jun Mo Zai put his hands behind his back and strolled twice round the tent's interior. So, the expert protecting these two women must be stronger than the Solitary Falcon. That's why they were able to confront the Silver Blizzard City's people. And that's why Solitary Falcon couldn't discover this person. This is the only plausible explanation. Warren King Han directly came to her conclusion. Chapter 434 Bone Tempering Pill. Chapter 434 Bone Tempering Pill. Right? Anything else? Jun Mo Zai nodded. But the establishment of this conclusion leads to another question. Why did they have to come and seek protection in an army camp if they had someone of that strength to guard them? The expert who is guarding them may be very strong. However, we can't forget that this is an army camp. So, their guardian will have to remain hidden even when they enter the camp. This means that their guardian might not have enough time to save them if anyone has any bad intentions. Warren King Han exhaled a long breath. So, I'm guessing that they might have some other means to defend themselves. Warren King Han knit her delicate brows. And neither you nor Solitary Falcon has discovered what that ability is, and that is extremely strange. John Mosai continued to nod. I'm even guessing that this mysterious self-defense ability comes from the two women themselves. Warren King Han finally relayed the thoughts that had been concealed in the depths of her mind. This is the only way these puzzling dots can be connected and explained. Warren King Han became increasingly shocked as she continued to speak. It could be concluded that these two women are even stronger than the peerless Great Master Solitary Falcon. This analysis seems reasonable, but it's very unlikely to happen. John Mosai nodded heavily. Those two women haven't shown any malice towards us. They've only requested us to take them to Tanzang City, that's all. And I'm sure that these doubts will be clarified once we get to the city. So, we only need to make some preparations in secret for the time being. I only have these things to speak of. And you're good at making the preparations. So, it's best that I stay with them and keep an eye on them. After all, it's impossible for them to always be flawless with their words and deeds. Warren King Han gave a long sigh and stooped up leisurely. John Mosai rolled his eyes. The beautiful Warren King Han had clearly indicated she was returning to her tent since the conversation had ended. This means that I'm going to be left disappointed. Damn, I shouldn't have bathed, John Mosai thought gloomily. John Mosai became even more dispirited since Warren King Han's head didn't even turn as she walked away. He was about to enter the Hongjun Pagoda to train when he raised his head and discovered that Dugu Xiaorui was still there. Moreover, she was looking at him with wide and round eyes. You haven't left, is everything okay? John Mosai asked with no sense of impassivity. Brother Mosai, Dugu Xiaorui pouted as she exploited the opportunity to come closer. I want to discuss something with you. Is it all right? John Mosai's spirit quivered. His body was also left to tremble. Dugu Xiaorui's coy voice had made every last hair on his body to stand. Don't marm, I'll do whatever you say. I won't have any objections, I promise. It's nothing big. I only wanted to know when you will give me a chance to cook rice again. Dugu Xiaorui's pretty face had turned red. She was extremely shy, but she had still firmly held on no matter how this matter appeared. Cook again? Cook what? John Mosai stared wittied. He was certainly thirsting to cook rice at this time, but how could he cook? His thirst for it didn't mean that he was in no position to make choices. And it most certainly didn't mean that he was prepared to be enslaved by that aphrodisiac's effect and ravage her to ruins afterwards. Good lady, please forgive me. Have pity on my small weapon. It won't rise again even if it's tossed from side to side. No, there will be no discussion about it. Dugu Xiaorui raised her neck. What will happen if you two return and secretly go over the rituals? You will become husband and wife after that. Do you want this young girl to be your concubine? I will force myself upon you if you don't agree. Being my concubine? Force yourself upon me? This girl is bold, but she's way ahead of her time. John Mosai had been beaten by her. You're still small. You won't be able to deal with that. So, how about we talk this over first? John Mosai hadn't merely spoken these words to escape from this situation. Instead, they were hard truths. He was only 17 years old in this life. But he still had the thoughts of an older man from his previous life. Therefore, doing it with a 16-year-old girl was still a crime for him. She's still a kid. Did you say I'm small? How much older are you? You're only 1.5 years older than me, so how are you too old? I'm not that small. Dugu Zairoi's perky bosom burst forth like raging waves. This nearly gave Jun Mozai a nosebleed. Our mother, is this my fate? And don't worry about what will happen once we return home. Elder Sister Mei Kian gave me an idea about that. Dugu Zairoi's face blushed as she bit her lips. There will be no problems if we do this. Jun Mozai scratched his head in confusion. She told me that there won't be any problem as long as I go back with a big belly. It might be a bit strenuous, but we can persevere through the issue in that case. Dugu Zairoi's face became a deeper shade of red as she twirled her finger and spoke in a lowered voice. What, going back with a big belly? That matter regarding strenuous or not reminded Jun Mozai of what had happened earlier, and he was left covered in sweat as a result. That tremendous scandal involving Warren King Han hasn't even been pacified yet, and this is likely to create another terrifying storm. And if I make your belly big... Jun Mozai suddenly and quietly disappeared from the tent with a whooshing sound. You won't go, but I can, right? You think I can't hide? Young Master Jun immediately thought of moving into action, and he entered the Hong Jun Pagoda. Dugu Zairoi bashfully waited for a reply. In fact, flowers had started to blossom in front of her eyes by now. However, her brother Mozai had already vanished. This made that young lady unbearably angry. Jun Mozai am considered one of the two most beautiful flowers of Tanzang City, but you're still not ready. Do you know how many guys wish to pluck me? You think you're the only guy around? It was hard to tell where she had learnt this wisecrack from. However, her words were clearly not conforming to her actions. She looked around twice. Then, she walked over to Jun Mozai's bed and sat down. She then felt the bed with her hand and groaned in a loving manner. Then, something flashed in her mind. She quickly grabbed the quilt and dug into it. Thud, thud, 2 small boots flew out from the bedding. You can run, I'll wait for you here, I'll see where you go, I'll surely force myself on you when you come back. I'll give my all for you. Dugu Zairoi snorted and groaned a bit. She still felt a little embarrassed, but she let it pass no matter what. Dugu Zairoi was wrapped in the bedding, and she was also surrounded by a man's smell. She couldn't help but feel her heart beat loudly. This smell isn't bad. No one else was present there, but she still felt a bit guilty. Dugu Zairoi then stealthily looked around to see that no one else was there, and she slipped further inside the bedding once she was certain that no one was watching. She wriggled as she shrugged off her gown. She then lay on her back and rested her head on the pillow as she thought, how do I forcing myself on him? However, Jun Mozai didn't return for a while. She waited for a while longer, but Jun Mozai still didn't come back. Dugu Zairoi started to feel sleepy. She tried to fight to keep her eyelids open. However, she yawned twice and eventually fell asleep. A first-class sleep is the best way to rest. And this sleep of this little girl could actually be called savory. Meanwhile, Jun Mozai had stepped into the Hong Jun Pagoda. He had carefully inspected each of the 9 swords he had forged earlier, and he had put them back after he had pondered over them a bit. After that, he had picked up some fragrant herbs and had started to refine the divine pills. He had received a message from Fatty a few days ago, and this message had stated that their supply of the 2 divine pills had hit rock bottom. These were the main source of their wealth, so the supply mustn't be stopped. In fact, it was even necessary for him to prepare a reserve stock if possible. Therefore, the young master started to increase his store's capacity. Moreover, he had also concocted divine pills which could increase Xuan's strength to a greater extent. However, he could only refine this pill to support the 10 years Dan. The 3rd level of the Hong Jun Pagoda had given him the access to refine another kind of pill. This pill could act as a bone-tempering pill. The advantage of such pills was that they could transform a man's bones to become more compact and coordinated. But it didn't provide any other advantage. However, this bone-transforming pill could be combined with the cleansing pills, and that would yield instantaneous results. In fact, it could take a mediocre fighter and could transform him into a martial genius. It didn't matter whether it was his physical strength, his meridians, or his danshan. Everything would be transformed. The said individual would be given a new life. However, it was a pity that the cleansing pills could only be refined at the 4th level of the Hong Jun Pagoda. Therefore, Jun Mo Zai could only look up and sigh since he didn't have a better option. And so, he continued to refine the missing yin pill and the mysterious yang pill. Even that bone-tempering pill. Those clumsy ox-like idiots will be better off if their bones are better coordinated, right? However, Jun Mo Zai hadn't realized that these bone-tempering pills would have more importance in the Xuan continent than he had anticipated. In fact, they would be worth much more than the 10 years strength-enhancing pills. The strength-enhancing pills could increase one's cultivation by 10 years. However, those pills would ignore the natural hierarchy in doing so. In other words, they would work against the will of the heavens. It was truly awesome when one comes to think of it. However, this would be a one-off thing even if it managed to increase the cultivation. This meant that it would have no effect after one use alone. But the bone-tempering pills could transform one's basic attributes. They could destroy the bone's original form, and could reassemble them from scratch. This was something which one couldn't even dare to imagine. Such an enhancement in someone's basic constitution couldn't happen by following a procedural training. However, there were some things which could increase someone's basic constitution in this manner. The 10 Far Forest's sacred fruit was one of those things. However, a pill that could improve someone from the inside was very rare to come by. That was because no legendary potion had ever been able to achieve such a thing. Jun Mo Zai tossed the tiny jade bottle after he had successfully finished the refining. He then laughed out in a complacent manner. Young Master Jun felt the aura from the Hong Jun Pagoda filling his body and replenishing the vigor he had earlier lost. And he smiled in a satisfied manner. The speed of this process had become very astonishing by now. He had continuously been improving his skills for the last few days. He had also been using his turning iron into gold skill very frequently of late. But his ability to replenish his lost energy had also improved a lot. And he had also been rising through the Skyxuan realm as a result. In fact, his strength had already stabilized past the Skyxuan middle rank. One could even say that reaching close to the breakthrough to Spirit Xuan wasn't impossible if this speed of improvement continued. End Vol 5 Part 1.